Chapter 51. The case about me being reincarnated as a slime. A dialog box popped up the very instant he clicked the button. Please make it to the designated point, breaking the world barrier and getting transported through the universe pathway. What the hell? Li Shengzhong was feeling confused about what he had just read. The entire screen was filled with barrages of comments. Everyone had been curious about what the third option would entail, and such a prompt that exceeded everyone's expectations actually popped up. Breaking the world barrier? Universe pathway? What is the hell is gonna happen? Are you telling me that there is another world out there? A massive bunch of weird-looking players were talking about what just happened in the sandbox, feeling very, very excited. Li Shengzhong, with the help of the other players, brought his slime to the designated point. A deep blue dazzling vortex of stars appeared before them when they reached that point, which looked like some kind of a portal. Whoa, a portal? Some hidden subplot? Is this a new map altogether? That was actually an underground pipe that Su Ji had previously laid down. That passage was made specifically for connecting the two worlds, posing as the god of wisdom in the form of a weird-looking creature, opening up the age of the three witches in the greater sandbox. No one else was able to see anything after the insecten nest mind blocked them all out. At that moment, the universe pathway had some dazzling light effects to it, which obviously was something added later. A new map. So when one gives birth to a race with potential, one could lead one's race to a new world then. This is surreal. I can't believe this sandbox game actually has another map. Li Shengzhong brought his race of beings into the vortex tunnel to the new world, while everyone looked on enviously. It was all pitch black. Li Shengzhong brought his race going through the long tunnel connecting the worlds. That long white pipe was tens of meters in length, which Su Ji buried underground. The ant-like beings no doubt needed to go on a very long crawl. This place is as dark as it gets. His race had a very hard time moving around, given that it could only use the ahog tentacle on the slime's head to pound on the ground to drive it forward. Its blobby body looked cute as it bobbed around in the passage. He finally saw light gradually emerging before him after spending an untold amount of time crawling through the pipe. Huss! A huge lush forest opened up before him as he continued to move forward. The trees by his side were dense and very, very tall. The ancient trees looked like pillars shooting up to the heavens, casting vast shadows everywhere. Birds flocked together in flight in the azure sky above. Warning, please fit in completely with the natives of this world. You shall be eliminated if you were to divulge any information that is not of this world. This place is beautiful. Li Shengzhong brought his slime creature hopping about in the forest and feeling stunned. This place is really different from that ancient setting of ours back there, where every single creature is simple and primitive. This world, it's a complete and mature ecosystem on its own. Is this really a true foreign world? Have I just made it through a foreign world with my race, and my live streaming system with me as well? He was unable to help but recall all those web novels. Su Ji sat cross-legged on the chair at the entrance of his compound, while biting away leisurely at his apple. The pipe that I buried underground linking the two sandboxes are finally put to use. The guy in question came to a new world and was completely thrilled, being totally oblivious to the fact that he was actually set up by some heartless maker elsewhere. Su Ji deliberately left that mysterious third option among the options for the achievement reward the second life. That was without a doubt laid down as a preparation so that players could bring their own races into the greater sandbox. He simply never expected to need to put it to use so quickly. It's quite a realistic thing to consider after all. I can't go about picking up new creatures developed every time they were developed, and dump them into the greater sandbox personally like I did with the evil eye back then after all. It was simply too eye-catching for a giant like him to get near the sandbox. No one caught that giant that was him in action back then, because the evil eye entered the greater sandbox right after a mass extinction event, and there was simply no one around. As for the time where he dumped the final chickens and the phoenix, that had been convenient since they were capable of flight, so there was no risk of them falling to their death even if he were to just throw them inside from above. He did not need to get in there himself. However, things were different with the slime creature. There was simply no way he could dump the likes of the slime creature into the place. It was simply unrealistic for him, a giant, carrying the slime in his hands and putting it down into the greater sandbox. That limitation gave rise to an idea. That idea was to let the ones creating the new race to venture into the world of the greater sandbox. That move could be considered a bonus to the players after all. Furthermore, those unreal creatures that the players evolved basically on had 20 to 30 years to live, which was equal to several hours back in reality. A bonus that lasted several hours would not be much of an issue. None of them would be able to cause too much change in their short lives in the greater sandbox. But then again, it would actually benefit Suji hugely, if they were to actually be able to leave a lasting impact with their new race, driving the advancement of the civilization in that world. The descendants of their races would continue to propagate in that great world after the players died. Time moves at a different rate in the greater sandbox, where one day, in reality, equals to 100 years in the sandbox. However, the Insecton Nest Mind said before, that only the brain cells and the rate at which the body of the creatures involved moved that were accelerated. The time acceleration would harm the soul of the one taking command of the creature's body. That means that the players could experience the sandbox world for 20 to 30 years in a matter of hours back in reality. Su Ji then frowned. But then again, how should I sway Li Shengzhong to stand with the good guys, the conventional witches, instead of siding with the evil witches at? That was a huge problem for him. He then saw something happening in the great sandbox that shocked him to the core when he was still thinking about said problem. He looked at the condition of the slime's race at the moment and was completely baffled, wearing a weird expression on his face. Well, perhaps there wouldn't be a need for me to guide him after all. Li Shengzhong has already locked horns with the evil witches now, and there is no way things could settle peacefully between them. In the lush forest, huge, tall trees shooting to the heavens were seen everywhere. Peculiar plants of dazzling colors were found all over the place. Butterfly-like creatures flew everywhere. The scenery of that whole new foreign world was so beautiful that it looked dreamlike. Li Shengzhong took a break and walked around the place for a bit, confirming that he was safe before turning on live streaming to share the beautiful scenery with his viewers. Live streaming unable to work due to the different rate time passes between both worlds. 1 day in the heavens, 100 years on land. Different rate of passage of time? 1 day in the heavens, 100 years on land? So, what this means is that the two sandboxes progressed at different rate of passage of time then. 100 years over in this sandbox game equals to just a day in the other sandbox? Li Shengzhong was utterly thrilled, being impressed at how such unknown black tech was already capable of mimicking reality and extending one's lifespan. This cannot be. Li Shengzhong was shaking all over and his mind became blank. He logged out of the game right away and took his VR headset off, finding in utter surprise that despite having spent hours in the game, less than 10 seconds passed since he entered the universe pathway. Everyone else was still raving about his achievements at the moment. This is scary. This looks exactly like how it was when I just got in. He was feeling goosebumps all over his body, logging into the game quickly without wasting any time. He dared not even spend one more minute outside the game. Days would pass in that game despite only several minutes passing in reality. What happens if my creatures and my body in the game were to actually die, in just a few minutes I've spent back in reality at? This is so cool. This is my second life. According to estimations, this slime creature of mine would be able to live for over a dozen years. An engine would be considered something for being alive and kicking for over a decade after all. But here, I could spend over a decade as a slime over here, and it would only be several hours out there. All of them would still raving about me when I get out. He came to somewhat resent the low lifespan of that creature he created. He regretted not making his creature to be one with long life. But then again, over a decade of extra years of life would be more than thrilling. I would now experience an entire lifetime as a slime in a foreign world. He was unbelievably excited at the moment, shaking all over his body and feeling like he was about to explode from the high he was feeling. He brought his pack moving slowly in the forest, exploring as he assessed the world in silence. There should be a race of civilized beings in this world. The slimes are the weakest monsters in Western myth, but under the leadership of me, Li Shengzhong, we shall rise to the top of the world. I might even find ways of prolonging life in this world. He was confident that his race had such potentials in them. While his slime was something that would never develop intellectual capacity and would remain a low-end life form without intelligence, but it would be enough for him to just be able to control his creature. What are the slimes at? Biological engines. According to what he knew, possessing engines meant having command of the core driving industrial technologies. The number of machines that could be developed would be endless, and there was no way he could not beat those primitive natives. No way they could beat me. I'd develop planes and cannons alike, and I'd run over them all with the machines. Half a day passed and the slime slowly got out of the huge forest under Li Shenjiang's leadership. There seemed to be people speaking in the forest, and those people seemed to be a group of girls. Someone's out there. Li Shenjiang put up his guard right away. He had no idea what that world he got himself into was like, or those people would be friend or foe. He wanted to evade them, as he only had one life. However, it was obviously too late. Those people apparently had terrifying levels of perception, as they detected his presence right away. A group of beautiful girls dressed in vibrant rose-colored sorcerer's robe and wielding wooden staffs slowly walked in his direction. They were all thrilled to see those weird slime creatures. However, those people were speaking in a language that he was unable to comprehend at all. There seems to be a language barrier between both parties. I guess I could just pretend to be some wild animal without any capacity for intellect, and I'd just watch them. He took the slime king curling up in the bunch of other hopping, innocent-looking slime creatures of different colors. What kind of a creature is this? I've never seen anything like them. The witches of the Rose Church were very shocked and thrilled. They're so cute. How about we keep those creatures as pets then? Indeed. Just look at the tentacle. It looks just like that of our usual pet, the evil eye. They were different from conventional witches. Every single evil witch from the Rose Church kept a magic pet. Those magic pets of the witches were none other than the evil eye, as they were useful for furthering their training. That was the way they had grown powerful as well. Common was unable to withstand the psychic shock of their meditative methods, which were akin to training through sex. Only the likes of the evil eye, which possessed psychic forces equal to theirs, could help further their training. Training with evil eyes was a tradition all the way back during the time of Circe. Men would have gone extinct if a man were to die as their training tool every day. I sure as hell would love to have a wizard who is immortal. Our rate of advancement would definitely be a lot higher. It's a pity that there are just too few wizards around. Those are training resources made available to powerful witches of at least level 5 after all. Minor witches like us could only use evil eye pets for training. The men given as tribute by the kingdom of Babylon were not something we could touch anyway. Perhaps these cute tentacle beings could replace those sticky, disgusting evil eyes. They are a hell lot cuter anyway. The witches discussed feverishly where they stood while sporting cute expressions, with their staffs still in their hands. Li Shenjiang, who was lurking in the midst of his slime creatures, was feeling surprised. They sure look friendly and they seem to like these cute creatures of mine. Nothing is gonna happen to me, right? Chapter 52. The Freemasonry of the Witches of Elizabeth. However, what was about to happen overturned everything he knew about how a world should be. The hyped, excited witches actually began doing their experiments right there and then, using the slimes to begin training in their sexual meditative methods. Their psychic powers spiked during the meditation process, causing the slimes to die one after another. The slimes did not have any psychic properties like that of the evil eye. They were simply the weakest of monsters. As such, like those pitiful men the witches used as tools, the slimes were rendered one-time use consumables. Oh my god! These are witches! This world is actually a world ruled by witches. Li Shenjiang, who was hiding among his slimes, trembled in fear, being afraid that those witches would come up to him. He was quick-thinking enough to sneak past them eventually when they were being busy, and hid among those ravaged and dead slimes, playing dead to evade that horrifying torture that was possibly going to fall upon him. He would have been ravaged by a witch otherwise, and his pride was such that he might actually kill himself on the spot when that happened. Despite the fact that being a man meant that he loved the idea of beautiful girls throwing themselves at him, but he was at the moment, a slime. I'm just a slime. What are you gonna do to me? Those witches discussed matters among themselves. Not bad with the rate of progress. I feel like the bottleneck at level 3 being loosened already. Despite being a one-time use consumable, they still work better than that sticky, disgusting evil eye. We can't afford to kill too many of them. We need to bring these creatures back and breed them. This is one huge discovery. We actually found something capable of replacing the evil eye. The witches chatted away, feeling very excited. Our great teacher, the level 5 witch Adeline, would definitely reward us for this. The bunch chatted away in glee as they left. The place was filled with dead slimes, looking awfully harrowing. Li Shenjiang was the only one who was not ravaged due to him playing dead. Those girls are wearing sorcerers' robes. Is this a world of witches? Those are definitely evil witches. Uncouth, evil, dark, and definitely shameless. They actually dare to pull something so vile to creatures that are so cute. Li Shengzhong lamented the loss from inside out. He never expected that the slimes, being newcomers to the world, were already all taken away and him being left a general with no one to command before the slimes were able to make it to the top of the world and reign supreme. He recalled something that a player had said before. Who said that the big guy has forgotten his original goal? Just look at that muscular arm of his, isn't that arm of the creature over 10 times more powerful than all others that exist now? This is what I call the true Hunyuan Thunderbolt. But then again, don't let the streamer girls get a look at such a powerful arm, for they wouldn't be able to contain themselves after that ROFL. He was devastated. Are you telling me that this is all work of fate? If I knew this would happen, I definitely wouldn't have named myself such. I will never tell anyone about this part of my life. Never. It was written in the Spear of the Thriving Witch over 100 years later. Year 301 of Kingdom of Babylon. One of the greatest and most mystical witches of all the time, the mysterious Great Lord who reigned over alchemy and the Gate of Truth, Grantham, appeared first in the great forest of Boldera. No one knew how the Great Lord of Alchemy's true race was, and no one knew why the Great Lord of Alchemy hated the evil witches with such fervor. PFFTT. Well, that's tragic. Su Ji was unable to help but laugh out loud until he felt his stomach cramping. Dude, a dreamy start just like Lilith at, her lover got taken away, your race got taken away. I sure hope you'd remember the grudge, and that you would learn to forge on despite the insult. No one reigns supreme forever and one should never belittle the underdog, they say. After those evil witches left, several women who wore sorcerers' robes with black stripes appeared in the lush forest. Damn those witches from the Rose Witch. They actually did something like that to such cute creatures. Wait, there is actually a survivor, no. Not another bunch. Oh gosh, my cover is busted. I'm done for. I'm about to be defiled. Li Shengzhong had completely given into despair. However, it was clear at that moment that the bunch who emerged later were different from those who left. They sneaked him back to their place. Those witches looked haggard, curling up in some small, dank house. They chatted and kept him around, truly treating him, a slime, as just a mere pet. He used his time as pets of the witches to watch their interactions, learning the native language of that particular world in secret. He was not Su Ji after all. Su Ji had the insecten nest mind to help with translations, not him. As such, he had to learn from scratch, and he found that there was a type of mystical power in that world sorcery. It looked surreal to him seeing those women use all manner of magical powers. 3 years passed just like that, and he gradually picked up the local language of the natives. However, his days were difficult, given that he was just a pet. Gosh, this game really is hardcore. Not only do I have to eat, sleep, and shit, I actually have to learn the language of the natives from scratch, just like how anyone would with a foreign language. It sure feels like I have crossed over to another world. Worse still, I have discovered something else even more hardcore. The sensation of pain and all 5 senses are automatically cranked to 100%. This is already a second life in the truest sense. If I were to die here, it would hurt just as much as it would in real life. If I were to be tortured and flayed and being done whatever by the natives, all that realization meant that he dared not leap before the coast was clear, and he gradually learned of the structure of that world. The evil witches ruled over that world and the status of men was horrifyingly low. There were only 7 of the conventional kind witches living in squalor. They called themselves the member of the Freemasonry of Witches of Elizabeth. That place was their secret lair, and they kept him around as and treated him like a pet. They formed their own private witch sisterhood, helping each other out while swearing to overthrow the tyranny of the Rose Church. However, the way Li Shengzhong saw it, those girls were just having delusions, nothing more. He knew just how weak those witches were after all. Even the strongest among them, Elizabeth, was but a level 2 sorcerer. One day, all 7 of the cute little witches sneaked up to the Freemasonry lair and had their discussions. Merle was a cute little witch with blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Elizabeth, have you heard that the slime was completely integrated into the Rose Kingdom as the second pet beside the evil eye, and they could serve to further the evil witch's training? Elizabeth, a witch who had black hair and brown eyes, was unsettled. While they are only treated as one-time use consumable, being such cute creatures mean that they are incredibly popular. Furthermore, despite being so unbelievably weak, they are really at breeding. Massive numbers could be found hopping all over the place and there is no worry of them going extinct like men. They are being sold 10 rose coins per slime. Ain't they super cheap then? There are many sorcery materials that cost only over a dozen rose coins. My apprentice sorcerer's staff cost me only 300 rose coins. I could buy 30 slimes with that. I've also heard that the situation with the contribution of men of Kingdom of Babylon getting relieved somewhat, due to the discovery of the slimes. The great Lilith even said that the discovery of the slimes actually saved the kingdom. Yeah, the slimes are like our savior. The biological structure of that creature is simple and they breed like nobody's business. It's like they are born to be used for training by the evil witches. The group of girls chatted away. My pack. The race that I've brought to this foreign world, to make myself king. I never imagined. Li Shengzhong was feeling so hurt that it felt like someone had just gutted him. The usually calm and collected middle-aged man listened to everything in secret and was utterly devastated. Transported to a foreign world with his race and reduced to being bottom feeders. His race was treated like slaves, traded around like merchandise while being tortured all the time. I might as well die. What kind of a savior is this? Using my race to ease the predicament of your men in your kingdom of Babylon, and suffer in your stead? I do want to become a savior, but definitely not like this. Li Shengzhong finally felt that the time was right and was unable to help but spoke up, if you could help me, then I shall lead your resistance against the evil witches and save you conventional witches, as well as my race of slimes. The slime is actually talking? Every single one of the witches who were chatting were completely dumbfounded and confused. Chapter 53. I am a level 4 slime sorcerer. The strange green slime that they picked up 3 years ago could actually talk? It even said that it wanted to save them, the traditional witches, as well its own race, the slimes, from the claws of those evil witches? They were stagnant for a few seconds and were instantly dumbfounded with cute expressions on their faces. This group of cute little witches had secretly set up a Freemasonry to revolt against evil witches. This seemed to be ambitious as they were going to revolt against oppression. However, in reality, how much of the world had they actually seen? This was the first time they had met an intelligent creature other than human beings. Merle opened her mouth into a cute O shape and yelled, "Wow! Are you Hermes Trismegistus, the legendary god of wisdom?" The group of little witches became excited. The legendary Mercury, the god of wisdom from heaven, may appear in any biological form to communicate with people on Earth. Elizabeth, the leader of this group of girls, was more dignified and mature. She hurriedly knelt down respectfully and said, "Mercury, the great god of wisdom, did you come down from heaven to save the poor mankind?" Li Shengzhong smiled. He was just about to nod to indicate that he was the god of wisdom. It wouldn't be bad to pretend to be a god. But right at this moment, Elizabeth suddenly thought for a moment and said while shaking her head, "It's impossible. How could the great god of wisdom be almost humiliated by those witches? It even pretended to be dead so that it could escape and was later brought back by us." Li Shengzhong immediately felt embarrassed. This was not how things usually turned out. When other people arrived at another world, they would usually pretend to be a god. He thought to himself, why was I kept in captivity as soon as I arrived? I was abused by the witches as part of the slime race, falling into an extremely tragic situation. I was even exposed straight after pretending to be a god. I can't accept this. He could only wriggle his lips and say honestly, "I really can help you guys." Elizabeth shook her head and smiled. She gently picked it up and stroked it like a little pet. "You, a little slime, have seen so little of the world, so you have no idea how terrifying this Medusa, known as the Great Lord of Supreme Power and Death, really is. Over the past few years, she has surpassed the 3 witches, yet you say that you want to overthrow her." "Yes, me. I want to fight the Great Lord Medusa." Li Shengzhong, a middle-aged uncle, was full of confidence. "You guys don't know how terrifying the potential of our slime race is. I will lead my race, the slimes, to escape the oppression of the magical kingdom of Rose. PFT. So adorable, you little cutie. You also look very handsome when you boast, and the ahog on your head keeps jumping up and down." The group of little witches smiled while looking at the cute little creature. Their smile was so bright that they all looked very adorable. Merle also smiled. She picked up the soft and sticky round body of the slime, then began to squeeze it in her arms. She squeezed it flat then kneaded it round again. Your race is too weak and can only jump around. You guys can't even defeat the lowest level creatures. Your only role is to be used by the witches to train. Do you guys even have any potential? Over the past 3 years, some people had naturally tried to fuse with slime's blood. After a narrow escape from death, someone had succeeded. An ahog had grown on their head. It was very small but had shocking strength. Other than that, it was completely useless. A creature like the slime was too weak. You guys don't understand. The structures of my body are very strong, especially my tentacle. It is the root of the strength of slimes. It guarantees survival. Li Shengzhong looked at the smiling girls around him and quickly retorted, it is the essence of this race. Li Shengzhong then became silent. Li Shengzhong couldn't explain it clearly and felt a pain in his head. He did not create this special kind of body to become a type of filthy creature. His plan now was to get a copy of the blood of Evil Eye, so that he could then possess the evil-eyed psychic gene. He could become a witch and embark on the path of cultivation in this world as a slime. After all, he was not doing this because he wanted to become stronger. It was also due to his life expectancy of fewer than 20 years. In order to learn the language and adapt to the environment, more than 3 years had passed. He did not have much time left to waste. If he couldn't cultivate and obtain the second gene, he would soon die. Huh? Slime wants to cultivate as well. The group of witches looked at each other and thought it to be inconceivable. Elizabeth suddenly whispered, okay. Merle, how much money does our Freemasonry have in the vault? Merle suddenly panicked and screamed, sister, you can't. The money that our sisters have saved in the Freemasonry over the years is for you to use so that you can break through to level 3 sorcerer. Elizabeth shook her head. Although my cultivation qualification is the best among us, I am still too weak. I may only be able to reach level 3 sorcerer in this life, so I might as well let slime cultivate. It is also the joint property and pet of our Elizabeth Witch Freemasonry. The sisters around her looked at the cute slime, then looked at each other helplessly. Merle was silent for a moment. There are still 3,521 rose coins left in our Freemasonry. Elizabeth thought for a moment and immediately said, let's buy a copy of the Blood of Evil Eye that costs 300 rose coins, a Witch Compatibility Elixir that costs 800 rose coins, and Blood Compatibility Elixir that costs 1,300 rose coins, and a Blood Stabilization Elixir that costs 1,400 rose coins. We can figure out some other ways to gather more money. That's too much. We cannot afford it. Suddenly, there was a commotion all around. These elixirs were developed by the 3 witches from the Age of Witches and the witches in the later generations to enhance the success rate of the Blood of Evil Eye. Otherwise, they would not have welcomed a period of prosperity for witches. However, they did not receive such treatment when they became witches. They had only received a witch compatibility elixir at the lowest level, and later had used their lives to survive. Elizabeth shook her head. Since we want to do this, we must do the best we can. Go buy all kinds of elixirs that can enhance the probability of success. After all, the death rate is too high when fusing with the Blood of Evil Eye. It is easier for us women to fuse with it, however, the success rate for men is 10% lower. Also, it will be the first time a creature like a slime has done this. I'm afraid the probability of success is even lower than men, so we can only try our best. But if slime dies, then all our savings over the years will be, Merle whispered to a group of sisters, as they began to discuss one after another. Li Shengzhong looked at them discussing with each other, feeling anxious. He had the confidence to turn this unfavorable situation around. He also had a corresponding trump card, the slime race. Slime became motivated, but whether or not there would be an opportunity for a different world to rise, it was hard to tell. He quickly said, it will be fine. You all need to believe in me, I am the king of slimes. In the future, I am destined to become the strongest being in the world and become the great Lord Sorcerer of the next generation. That's right, King of Slime. Elizabeth slowly picked up slime and smiled tenderly. In the future, you will definitely become the great Lord and visit the world of sorcerers. What should I call you? Let's see. Since you are so cute, I will call you Cutie King from now on. Li Shengzhong was silent for a moment. When he spoke, they still had not believed in him. However, he would prove it to them. He had already been here for more than 3 years and seemed to have completely integrated into this strange world as if it was his real life. As a pet, he was already bound to these kind and cute little witches. More than 10 days later, Li Shengzhong experienced a pain that he had never felt in his life before. He had successfully survived the blood of evil eye, obtaining the second gene, and had the witch cultivation qualifications. In just 1 month, he passed the beginner level of a trainee sorcerer and reached the stage of a level 1 sorcerer. A level 1 sorcerer. It's only been a month. So strong. The witches were ecstatic. At this moment, within the witch Freemasonry, the group of cute little witches no longer regarded this secret gathering place as a place for them to drink tea and chat. They remembered their original objective and began to use all their energy to accumulate resources for Li Shengzhong. 7 people worked like crazy. They formed a team, fighting against the beasts in the great forest outside to raise slime. They had not used any of the cultivating resources. Instead, they gave it all to Li Shengzhong. Li Shengzhong usually talked and laughed with them. He kept in mind the kindness of these girls. He knew clearly not to overexert himself. Those protagonists who died before they could develop and grow in the other worlds were all stupid. What was wrong with living off women? I'm happy to live off women, he murmured in his heart. As an experienced businessman, he was very shameless. However, for each increase of sorcerer level, the difficulty would multiply. 1 year later, Li Shengzhong reached level 2 sorcerer. 7 years later, Li Shengzhong reached level 3 sorcerer. 20 years later, Li Shengzhong had reached the realm of level 4 sorcerer. Level 4 was already regarded as a top realm in the sorcery world. After all, some of the great witches of the Rose Church that was at the national level of repression were only level 5 sorcerers. A level 5 sorcerer would be able to slaughter a large group of level 4 sorcerers. However, he was different. As a level 4 slime sorcerer, his skills were already at the highest level. He had the ability to fight those at a higher level than him and challenge a level 5 sorcerer. Chapter 54. Talking with the King of Babylon. However, now that Li Shengzhong had reached the stage of a level 4 sorcerer, he was gradually getting uncomfortable. As far as they know, I am still a level 3 sorcerer. They have no idea that I have broken through to level 4 a year ago. However, for a group of level 2 witches, it was already extremely difficult for them to provide me with resources to cultivate when I was at level 3. Now that I am at level 4, I can only secretly think of another way to get resources. Elizabeth and the others are astonished by my abilities. However, their standards are a bit low. Li Shengzhong frowned and shook his head with a wry smile. My skills are amazing, but it is far inferior to the 3 witches back then. I am not even as strong as the gifted daughters like Lilith and Medusa. If I cultivate like normal, I will definitely be unable to catch up to them. However, I have my own strength. I have been in this world for more than 40 years now and had not lived through those years in vain. I have finally created my own technology tree. His eyes slowly looked up ahead in front of him. There was a mechanical creature that he had secretly created. This creature was a 3 meters tall slender man. He held a round shield in his left hand and a dark blue cane in his right hand. He had snow-white skin and a holy face. He wore a long blue sorcerer's star robe. He was like a god in the Norse mythology. He looked like a humanoid creature, but in fact, he was made of solid bones from numerous beasts that had dense enchanted textures attached to them. There were various profound and mysterious runes that looked like circuit diagrams, which gave people the feeling of extreme danger. In my original world, I had only lived until my 40s as one of the world's top geniuses in mechanical science and technology. I had even opened my own high-tech enterprise. Now, in this different world, although it is more complex and slower, however, I have already gained some understanding of the psychic phenomena of this world after having only lived here for more than 30 years. The foundation of the psychic force and the science and technology from biological alchemy is not difficult for me to understand. With a slight jump, he leaped into the fire hatch of the chest, pulled the bellows with his tentacles, and poured his psychic force into the control panel. He then started to control it like a wand. Click! The hatch slowly closed, and a perfectly handsome man, who was 3 meters tall and slender, slowly walked out. From now on, no one will know that I am slime. My name is Grantham, But, do I need to control the body of this mechanical creature to start fighting monsters and upgrade my level so that I can get the cultivating resources of a level 4 sorcerer? Li Shengzhong thought about it and immediately rejected the idea. As a farming player who cultivated leisurely, he naturally hated the bloody violence. It seems that I need to live off of someone else, someone who can afford to raise me. On this day, Li Shengzhong walked into the palace of Babylon. He had great respect for the legendary defeated king. To be able to submit to humiliation and retain his kingdom was something very difficult for ordinary people to do. He even gave up his lover and was abused. Over the years, Lilith had remained in the realm of a level 5 sorcerer. It was not because she was depraved. It was just that she had a demon that plagued her heart and was not able to break through completely. A sorcerer paid the most attention to psychic cultivation, so she could only remain stuck on the threshold of a level 5 forever. She could not step into the mythical level 6 legendary sorcerer. In the Rose Kingdom, many level 5 sorcerers had appeared over the years who were far more powerful than her. The Babylon Kingdom had completely lost any resistance. If it wasn't for the appearance of the slime who relieved the pressure on men, my kingdom would already have. At this moment, Lilith was sitting on the delicate throne of Babylon with a sad expression on her face, while holding a wooden cane in her hand. Boom! A man had arrived inside the palace out of thin air. He was perfect, tall, elegant, and slender. He held a shield in one hand and staff in the other, like a god from the myths. Who are you? You can actually cross the defensive line of the palace without a sound. A 3 meters tall human? How could there be such a tall and powerful person? Lilith slightly frowned and silently sensed the strength of Li Shengzhong. He had the force of a level 4 sorcerer. In her Babylon kingdom, there was actually a level 4 sorcerer who cultivated secretly. Lilith was so surprised that she stood up from her throne. How could we have missed a wizard? Boom! Li Shengzhong pulled the billows with his hand, as his force slightly exploded, as it confronted Lilith. This is the strength of a level 5 sorcerer. Lilith's mind went blank. How can this be possible? He is clearly a level 4 sorcerer, yet the power he emitted is of a level 5 sorcerer. Li Shengzhong was silent for a moment. He knew what kind of explosive change he would bring to this primitive and rough sorcery world that used energy. This is the power of alchemy. Li Shengzhong stood within the palace and talked to the poignant king who was holding a wooden cane. In the age of the 3 witches, Hermes Trismegistus, who was born as a god, turned into a raven and talked to the people of Babylon on earth, teaching them sorcery, meditation, and alchemy, the triple knowledge of wisdom. The 3 great witches only found the first 2. Right now, I have opened the gate of alchemy, and have understood the truth of the world. Alchemy. Lilith's mind went blank. According to legend, alchemy was the most mysterious and difficult knowledge. Mercury, the god of wisdom, had once said that this was the mysterious method of creating life and the unknown. It would pry open the path to the gate of truth of the world. If one was able to master this knowledge, then it would be possible for them to gain the true glory of the entire world, and all the obscurities in the world would disappear from them. This means that the man in front of me possesses endless wisdom. He has achieved something that the 3 witches back then was not able to achieve. Lilith's eyes turned fiery, as the palm of her hand that was holding the cane started to tremble. At last, our kingdom, fiery flames and a trace of madness flashed across her face. It was as if she saw their only hope in this man. The only hope for the Babylon kingdom. Heaven would not destroy our Babylon kingdom. At this moment, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. Li Shengzhong opened the hatch, and a cute green slime jumped down from within. It was cute and lovely as it bounced down. The soft tentacles on his head trembled as it said, "Come on. King, give me the power of the entire Babylon kingdom. I will defeat Medusa, the great lord of death, for all of you." Lilith was confused. What just jumped out of this man's chest? Was this his real body? A slime? Lilith's mind went blank, as she had one last thought in her mind. Some men looked like a powerful level 4 sorcerer on the surface, but in reality is actually a slime, the weakest creature. Chapter 55. The Eve of the Storm in the Sorcery World. After this day, Queen Lilith suddenly withdrew all of the training resources and used them only for her own cultivation. Previously, when Lilith had made no progress in her cultivation in the Babylon kingdom, she decided to give up on the consumption of resources and instead try to train new talents, hoping that they could one day take her place. But how could she find such a genius so easily? Even the fastest orthodox witch had only just broken through to level 5 sorcerer recently. She was still far behind Lilith, who was a veteran level 5 sorcerer. The queen has taken back all the resources. Does this mean that she is going to make a breakthrough and become a legendary level 6 sorcerer? What a great honor for our Babylon kingdom! Some of the elders had burst into tears. We orthodox witches have hope again. As long as we have a level 6 sorcerer among us, we might be able to fight against Medusa, the great lord of death. After all, she has yet to break through to level 7. Throughout history, a level 7 legendary sorcerer has only ever existed in theory. It is not that easy to break through to level 7. Back then, before the 3 witches died, even they were not able to open this realm. Wouldn't the great lord of death be the only one who has such talent? However, how can it be so easy for her to come out? The information regarding the existence of Li Shengzhong was completely blocked. Everyone had thought that Lilith was going to make a breakthrough. As for Lilith, she was a very decisive and cruel person who devoted all her resources to her entire kingdom. All kinds of books left behind by the 3 witches were free to be read by others. Whatever someone might need, she was willing to satisfy all requests. No one knew that she was actually doing everything for this creature who was the weakest of them all, the slime. Year 341 of the Babylon Kingdom. Even with the complete exhaustion of all the power in the entire kingdom, Lilith remained a level 5 witch. The people of Babylon were disappointed and lost all hope. Year 362 at the Babylon Kingdom. Lilith once again consumed large amounts of resources, however, she still had not made a breakthrough. People no longer had any expectations of her. Queen Lilith, if you are unable to make a breakthrough yourself, why force it? We can always cultivate new people. It might be possible for a second genius to appear in our Babylon kingdom. That's right. With these resources, even if they are used wastefully, we should still be able to cultivate a few level 5 sorcerers. This year, the people of Babylon were completely disappointed with their great queen, Lilith. Year 381 at the Babylon Kingdom. Click. There was a sudden flash of thunder in the sky above the Babylon Kingdom. The people on the streets all raised their heads in a daze. The weather, which was originally a clear sky that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, had large clouds that were rapidly gathering in the sky, forming a vortex. What is that? Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone was stunned, and those who were still inside their houses all ran out. There was even a man who held a baby in his arms. In the originally cloudless sky, more and more dark clouds started to gather. Dark clouds? Is it going to rain soon? Lilith was standing on the roof of the palace. She held a wooden cane in her hand, as the terrifying pressure made it difficult for her to lift her head and look up at the sky. No. Those are not clouds. Lilith suddenly trembled and whispered as she held her cane. That is actually. The large white clouds in the sky rolled around as if they had been stained black by ink, creating a huge black exquisite rotten rose which suddenly started to float in the sky. It formed a vortex which quickly gathered the clouds. In front of the huge rose stood a beautiful small woman wearing a crimson sorcerer's robe. She was holding a wooden cane in her hand, as she stood in the sky, overlooking the entire palace of Babylon. The flower of death. Medusa, the great lord of death, descended to Babylon, waving the rose cane high in the air. The sky was dark, as there was an endless vast expanse of magic that stirred the entire blue sky. A huge black rose was about to fall onto the whole kingdom. Before it completely descended, the wind howled, and a wave of pressure fell onto Lilith. PFT. Lilith trembled in the air, as death came in an instant. However, the pressure then suddenly disappeared the next second. Too weak. Medusa strolled across the sky with a crimson rose cane in her hand. In the end, she only took one last look at Lilith with a face full of disappointment, before she left once again. It's such a pity. You were once worthy of being an enemy back then, however, you have now fallen to this extent. I heard that you were collecting the resources originally used for strengthening the kingdom and I thought you were finally going to break through to a new realm. The sound of her voice drifted away and disappeared in the sky. During the age of the 3 witches, the 3 of them constantly tested each other's skill. However, during the age of the great Lord Medusa, I was very lonely. I have suppressed the entire world, ruled it for more than 200 years by myself. I wanted to find an opponent but could not find one. No one can contend against me. This has made me unable to step out of the level 7 legendary field. It is not only my sorrow but also the failure of the times. The power she had displayed was at a terrifying level that even the 3 witches back then had not reached. During that time, the 3 witches had only opened up the way towards being a level 6 sorcerer before they died. Therefore, they had not reached the peak of level 6. However, the current fear brought about by this sense of suppression was extremely powerful. She has completely surpassed the 3 witches of those years. Although she has not stepped into the legendary level 7 legendary realm yet, she has already reached an unfathomable state. Lilith was trembling, as she tightened her lips. Blood started to flow out. Can we really defeat this monster? I don't know. In the secret alchemy room inside the palace, around, an NAVE-looking slime shook the ahog on its head and looked up with difficulty. I had thought that I was very close already. I am now a level 5 sorcerer. According to my speculation, while wearing the Grantham body and sitting on the alchemy airship fortress, I should be able to fight the 3 witches back then. But now she. Give me another 10 years. 10 years. Lilith was silent as her eyes flashed with hope. I will continue to bear the blame and fight to get everything for you. 10 years later, the world would change. Lilith's eyes sparkled with flames. The Age of Darkness had lasted for nearly 200 years in the Babylon Kingdom. If this does not come to an end soon, then the kingdom would be completely destroyed. The Babylon Kingdom had bet everything on this slime. That's all for today's research. Li Shengzhong suddenly jumped and left. I need to go back to the Freemasonry. As their little pet is gone, I'm sure they will be very worried. Lilith's entire body suddenly trembled. She looked at his back and whispered, "You are already so strong, yet you still want to go to those little witches and allow them to mess around with you and crazily squeeze you. There is no dignity of a strong man. Why do you still turn yourself into a level 3 sorcerer, a little pet, and struggle with them?" "It's because that place is my home." Li Shengzhong jumped up and naively left the palace. "All my relatives died early in my previous life and this life, so they are the only relatives I have." Lilith was silent. She did not doubt his answer regarding his relatives, because it was true that the slime race had been ravaged by the Rose Kingdom. This king of slime and she had the same enemy. Home? I really envy those little girls. As for you Grantham, the king of alchemy, I also envy you for having people to worry about. Lilith just smiled bitterly and gently, as she watched the cute little creature leave. Garfield, you probably have lived a hard life all these years as well, right? She suddenly went into a daze. She looked up at the sky and stared blankly at the window. Lilith's mind seemed to have remembered that knight back then, who had been silently protecting her by her side. He was her former lover, and now had become the king of Rose Kingdom. If everything is over, she burst into tears, as glittering teardrops rolled down her face. Once that happens, I will resign from the throne of Babylon and retire to the mountains with Garfield. At this time, a witch minister appeared behind her. Should the next batch of resources be brought over? Bring them. Lilith abruptly turned her head, showing a cold expression. The Queen of Babylon was not allowed to shed tears. At the other place, the Elizabeth Witch Freemasonry. Everyone was still inside that shabby little room. Elizabeth and the others looked out of the room nervously and anxiously. Suddenly, a cute bouncing creature appeared on the street outside. You have finally returned. Why or did you go out for a walk all day? It is very dangerous out there. That's right. You are just a level 3 sorcerer. There are too many strong people outside. Medusa, the great lord of the dead, had just descended at the palace of Babylon and had blocked out the sun. That terrifying sorcery can probably destroy the entire Babylon kingdom in an instant. Us sisters almost cried from fear. We were afraid that something might have happened to you outside. A group of cute little witches picked up the cute slime while feeling distressed. They squeezed the slime in their arms, while speaking one after another. I'm fine. I just went out for a stroll. Li Shengzhong smiled brilliantly and bounced foolishly. The ahog on the top of his head shook cutely. No one knew that the cute little pet had a terrifying strength, not even the little witches of the Witch Freemasonry. This little cute slime was the only hope of saving the entire Babylon Sorcery Kingdom. Chapter 56. There is only war. Year 385 of the Babylon Kingdom. The Rose Witch Kingdom, which had officially fought at the Nephthys Desert, did not dare to offend the young god of flame, and instead just secretly hunted its race, the poisonous magpies, around the outside area. This was an extremely scary creature that lived in the desert. It was so poisonous that it could easily kill a level 4 sorcerer. Inside the Rose Kingdom, the Great Lord of Death gave out an order. People were to fuse with the blood of poisonous magpies. The powerful level 5 and level 4 witch mentors in the entire kingdom had led the apprentice witches one after another to set up an alchemy laboratory. They were set up to do various experiments on the compatibility elixirs. After going through countless near-death experiences, they had finally successfully found a way to live. They had found that this kind of blood was very intense. Only women had a chance of survival, and the side effects were extremely obvious. Women would incarnate into the form of a harpy. Those women's body had completely transformed. They had their backs bending forward, with feathered arms that turned into dark red wings. They could glide at a low altitude and had sharp claws. They were violent and highly poisonous. As soon as they were born, they had a terrifying strength of a level 2 sorcerer. That afternoon, Lord Medusa visited the witch's laboratory. In the alchemy room, she was slightly shocked to see a pile of colorful alchemy bottles, a pile of black jars with wild blue bubbles, and a harpy inside a cage. So it's like this? There will be a morphological change in the blood of every kind of magical creature. The blood of Evil Eye is the spirit, the human brain. Therefore, we will not have any physical changes. However, the blood of slime and the blood of poisonous magpies are not used as a function of the brain. They are used for the changes in the organs, so they become non-human. They would incarnate into a new kind of small creature. They are a very deformed and lowly creature, as half of their body is of a wild beast. They are known as half-beasts. I will just call them orcs. The harpy inside the cage screamed. Queen, you can't do this. Us witches risked our lives to merge with the blood, all for the sake of the kingdom. Instead of being rewarded after our success, we became the lowest creatures. You guys are too ugly. Us women are supreme people. We have never been so ugly before. Lord Medusa had a cold expression as she swung her sleeves and turned around. Thousands of years later, a passage was recorded in the Spear of the Thriving Witch. Year 385 of the Babylon Kingdom. The evil witches of the Rose Kingdom, a kingdom on top of a mountain, carried out extremely bloody alchemy experiments. They used various compatibility elixirs and tried to combine people with beasts. In the end, they created an extremely cruel and deformed alchemy creature, as the orcs are born. Year 391 of the Babylon Kingdom. The Rose Kingdom, the kingdom of feminism, had rebuilt slavery. They once again divided people into a series of ranked classes. Witches were ranked at the highest level and were known as the aristocrats of the kingdom. Women were ranked the second highest and were first-ranked citizens. Men were ranked the lowest and were regarded as normal civilians, while the orcs were slaves. When a woman killed a man, she would only need to pay a compensation of 300 rose coins. When a woman killed an orc, the lowest level creature, she would only need to pay half of an ala beast. In that same year, the Nephthys orc kingdom that was linked to the desert was established. More than half of the orc species living in the territory had an extremely low status. They provided labor for the Rose Kingdom, as well as a variety of materials for sorcerers. Their bodies were also very good materials for alchemy. The history of Babylon had completely entered an age of tyrannical darkness. Year 397 of the Babylon Kingdom. In the Rose Kingdom, the Great Lord of Death had put out an order. Adline, a level 5 sorcerer, is to set out for the Babylon Kingdom and take over the throne. 3 days later, above the palace of Babylon, Adline stood there beautifully and sexily. As an envoy of the Rose Witch Kingdom, she looked at Lilith, who was sitting on the throne, and sneered, "Is this the woman who had fought against the Lord back then? 8 level 5 sorcerers have appeared in the Rose Kingdom. I can't believe that right now, you are far inferior to those 8 people from the younger generations." Lilith was silent, as she clutched the scepter in her hand. Over the past few years, many things had happened. There was the conquering of the desert, the emergence of the harpies, and the establishment of the Orc Kingdom. I have come today because you have offered too few men. The Lord is a benevolent person, however, you guys cannot take advantage of this. Adline had a cold expression on face. From now on, I will completely take over the Babylon kingdom and make the entire country become fully operational. I will turn it into the place of production for men. In her heart, Adeline was very excited. There were many level 5 sorcerers in the country. She had been favored by the Lord because her little witches had discovered slime. Due to this, she was able to get such a great opportunity right now to run a huge kingdom. She could run the Babylon kingdom and produce men. Another trusted witch follower would be in charge of the Orc kingdom, which would produce labor forces and alchemy materials. There absolutely could not occur any failures for such an important matter. She had to do better than the other witch. You want me to surrender the throne? An ugly expression appeared on Lilith's face. As for the witch ministers inside the palace, their faces had also become ugly. Babylon had been lingering on in a steadily worsening condition for many years, but now it was finally facing the fate of national subjugation. Lilith had a bitter expression, as her face had changed drastically several times, from green to white. In the end, she lowered her head. I, Lilith, choose to surrender and hand over the throne. I, Lilith, choose to surrender and hand over the throne. I, Lilith, choose to surrender and hand over the throne. Adeline had especially used the sorcery skill, ripple of sound, when Lilith spoke, as her words were instantly spread throughout the kingdom. Queen! Countless witches shouted as they were unwilling to see this happen. Our Babylon is finally going to. At the moment of surrender, countless people wept bitterly and burst into tears throughout the Babylon kingdom. Countless witches who were holding canes in their hands fell to their knees and completely collapsed. They hated the fact that they were so powerless and incompetent. At this moment, it seemed to be the year when Lilith was defeated and had surrendered. At another place, inside the shabby house of the Freemasonry, a group of little witches howled and cried as they held a cute slime in their arms. Their cute little faces were covered with tears, as the 7 little witches fell to their knees. Our country is going to be destroyed. The witches were weak and powerless, as they loudly sobbed. Like any of the ordinary citizens outside on the streets, they were also members of the masses. It will be fine. Li Shengzhong jumped out of the house and shook the ahog on top of his head. I am going out for a bit. It is time that I complete the promise I made with you guys that year. Inside the palace of Babylon. Boom! A terrifying force descended from the sky and was no longer hidden. You're a level 5 witch, yet you dare be so arrogant. A faint voice sounded right after the terrifying force descended. The voice sounded mature, like it had experienced a lot of suffering and difficulties. Lilith, you don't have to do this anymore. Since things have arrived at this point, you don't need to give in any longer to buy me time. Who's there? The expression on Adeline's face greatly changed. She turned her head and looked at the perfect and slender 3 meters tall man who had walked out in front of her. Rumble. A silent pressure was crushing down on this extremely powerful level 5 sorcerer. Adeline could not help getting weak in her knees, as she knelt on the ground with a look of horror. Level 6 sorcerer. I never expected your Babylon kingdom to be hiding a figure like you. She wanted to escape, but it was too late. An invisible pressure arose in an instant and had knocked her unconscious. The gap between each of the big realms was too terrifying. Back then, when Medusa had broken through to level 6, she alone had defeated hundreds of witches in Babylon, including the level 5 sorcerer Lilith. Level 6 sorcerer. I never expected your Babylon kingdom to be hiding a figure like you. At this moment, through the ripple of sound, Adeline's words had spread all over the kingdom. We have a level 6 sorcerer in our Babylon kingdom. We still have a hidden expert. It's Lord Lilith. It must be because of the resources she gathered over the years. It turns out Lord Lilith has given all her resources to someone else. On the streets, countless people of the Babylon kingdom wept with joy, as great hope burned from their feeling of despair. The sudden great joy and sorrow were too stimulating. Within the Elizabeth Freemasonry, the 7 witches also stared out of the window in a daze. Could it be? Impossible. It's just a slime, just our little magical pet. Inside the palace. You shouldn't have appeared so soon. Lilith looked worried. You have persisted for so long, and I have broken through to level 6 as well. Li Shengzhong sighed and stood up. I will go to the Rose Kingdom early tomorrow morning. The witch ministers around them looked at each other. They all felt it was extremely unbelievable. Lord Lilith, we actually have a hidden legendary sorcerer? And the person is a man. How can there be such a tall and perfect man? He is even a legendary level 6 sorcerer. So what do we do now? The sorcerers were excited. After nearly 200 years had passed, the Babylon kingdom once again had a level 6 legendary sorcerer, an invincible power that could suppress the world. This meant that they had the strength to fight. You're asking me what we should do? War, there is only war. Li Shengzhong held a shield in his left hand and shook the cane in his right hand. Circles of transparent halos shook like ripples. The ripple of sound once again resounded throughout the Babylon kingdom. War, there is only war. War, there is only war. Countless people on the streets raised their heads. At this moment, it seemed it would be the year when Lilith started a war. The history of that year back then was being rapidly repeated. However, the protagonist this time around was a completely different person. Inside the empty alchemy hall, countless bouncing slimes were lined up neatly in a room. 10,000 slimes, go to the fortress of war. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, the slimes jumped neatly into the potholes. These slimes were magical creatures of the lowest rank with no wisdom, so naturally it was impossible for them to cultivate sorcery. However, as a slime engine, they were enough to form a terrifyingly giant machine with 10,000 horsepower. Today, I am going to bring my race, the slimes, to wash away the shame. The blueprints for the J-31 fighter plane was used and modified into an alchemy airship for war. Li Shengzhong strode into the alchemy airship, and the huge mechanical creation took off. On this day, countless people of Babylon looked at the huge flying beasts in the sky. It had shocked the entire Babylon kingdom. Boom! A silver meteor flew forward at a high speed. It rumbled across the sky and brought with it the unique noise of an operating machine. At the Balkhic Mountains, where a kingdom was situated above Mount Rose. Within the green-covered mountain range, there was a palace with an arc-shaped roof hidden in the mountains. The entire building was supported by exquisite carved stone pillars of rose and had a bright red carpet. Many people stood inside the palace. There were all kinds of strong and beautiful women in red sorcerers' robes. On the high throne, an elegant woman wearing a bright red sorcerer's robe who was looking up into the sky suddenly stood up. Interesting. Her body suddenly disappeared on the spot. What is this? She then appeared in the sky, slightly waving her cane. A magic formation in the form of a delicate red circle appeared in front of the cane. Flower of Death. Boom! All of a sudden, countless black clouds tumbled in the sky and converged into a huge bright red flower of rose. The sky was completely dark, making it impossible to tell if it was day or night. Gate of Holy Light. On the exquisite and grand alchemy airship, each of the slimes pulled crazily on their bellows, transforming their kinetic energy into psychic energy. Countless small staff were stretched out from the enormous ship. Boom! The airflow from tens of thousands of staff wavered and converged. The world seemed to be blooming with a dazzling holy light which pierced the black clouds, like the gate of heaven that broke the abyss of hell. The two great sorceries collided rapidly. The entire mountain range buzzed and shook, as even the ground trembled. Countless people of the Rose Kingdom walked out of the streets and houses and looked up at the incredible sky. Level 6. Medusa suddenly turned her head. There was a look of surprise in her eyes, but there was no sign of nervousness. She just quietly stared at the beautiful man, who looked like a god, coming out of the strange mechanical creation. I have finally lured you out. Tell me, are you the last hope of Babylon Kingdom? Chapter 57. Forbidden Sorcery, Gilgamesh. Finally, an interesting opponent has appeared here. Up in the dark sky, Medusa flashed the staff in her hand. Her beautiful body floated in the air. You have already reached such a level, yet you still don't have your own sorcery? You are using the sorcery of the three witches. In that case, how about this move? Lily Carnation. Hiss. A black fog spread from the ground and formed into a tall black plant that towered into the sky. The plant grew and multiplied rapidly on the ground, as numerous branches and roots grew on the plant. It grew to 10 meters, then to 100 meters, 300 meters. It eventually grew to the sky and stirred the dark clouds. On the plant, the blossoming mysterious and exquisite black roses had unexpectedly begun to rotate. Each of the new blossoming rose was comparable to the size of the previous rose. This was the real flower of death. As soon as the tail of the alchemy airship moved, countless holy lights broke out from the ship, and in an instant countless transparent riptides broke out. Like golden butterflies flying in the sky, the riptides converged together into a green tree that had penetrated the clouds. Guardian of Spring. The famous sorcerer Cassandra, the Witch of Spring, broke out in an instant. Roses, butterflies, and trees collided at the same time and began to shine. Boom! In an instant, the sound of metal clashing shook wildly in the sky and spread to the huge green mountain range on the ground. It rapidly engulfed the trees, as they cracked, and the mountain range was swept by the strong winds. The sky was trembling and the earth howling. Inside the entire Rose Kingdom, all of the women on the streets were young and beautiful, and they were all dressed gorgeously and cleanly. But at this moment, they were all screaming, as countless tragic voices of suffering, crying and despair were mixed together. Countless level 4 and level 5 sorcerers raised their heads in horror, as they reluctantly waved their staff to form a barrier to protect the Rose Kingdom against the aftermath of the battle between the two top-class experts in the sky. The Babylon Kingdom. A huge layer of a misty mirror with ripples in the sky projected the battle that was happening above the Rose Kingdom. This was the level 5 sorcery misty mirror of spring that brought together all the sorcerers of the Babylon Kingdom. Normally, this kind of intrusiveness was bound to be discovered by the Rose Kingdom. Also, such provocative acts would have caused an extremely terrible consequence. But now, the Rose Kingdom had completely ignored them. This battle would determine the fate of the Babylon Kingdom, and everyone deserved to know the outcome. If we are defeated, we will perish. On the streets, people of Babylon walked out in silence. They watched the fierce projection in the sky, while clasping their hands and silently praying. The crowd did not know who it was that had silently taken the lead in humming the sad song of fate. Boom! The rapid notes resounded across the sky with the soft hum of everyone. It was like the roaring sound of a storm. Like the impact of heavy rain. It was passionate and enthusiastic. Not only was it a sad song of fate for humans, but also an encouragement song of courage. Above the palace of Babylon. All the witch ministers of the palace had not uttered a single word. The pretty faces of all the witches had turned pale. They looked at the projected image in the sky that could easily tear them apart, and were overwhelmed by the terrifying force. Is this the outbreak of the most powerful expert in the world, a legendary sorcerer? That kind of battle scene had gone beyond the understanding of the people. Perhaps, only the war between Gilgamesh and God before the Great Flood during the ancient Sumer mythos could be compared to this. We will definitely win. Lilith looked at the terrifying battle in the sky and squeezed the staff in her hand. Her palms were sweating. She thought of the times when she had been with Slime in the past, about how she got along with the cute and lively Slime every day. She thought that she had seen through everything about him, but she did not expect that there would be such a terrifying power accumulated on this cute and easy-to-approach Slime. A mixed feeling of awe and pride was spreading inside of her. She really had not expected that a few decades ago, the small level 4 slime sorcerer who had quietly arrived at the palace, a little creature who had boasted without shame in front of her, had reached such a terrifying level after only a short period of time. The Elizabeth Witch Freemasonry inside the shabby house. Elizabeth looked at the terrifying scene in the sky. The horrifying and oppressing image had made her body turn cold. She nervously covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to make a sound. She was able to feel that the little witches behind her were hugging their arms more and more tightly. That is Slime. It's our little magical pet. Merle yelled anxiously and turned pale. It's just a slime. Just a slime. But now, it is fighting for us by doing those strange things. She had once secretly looked at Slime, who was always doing strange things. He was always holding what he called a wrench, screw, and gear in the room all day, enthusiastically transforming that strange male mechanical creature. Now, although it was very different, it was still possible to vaguely see the prototype of the original mechanical structure of back then. Since this thing has appeared, it can't be wrong. That thing is the mysterious level 6 sorcerer who had appeared in the palace. Elizabeth tightened her pale lips. In the beginning, she thought that she had mistaken it for Slime. In the eyes of everyone, Slime was just a small level 3 sorcerer. This group of sisters had been trying their best fighting for Slime over the years. They often talked and laughed together. The sisters wanted to help Slime break through and become a level 4 sorcerer. However, no one had expected that Slime had secretly reached the sorcery world, and had reached a terrifying level that made people tremble. He went so far as to fight crazily with Medusa, the great lord of death, in the sky. But right now, the little witches would rather slime remain as that little magical pet, just a small level 3 sorcerer, who would talk and laugh with them. Such a heavy pressure was not something a small slime could bear. That year, he had promised us that he would become a sorcerer lord of the next generation. It has actually come true. The witches held each other's hands silently and looked at the misty mirror in the sky above the Babylon kingdom. A complex and proud emotion spread wildly in their hearts. The black air stirred up the clouds. Medusa, the witch lord, had tried her best in fighting against the man by displaying all kinds of level 6 sorcery. However, they were all fended off by this strange man in front of her, who used the terrifying flying beast to defend. You obviously don't have any sorcery of your own, and can only use the sorcery of those 3 witches. But you are able to defend against everything? Is it the power of alchemy? You have actually opened the legendary gate of truth. Medusa had a slightly astonished expression on her face, however she soon calmed down. In that case, I will now show you my real strength. The reason why I am called the Great Lord of Death is because my flower of rose can connect with the boundary between life and death. I am able to break the rules of death. My teacher Circe, one of the 3 witches, gave me this sorcery because she wanted me to perfect the resurrection of the dead and break the forbidden domain. Medusa whispered, although I am still far from developing and perfecting this sorcery to completely resurrect the dead, however no one in this world can defeat me. This is because I can temporarily summon the strongest man of the historical myth, the legendary hero and king, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. Within the Babylon kingdom, everyone was surprised when they heard this, and their minds went blank. Gilgamesh, who was said to have lived during the ancient Sumer mythos in the legends, was known as the strongest man in history. He was the strongest king and hero, who had once fought against God with a sword. He was a part of history, and had reached the legendary realm that even the 3 witches of back then had not reached, the legendary level 7. The gap between 2 big realms was very terrifying. When the 3 level 6 witches faced against someone at level 7, the witches were like infants, as they would be easily killed. Impossible. How is it possible to summon the dead? That's the legendary terrifying man who has already been killed by God. Within the shock and panic of the people, Medusa held her staff high and lightly chanted, O souls of the dead wandering around in the world, please listen to the prayers of the living, recall the memories of when you were alive, break the gates of the underworld, and return to the world. Forbidden art. Rose reborn flower, Gilgamesh. Swoosh. A wild black rose flower blossomed, as it sent out a series of ripples in the sky. The flower bud slowly spread out, as if it were giving birth to an extremely terrifying creature. Immediately after, a huge handsome man made up of black mist walked out. He overlooked the world with an invisible domineering attitude and posture. His face was expressionless, as if he had lost all his sanity. He held a sword of civilization, the sword of Damocles, and waved it slowly forward. This is the most powerful king and hero who dared to fight against the god with a sword before the Great Flood during the ancient age of Sumer mythos. Li Shengzhong opened his eyes slightly and his face flashed with shock. Boom! The next second, the sword descended. This was a beautiful sword. At this moment, the wind stopped, the rain quieted down, the leaves stopped shaking, and the people on earth became speechless. It was as if the noises in the world had disappeared, and the god had held his breath and closed his eyes for a moment. Chapter 58. Ruling the World. Li Shengzhong, a tall and handsome man who stood on the alchemy airship, was slightly shocked when he saw the afterimage of the strongest hero in history. As I would expect of the heroic king from ancient Sumer. Just from the summoned afterimage alone, he had the ability to reach level 7. It seems that we can no longer fight against her with the airship. We need to use Grantham. He had never personally attacked before. Previously, he had used the alchemy airship to launch his sorcery. The 10,000 slime engines frantically pulled on the bellows, using the magical pattern of a circuit board to convert kinetic energy into electric energy. The electrical energy would then turn into psychic energy, forming a psychic magical power. The sorcery cast was enough to reach level 6, allowing the slimes to fight against the Great Lord of Death, the world's most powerful person. If someone was to say this out loud, no one would believe it. How could 10,000 of the weakest creature, the slimes, stand up to the Great Lord Sorcerer who had suppressed everything in the world? This was the charm of the alchemy technology. It was also the endless potential of these engines, his slime race. I will need to make a move myself. Li Shengzhong lightly and unexpectedly jumped off the alchemy airship. Hee. I am going to show everyone in this world. The aircraft cannon. It is a man-made mecha created from modern magical technology. Although I cannot shoot a live broadcast, I can still take screenshots. I want to go back and show this to the players. I have secretly developed mechanical technology for more than 90 years and am already invincible in the world. They still want to come? I have already cleared the new map by myself. If they come, they will just be following my footsteps while gaining nothing. However, I think that there won't be many people who can go to a different world. At present, the racer of Mount Harana and I are the only ones who can achieve this. He smiled, while holding a shield in his left hand with black totem patterns shining on it. In his right hand, he held a wooden cane that shone brightly. He held the cane high above his head. There is nothing in this world that cannot be killed, even if it is the dead. I will show you how to kill them. The expressions on everyone's faces slightly changed as they heard these words. People on the ground were aware of what was going to happen next. This was the famous sorcery that belonged to the witch Circe. It was known as a cruel sorcery that was the most lethal. Curse of life! Li Shengzhong roared. Behind him, a set of sticky and disgusting giant ghost-faced masks floated in the air. Boom! The ghost faces rolled crazily, as a thick scarlet and dark strange gas surged. It was like a plasma substance, as it continuously rolled around like boiling black magma. It then instantly collided with the sword-wielding Gilgamesh in front of him. The air twisted. In an instant, it formed into a whirlpool and swept in all directions. When everyone had returned to their sense, they found that the afterimage of Gilgamesh had been blown away. Whoosh! The sky had turned cloudless and blue in an instant. The entire cloud was dispersed by the terrifying wave of air. Everyone looked up towards the sky at the same time and saw an incredible sight. It was the most amazing sight they had ever seen in this world. Is this still the strength of a human? It was unknown how many people had started talking to themselves. That was the legendary heroic king, the strongest man who had dared to fight against God with a sword. Unexpectedly, he was easily. This is already my most powerful strength. Medusa's body trembled slightly. She was staring at the scene, as a wave of fear sprang up from the bottom of her heart and took over her entire body. Although this is only 1/10 of the strength of the heroic king of that time, it is still far too powerful for me to contend with. He is defeating me so easily with the sorcery of my teacher, Circe. Against such an enemy, how can I win? Medusa's entire body became numb as she felt a fear that she had never felt before in her life spread all over her body. She trembled violently, as tears and snot began to flow down involuntarily. She was a woman who loved beauty very much. She was amazingly talented and had invincible strength, so she treated everything arrogantly. She had never experienced the taste of failure. However now, she was revealing an ugliness that she had never shown before in her life. In fact, because of this fear, she was trembling so much that she could not move. She had never been so weak before until this moment. Is this fear? Is this the so-called fear of death? She stood in the air while slightly trembling. What king of intoxicating power is this? It can actually make people collapse and feel an unparalleled despair. But I, Medusa, am the great lord of the dead. How can I, Medusa, be defeated by a? Come on, move. Hurry up and move. Medusa let out a heart-wrenching roar. Her clear voice resounded throughout the world, as tears crazily flowed down and wet her entire face. The realm that I am stuck at, hurry up and move. Boom. An invisible force spread rapidly, as if a strength that had been suppressed for a long time was trying to make a breath through. The sky rolled. Li Shengzhong looked at Medusa roaring while on the verge of despair and became slightly stunned. The rose sorcerers on the ground were also amazed, and people on the streets kept looking up at the sky. The people of Babylon were stunned, as they made a fearful and invisible shout. Not good. Stop her. You guys can no longer stop me. Medusa slowly rose. She opened her arms, as if to embrace the entire vast world. Behind her, a blood-colored rose crazily stretched its stamens, as layers of power climbed frantically. The force kept skyrocketing as it doubled, then tripled, then went up by tenfold. It was as if there was no end to it. The psychic force was completely released. Boom! This was the realm of a level 7 legendary sorcerer. It was a speculated realm that none of the 3 witches back then had been able to reach. Throughout the history, only the legendary heroic king was able to step into this domain. Now, after nearly 200 years of accumulation, she had finally broken through. She was silent for a moment. Her heart became complicated and she was shocked by the ups and downs of life. She could not help but show a heartfelt gratitude as she suddenly looked at Li Shengzhong and said with a smile, "Thank you. I cultivate the sorcery of death, but I have never experienced the fear of death. If it wasn't not for you, I would not have understood the true meaning of death and fear and would not have broken through to level 7. In return, I will not kill you." She smiled softly. "I will make you my queen. I will let you reign with me and rule the world. Come on." She walked over, took Li Shengzhong by the hand, and smiled softly. "I can give you control of the Babylon kingdom that you want to save, as long as you provide me men on a regular basis." Li Shengzhong froze for a moment. What did she just say? Medusa was stupefied, then she smiled softly again. She shook her head and said, "You still want to fight me? My strength now is 17 times stronger than before, even though I have only just become a level 7 legendary sorcery. You are not my opponent. It turns out your strength now is only 17 times stronger than what it used to be." Li Shengzhong showed a bit of disappointment. Medusa was stunned. Boom! She retreated rapidly. Flower of Death. A terrifying force that was far more powerful than before spread crazily as it headed towards Li Shengzhong. Li Shengzhong waved the staff in his hand. Guardian of Spring. A clear sound was heard. An unparalleled terrifying power suddenly broke the rose flower. Medusa was sent flying backwards in an instant. Li Shengzhong sighed. "I originally thought that you were hiding the real level 7 strength, so I carefully watched and waited. Who knew that I had thought too highly of you? You had only broken through just now, right before your death. Our king, the great lord of death, has been defeated." This horrible scene spread to the 2 kingdoms, and everyone was stunned. Could it be that before now, it had been the alchemy fortress under his feet that was fighting against Medusa, a level 6 lord, while he had not attacked at all? Now, when he attacked, he could easily crush the great lord of death, who had broken through to level 7. What kind of strength is this? Medusa roared as her entire body trembled with despair. "No, it's impossible. Your force cannot deceive me. You are obviously a level 6 sorcerer, yet you can easily release a level 7 strength. This is the power of alchemy. It allowed me to have the terrifying power of fighting those in the realm above me. A great creator once said that a race that can use tools is the real knowledgeable race." Li Shengzhong thought for a moment, then he suddenly smiled. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, then bent down and stretched out his hand. He gently helped her up. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." "Are you crazy?" Medusa suddenly looked up, stunned. In the ancient history of sorcerers, a passage was recorded in the Spear of the Thriving Witch. Year 398 of Babylon Kingdom. Grantham, the alchemy lord who could control alchemy and the Gate of Truth, had appeared and suppressed the world, defeating Medusa, the Great Lord, in one move. This stirred the entire world. In the orchard garden, Su Ji was sitting on a chair. He looked at the small sandbox in the distance, then scratched his head. This guy has been inside for nearly a day, which was equivalent to more than 90 years inside, and has finally helped me get this thing done. Although, he is pretty creepy. He crazily tried to develop, living off women, and waiting until he became invincible in the world before stepping out. This guy was too shameless. Which other protagonist would arrive at a different world, and bring with them a race that could not fight monsters to level up? He had not even fought a giant beast. Instead, he lived off women, asking the women to provide him with training resources. He first lived off 7 little witches, and then he lived off Lilith, waiting to become invincible before stepping out to show off. He was way too creepy. In fact, when he had been a level 5 sorcerer, he was able to fight against a level 6 sorcerer with the help of technology. Now, he had to wait until he broke through to a level 6 sorcerer, wore Grantham and had level 7 strength before he dared to come out and madly test his skills. He was afraid that Medusa was hiding her level 7 strength. Extremely shameless. Su Ji was speechless as he ate an apple and silently complained. Chapter 59. Asking for help from another world. I will wait online, it's urgent. Although Su Ji kept complaining, he still smiled. Even though there were some changes, it has still developed according to the plan. The way things developed for the sorcery world in the sandbox means it has been saved from going down the wrong path. He also knew that being vulgar meant he could have absolute authority. Only those experienced people could live the longest, not to mention that he was a leisure player who was addicted to farming. Fighting monsters to level up and having fun with battles were all fake. Quietly developing dark technology, climbing the technology tree and studying the things one liked was what these kinds of players who farmed found fun. Technology was the primary productive force. Su Ji took a bite of the apple as the juice flowed out. However, he slightly frowned. I never expected that Circe would leave behind such an arrangement before she died. She used her own apprentice Medusa to help her perfect the sorcery of resurrection of the dead that she had left behind. She wanted her apprentice to bring her back from the dead and live a second life. How ambitious Circe had been! To be honest, if he had not witnessed this scene, where Li Shengzhong happened to appear and had forced Medusa to use her ultimate move, Su Ji would never have found out that the dead Circe had set up such a plan. He was not really an all-powerful creator. Instead, he was just a farmer. Otherwise, when Gilgamesh had wanted to mess with him before, he wouldn't have not known about it. A day in the field was equivalent to 100 years. Even if he were to pay attention to the progress inside every day, it would still be very difficult. After all, the passage of time inside was so fast that his entire body had turned into an afterimage, moving around crazily, making it impossible to see what he was doing. His strength was also faked. He was in fact just a farmer from the countryside who grew vegetables in the orchard garden, while chatted with the ant who lived next door, bragging about the lovely little girlfriend, and occasionally browsing the sandbox world in the yard. As for the sorcery in front of me, it involves the soul. Su Ji sat in the yard and pondered for a while, weighing on what he had said silently. In fact, there is no underworld in this sorcery world. People like Gilgamesh have powerful souls, so after their death, their souls will wander around in the sandbox world and become ghosts with a hazy consciousness. This is also the reason why they can communicate with souls. However, the civilization of this world is so simple that their knowledge on this aspect has not fully developed yet. Should I restrict the development of this area? After thinking about it, Su Ji felt that it was better to let it develop. After all, diversity was the key to prosperity. It did not matter whether the idea could be realized or not. Even if it could come true, the resurrection of the three witches and Gilgamesh, the great heroes of the past, could add some fun. Moreover, if this prohibited sorcery could be developed, it would be pretty good for Su Ji to master it after advancing to a level 6 legendary sorcerer. At the very least, if the people around him were to die, he could help, right? Su Ji finished eating the apple and went to have lunch. He was very laid back. When he returned, he had found something strange. Huh? Li Shengzhong, the traveler of this other world, has actually come out after ruling the world? He is posting on the forum, madly showing off and bragging. Su Ji found this a little difficult to believe. The rate at which time flowed was 100 years in there for a day spent here. Spending 1 hour in the real world was equivalent to more than 4 years in the other world. He was actually willing to waste his time? He went offline from the other world to brag to the players. Year 412 of Babylon Kingdom. Grantham, the alchemy lord, reigned over the world. He had abolished slavery and despotism, and ruled over the three kingdoms, the Rose Women Kingdom on the mountains, the Babylon Sorcerer Kingdom on the plains, and the Nephthys Orc Kingdom in the desert. Alchemy began to become popular. Magic patterns, alchemy formations, mechanical structures, gears, wrenches and modified creatures were words that began to appear frequently in the sorcerer's world. In the past, the speed of the cultivation of traditional witches were too slow. It was a lot slower than the evil witches and so they were weaker. However, with the emergence of alchemy, the traditional witches once again became strong and a part of the majority. This was because only the traditional witches had a stable, exquisite and peaceful psychic force. Only they could become an alchemist. The rose witches who cultivated evil meditation were extremely fast. However, their violent psychic force was suitable for combat, and could not accurately render alchemy and create a precise alchemy formation. At this moment, the traditional witches of alchemy had welcomed a new life. They began to render magic weapons and canes, and a variety of sorcery weapons. They entered the age when alchemy had suddenly become popular. All kinds of alchemy tools and weapons were changing with each passing day, as alchemy airships and alchemy ships constantly appeared. The evil witches were gradually disappearing because they could not use alchemy. In the same year, the alchemy lord once again tried to persuade Medusa to give up the path she was going down and cultivate alchemy with him. Medusa refused to give up getting handsome men. Feeling helpless, the alchemy lord could only suppress Medusa, the great lord of death, under the Gorgon alchemy island, which was the land of night located on the other side of Oceanus. He had personally spent 3 years setting up an alchemy formation. Countless slimes lived on the island as a source of power to suppress this once invincible great lord of death. I have suppressed her, not because I don't want to kill her. Although I can defeat her with the help of Grantham, however I am not a true level 6 or level 7 sorcerer after all. Not to mention that she is good at playing with souls in the realm of death. In the palace of Babylon, sitting on the exquisite throne, a lovely slime bounced up and down. It wore a bright golden crown and said, "After all, this is a hidden danger. We can only suppress her until she dies of old age." At this moment, Lilith had already given up the throne, as she silently stood on the side with her lover Garfield. Then, she said, "King, I'm going to retire with Garfield. I'm more than 200 years old already. Even though all these years, I have been taking the alchemy elixirs for longevity developed by you, I am still going to die of old age." Li Shengzhong was silent for a moment, as he looked at the former king of Babylon, who was about to die. He sighed with emotion and said, "In that case, you can go. Throughout these years, you have done enough. I will guard everything from now on, including the glory of Babylon Kingdom." After Lilith left, Li Shengzhong was silent again. He sat on the throne, looked at the subjects below and said, "From today onwards, I will be behind closed-door cultivation for 4 years. I leave my alchemy fortress behind. The level 4 sorcery psychic manipulation that was created by Circe can manipulate 10,000 slimes as a weapon for the country to suppress the entire Babylon kingdom." A group of beautiful witch ministers hurriedly said, "King, please go ahead with your closed-door cultivation. We will protect the kingdom." Li Shengzhong nodded, then bounced up and down, and left the palace. Behind him, inside the palace, the surprised and worshipping voices of a bunch of women in sorcerers' clothes sounded. "Wow! The king is so adorable, so cute. No one but us knows that the real body of the legendary great alchemy lord, who had suppressed the world, is actually the lowest magical creature, a super cute slime." Li Shengzhong kept bouncing up and down, as the ahog on the top of his head continued to shake. He returned to the secret alchemy room, and silently looked at the 7 little witches who were lying inside the biology chamber. Despite all their help, and reaching level 3 sorcerer, with Elizabeth reaching level 4, and had all used the alchemy elixirs of longevity that I have developed over the years, they are still nearing the end of their lives, as they are now more than 120 years old. They can only extend their life with a deep sleep. Li Shengzhong had a complicated expression. The life expectancy of a normal person was between 30 and 40 years. The life expectancy of level 3 and level 4 witches was triple the amount of a normal person. Even during the time of the 3 witches, who were level 6 legendary sorcerers, they had lived for more than 240 years before reaching the end of their lives. It's not just them. I have also lived over half of my life expectancy and am more than 100 years old. Li Shengzhong was silent for a moment. He was not a level 7 sorcerer. Although his strength had reached level 7, he was still at the level of a level 6 sorcerer. He would not live longer than the 3 witches, and would only live to around 250 years old. The new beginning of my second life in another world has only just started. I am unwilling to die just like this. After ruling the entire sorcerer's world, Li Shengzhong, the Great Lord, was like the great lords of the previous generations, as he now had a strong desire for immortality. I must think of something. Li Shengzhong was silent for a moment before he went offline. He took off his VR headset and suddenly, he felt like urinating. His stomach also growled. In the past, I heard that a crazy person had played video games at the internet cafe for more than 20 hours straight. I didn't believe it at that time, but now I do, as I haven't eaten for more than 20 hours. I'm so hungry, and I need to go to the toilet. In the last 20 hours or so, he had secretly went to a toilet only once, and had not dared to eat anything. After all, spending a few minutes in the real world was equivalent to a few weeks inside. How could he dare to go offline when the great disaster of national subjugation had not yet been solved? He was afraid that during the few minutes outside, something would happen for the few weeks inside. Now that he was finally invincible, did he dare to go offline? Ah, it's so good to be able to go to the bathroom. So refreshing. Li Shengzhong came out from the toilet, then called the servant to quickly prepare a meal. There was a secretary next to him who stepped forward. Boss, recently Mr. Smith of the American Electrical Network Corporation wants to talk to us about a business deal that's worth more than 1 billion. Tomorrow night, our company's plan is to discuss the car project of artificial intelligence with Boss Qiandu. It will be about the opening of our business and seizing of the new market. Leave. Get a few vice presidents to go and talk for me. I'm not free right now. Li Shengzhong scolded, as he left the dumbfounded secretary behind. Their boss was a calm middle-aged overbearing president in his 40s, the super boss of the technology world, and the legendary idol worshipped by countless people. When had he become like this? Hey! Who can tell me what happened in just one day? The secretary thought and was unable to speak. Li Shengzhong returned to his room, then had a quick meal while logging on to the forum of the game and made a post. Guys, please help! Quickly help me think of something. Crying face. After living for more than 100 years, farming madly and climbing the technology tree, I finally became the alchemy lord and reigned over the world. I am invincible in the world, but my 7 little witch wives are dying of old age. Right now, they can only be frozen in the technological biology chamber made by me. Guys, please help me think of something, I will wait online. It's very urgent. Thank you. As soon as this was posted, it caused a stir on the entire forum. Chapter 60. A storm in the real world. Waiting online, urgent? The players were speechless. All the players on the internet had been talking about the mysterious disappearance of the guy named Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand. He had said that he would do a live broadcast immediately, however it did not happen. Everyone had speculated that since he had disappeared for an entire day and there was no news from him, he had probably become stuck in the new map and was unable to go offline. Who knew that as soon as he appeared now, he would start talking nonsense? Racer of Mount Harana posted, more than 100 years? Dude, have you lost your mind? Picture of a black person with a question mark inserted. Top up more, I'll chop off your hands posted, 7 witch wives? I think you have gone crazy. This is not a game of nurturing cute girls in the harem. Sudden change of drawing style. Brainy tiger down the mountain posted, haha. Do you guys see? I, a great fortune teller, has long predicted that with the nature of this game, the new map must be very hardcore. Brothers, this person has gone crazy. Next person. This is the detailed prophecy post. You can click on my avatar and find the post I posted yesterday. Click to follow me for more surprises. Racer of Mount Harana posted, I see. I feel the same way. Back when I had first entered this game and saw the words please evolve your eyes, I was stunned and went crazy, shaking hands and tears emoticon inserted, dot. Haruko loves learning posted, this newbie is very scared. Why did the boss of science and technology end up like this? Is it the distortion of human nature or moral decay? Is there something even more hardcore in the new map? The players were very lively and excited on the forum, as they began to tease one after another. After all, the hardcore difficulty of this so-called sandbox leisurely game was obvious to all. Many people had said that this Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, the boss of science and technology who farmed and won the second achievement award, had lost his mind. Who knew what kind of blow he had suffered? After all, only a day had passed, and he was already acting crazy, talking nonsense. Li Shengzhong froze for a moment and looked at opinions of the public on the forum. Only then did he realize that he had acted in a hurry without thinking. He took a deep breath. For me, this more than 100 years are very long. It is much longer than the more than 40 years of my life now. It is giving me the misconception that I am Grantham, the great alchemy lord of the other world, and I have traveled to modern times, becoming the president of a science and technology company. It seemed as if the more than 100 years inside the game was the real him. After all, his current modern life of more than 40 years was too short. It was understandable that people did not believe him, as only a day had passed. But I have proof. Li Shengzhong quickly posted a bunch of photos he had taken. The first picture he uploaded was of him in the other world, traveling with a bunch of lively slimes in the huge woods with lush flowers. This had stirred everyone on the forum. Wow, is this a new map? Did boss go challenge the new boss with the slime race? Boss is finally normal. Someone was getting excited. Li Shengzhong did not say a word. He continued to upload several pictures online one after another. The second photo was of the streets he photographed when he was in the witch Freemasonry. On the streets, there were countless beautiful women in various kinds of sorcerers' robes, holding wooden staffs. There were also business people in elegant clothes, women with children in their arms, lively fruit stalls and bustling shops of all kinds, as well as a witch of Rose Church who was riding an ala beast, rumbling across the street. Oh! Is this a busy city of the other world? It's so lively, so exotic, and so real. There are also mounts. This new map is so big. Could it be that there are NPCs in this new map? Wow! A beautiful sister with a staff in her hand. How can there be people in the new map? Boss, come out and explain. My mouth is even drooling. Li Shengzhong was completely silent as he murmured in his heart, "Hee, your fault of thinking that I have lost my mind." Without saying a word, he had aroused people's curiosity. He uploaded a photo of a huge bird's eye view of the Babylon kingdom. It was a beautiful and magnificent architectural city. When people clicked on this picture, they were completely shocked. This was a picture of the ancient sorcerer's city, which was more exotic than the sandbox city in Assassin's Creed. It looked exquisite, real, and huge. The picture was too shocking and too beautiful. At a time like this, the most important one needs to be uploaded, something more explosive. Li Shengzhong watched the people drool, as he finally took out his trump card. He uploaded another picture of two little witches battling while using sorcery, displaying their brilliance. This had completely made everyone explode. Shit! The beautiful little sisters are wearing sorcerer's robes and casting spells. Boss, we were wrong. Please say something. Don't just upload pictures, a kowtowing emoticon inserted, ... I'm trembling all over. My mom had asked me why I kneel down to play the game Spore Evolution. Is it because learning has made me unable to extricate myself? Admitting mistake by kowtowing. You guys are amazed already? Weren't you all teasing and mocking me earlier? I will show you guys another good one. Li Shengzhong smiled, as he finally released a very shocking picture. It was of the scene when Medusa, the great lord of death, had descended at Babylon kingdom, as she displayed the flower of death in the sky. A huge black blood rose was testing the power of Lilith. It was like a dark scene of the world getting destroyed. It was an extremely shocking picture of a world that was about to get demolished. It's too scary. That little sister in the sky is so beautiful. Is she a god? As soon as that rose falls, I'm afraid the entire city will probably be destroyed. The people were completely transformed as they began to flatter Li Shengzhong. They kept begging the boss to talk instead of just uploading the pictures. They begged him to be a person and say something. Li Shengzhong had some regrets, but unfortunately, there was no way to do a live broadcast and record a video. He could only take screenshots, otherwise, the visual effects of the videos would be even more shocking. The picture all of you are looking at now is of Medusa, the great lord of supreme power and death. He was not purposely trying to delay anything as he was pressed for time. A few minutes in the real world was equivalent to a long time in the game. After he released the key evidence, he directly said, "As you must now know, in just one day, I went to the other world with my slime race." Had he really gone to a different world with his own slime race? It really was a different world? Like those massive ones? Everyone was completely stunned. This is impossible. But these pictures? Countless people crazily replied, as the post had instantly received hundreds of comments. The game itself did not have a lot of players, but there were a lot of cloud gamers. Although they could not play this game, they still madly paid attention to the forum. At this moment, they were very excited. But then, a more explosive sentence instantly aroused the players. "I know what all of you are curious about. Why did I take so many pictures in just one day? Could it be that I am those players who were there for a vacation and to sightsee while taking pictures along the way? Was I there to experience the exotic style? But that can't be it, right? Is the other world very friendly to slimes? Did I take my own slime race to the city and go sightseeing as soon as I went in? In fact, I can explain a lot of your questions with one sentence. In your view, I have only spent 1 day, but in the other world, I have already stayed for more than 100 years. 100 years is enough for me to live a long time, more than what all of you will never experience in your life. The entire forum went crazy in an instant. A lot of people's hands that were holding the mouse of the computer trembled, and their lips trembled slightly as well. Their minds went blank for a few seconds, and some had even knocked over a cup of water and spilled it all over the table. Afterwards, people could not help typing and posting crazily, as the forum exploded with questions. What on earth is going on? A day in the real world is 100 years in the game. Whoosh! In an instant, there were a crazy amount of replies. There were page after page of posts, like the number of frames of a movie being played and refreshed. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to read. While everyone sat in front of their computers and hit the keyboard, a once famous idea appeared in their minds: virtual reality, the time flow adjustment technology. Chapter 61. Su Ji was munching on his melon as he sat in the yard and browsed through the forum on his phone. Naturally, he also saw the photos, but he was a little speechless. Are you showing off on the forum now? The players were shocked. Naturally, they did not know that this shocking and terrifying truth was that the other world was just a sandbox for the sorcerer's world that Su Ji had built in his orchard. At this time, Li Shengzhong saw the sensational scene on the internet and took a deep breath. He naturally knew how big the impact was. At that time, he was also shocked for a long time. He waited for everyone to calm down before going straight to the point and introducing his wondrous adventure in the other world. Of course, he would never introduce himself to the dark history of how he had led the slime race to be imprisoned and raised, becoming a product of X in the other world. 100 years in the game is only a day outside. This is something that modern technology can't achieve. Let's not talk about this kind of terrifying black technology here. I'll briefly tell you what happened to me in the past 100 years. I sneaked up on technology in the other world and spent more than 90 years of hard research, which is 2 lifetimes of yours. With my slime engine, I developed alchemy. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. My 2 lifetimes are so vicious. Are you cursing me to only live to 45 years old? However, a group of bootlickers came out to clean up the mess, afraid of angering this big shot. Isn't it just your 2 lifetimes? Could it be that you're over 45 years old now? You bootlickers, you'll lick until you have nothing left. Both sides started to argue. On the other side, there were also people who were discussing. However, 90 years of research is indeed too long. It's equivalent to a person's entire life. Li Shengzhong became slightly serious. Then, he attached a few pictures. The alchemy airship's structural diagram, a photo of the interior, and 10,000 engine positions. After seeing the actual picture, everyone was completely excited. After all, who didn't dream of a mecha? This size is the size of an aircraft carrier in modern times. You don't have metals in the other world, so you can't make cannonballs. So, you used the circuit diagram to convert kinetic energy into electric energy, and the electric energy into mental energy. Amazing! Then, Li Shengzhong released his own masterpiece, Grantham, which caused countless exclamations and crazy comments. I used these 2 to defeat Medusa, the great lord of death, and unified the current Magus world. In this primitive civilization, I've introduced science and technology to let these native civilizations know that modern science is the #1 productive force. They're known as the Lord who controls alchemy and the door of truth. But my 7 concubines are about to die. Can a big shot help me think of a way? He had finally revealed his true purpose. There were also 7 pictures of beautiful little witches. They were youthful, lively, romantic, silly, black-bellied, and cute, each with their own characteristics. They were the 7 cute little witches of the Elizabeth Witch Freemasonry. Over the years, he had long regarded these 7 lovely little witches as his closest family and established friendship. Naturally, he could not bear to let them leave him. No one had believed it before, but it turned out to be true. Pay up again and chop off his hands, wow! The big boss has opened a harem in the other world and became the alchemy emperor. Doesn't that mean that the beautiful little witch sister in the whole world and the witch minister in his own palace will be in love with her? Men may wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game, the higher UPS must be joking. Don't forget that the big boss is just a slime, nonsense. The racer of Mount Harana laughed, ha ha ha, that's true. I just said that traditional witches have to abide by the 3 iron laws of witches and can't do that. Their love is all pure love. I think the boss and his 7 little witches are also pure love, nonsense. Nonsense. The main point is drawn in brackets. You have to test it. Li Shenjiang's veins were bulging. This was the bad thing about these stupid netizens. They were full of jokes and jokes. If it wasn't for the fact that time was too short, he would have looked for a well-known medical professor to help him. However, that would take more than a day. Right now, he only had over 100 years of life left. In reality, it was only one day, 24 hours. In these 20 hours, he could only mobilize the vast power of the netizens and countless big shots who studied medicine and researched the development of medical drugs to help him think of a solution. They gathered the wisdom of the masses and put their heads together. Haruko loves learning said, "You guys are too much. They've lived together for more than 100 years, and we've been talking and laughing together. We're already family. Don't worry, big brother. I support you. Are there any medical students who open their livers to help? But will it really work if we get medical students to help us within 10 hours? It's useful." Li Shengzhong immediately said, "As you all know, I'm a farmer. In order to extend my life, I developed a microscope in the alchemy laboratory and studied herbal medicine. I spent a long time before I developed a longevity potion, but it was too slow. I discovered that the medical cell principles, molecular structures, target cells, and receptor cells in the real world can be completely realized in another world, just like in another world. I've made notes on the characteristics, types, effects, research medicinal properties, and molecular microscope structure of some of the medicinal herbs from the other world and took pictures of them. Is there any big shot who studies medicine who can help think of a way to concoct some potions?" Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Big Brother is awesome. As expected of a professional farmer who climbed the technology tree, he had even come up with a plant outline from the other world. They were all excited. Since they had the molecular structure diagram and the principle of the drug, they might be able to. The medical student said that if there is relevant information, it is very possible to do it. It's the same as discovering a new plant in nature and asking us to study its medicinal effects. Ha ha ha, brothers, let me do it. In the past, it was all those stinky idiots from the biology major. They displayed the evolutionary knowledge of their major, showing off wildly and evolving species everywhere. Now, this hardcore sandbox game finally has a place for me, a medical student, to put my skills to use. What a strong medical student! Brothers, it's time to start. Anyone want to join us? We'll gather thousands of medical students and start researching together. In 10 hours, we'll develop a prototype of the drug. Clear our names. I'll do it. Who said that we gaming otakus don't understand family? When my grandmother passed away, I cried for a long time, tears. After living with the Hunyuan Thunderbolt hand for more than 100 years, we're now real family. I can understand that kind of urgent feeling. We medical students all understand the pain of life and death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken up this divine profession. Brothers, let's show them the power of our medical skills. Let's start shouting our slogan, as medical students, we will not hesitate to fight. I'm a medical student. I don't mind fighting. I'm a medical student. I don't mind fighting. The group of people felt their blood boiling. Aren't you guys afraid? You medical students are so slutty. Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? You're so koi.jpg. Many people couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha. According to my estimation, the next third test will not be a paper on biological evolution, but a medical paper. It's our turn. In just an hour, countless medical students had a passion that they had never had before. They went to their school's library and compared the information on the structure of plants, the medicinal properties, and discussed with each other. Immediately, the school library and the city library were filled with students. The sudden liveliness in the library attracted the attention of the media. Some experts and professors from local television stations began to speculate again. they said righteously. With the superior living conditions of people, many people have begun to pursue the satisfaction of spiritual knowledge, which is a good phenomenon. It may be due to the recent study fever caused by the spore evolution. As for why they specifically borrowed the most difficult to understand medical and pharmaceutics? Of course, other than biochemistry, the advanced subject of medical biology and pharmacological pharmacology is the most challenging. This scene was familiar. The host at the side was quick-witted this time. He quickly interrupted the professor and put forward his own guess. Expert UN, do you think it's possible that it's caused by that national-level learning sandbox leisure game spore evolution again? Naturally not. Professor UN smiled, full of pride. This time, he had done his homework and had a comprehensive understanding of the game. He spoke eloquently. As everyone knows, this is a casual sandbox game for learning evolution. The main game is evolutionary evolution. It's very interesting, but it has little to do with medicine, so it's naturally impossible. But very quickly, he was slapped in the face again. Because in the TV program, there were soon live reporters who began to interview the college students who were sitting in chairs and studying hard. One of the hot-blooded students who was wearing a red headscarf with the word Jean on his head said with a face full of struggle, "This red headscarf on my head was the one I wore when I was struggling for my postgraduate entrance examination. But now I'm addicted to playing games. I've let my guard down too much and I've failed many subjects. I can't believe I'm wearing a combat headscarf now, and I'm back to those passionate years of studying and fighting. May ask why you're? Of course it's because of. It made me love learning again." The reporter was speechless. She then interviewed another well-known medical student. This medical student was very cold. He glanced at her and continued to read his book. He casually said, "As a medical student, why would I hesitate to fight? Please don't waste my time, I am serious about playing games." Hi! Suddenly, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. Countless experts? Wasn't this game about evolution? Why was he suddenly studying medicine? Could it be that this game had opened up a new business? Previously, this phenomenal game was about learning to make me happy and learning evolutionary knowledge. Now, it's about medical knowledge? This is a good game. If I'm not wrong, I'll have to learn every subject in this game in the future. First, I'll have to learn biology, then chemistry, then modern medicine, and then maybe chemistry and physics. My game is amazing. No wonder it's worth 600,000 yuan of learning resources for each person. This game is simply the 30 million hope for our country's young flowers to become successful. My son is not up to standard, he can't play this game. Countless parents looked at him with approval. In an instant, spore evolution, broadening second medical knowledge, triggering a national medical craze made the headlines of the hot search, causing a heated discussion among countless people, and once again became a national phenomenon game. Son, look. If you don't study hard, you won't even be able to play games. You're a good for nothing, you love playing games so much, but now you don't even know how to play a game. If you can't even enter the family, what future will you have when you grow up? Daughter, don't just think about putting on makeup all day. If you don't study hard and you don't know how to play games now, can you be a top student in the future? Can you stand out? We can only go to the construction site to lay bricks. Their parents were all cursing their children in front of the TV, pointing at their noses and jabbing their backbones. In the past, parents regarded playing games as a disgrace. However, this spore evolution was too hardcore, causing countless parents to praise it crazily. Everyone was proud that their children could play this game. Chapter 62, This transmigrator actually wants to overturn the heavens? The situation was getting more and more intense, and it completely occupied the top 3 most searched hashtags. The second most searched hashtag was "My parents are scolding me for not playing games," and the third was "It's said that I can achieve immortality. One day in reality is equivalent to 100 years in the game. Is it true?" Su Ji was sitting in front of his laptop and was rather shocked to see such a huge online disturbance with hundreds and thousands of medical students fighting hard. He stood up and went to the refrigerator next door to get a can of drink. This Hunyuan Thunderbolt hand is really capable of causing trouble. The moment he got out, he actually managed to get the netizens to help him analyze the plants and herbs of the sorcerer world. Su Ji had originally thought that he would go out to brag and act cool. Who knew that he would actually go out and post a request for help, hoping to have a second life in the other world and live a little longer? Suji, on the other hand, was rather surprised by this. It seems that this is an unexpected surprise. Potions are about to have a huge explosion. Originally, the properties of some medicines would require generations of research and records, which would take hundreds and thousands of years. But now, with the combined efforts of all the netizens, it will probably be sorted out very soon. Suji thought for a moment. In the sorcerer world, the system of alchemy potions has almost appeared. My cancer! We're finally going to be saved. It was unexpectedly fast. Suji was already in the final stage of cancer. He had originally thought that there would be no cure in the distant future, but now there was hope. Li Shengzhong, a traveler from another world, had pushed forward the civilization of the sorcerer world and brought him too many surprises. At this moment, the subbrain suddenly reminded. There are organizations all over the world attacking our game's official forum. Do we need to counterattack? Suji frowned. The storm this time was too big. Some people probably couldn't take it anymore and started hacking. I'm just a farmer. I'm trying to find a way to treat cancer. Suji sighed and said, there's no need to fight back. Just block them. Ignore them. He also knew how big of a storm it would cause. The virtual reality technology that could completely realize the second sense of life was already black technology. Now, in this game, there was a terrifying time flow ratio. 1 day outside was equivalent to 100 years inside. In a sense, it was eternal in virtual reality. Naturally, they could not sit still. Are you sure there's no problem? Suji asked the insectan nest mind. The insectan nest mind replied robotically. The technology of this modern society is far from the level of our Zerg. They will never be able to find the real address of our orchard. Suji nodded. There was no problem then. He was now walking on the path of physical evolution, the path of evolution of transcendent creatures, while the previous generation of hive queens walked the path of brain evolution, the path of evolution of science and technology creatures, the planet canon, which was extremely awesome. Even though the information on the previous generation of the hive mother climbing the technology tree had disappeared. However, the insectan nest mind was still the final product of the advanced technology of the past. They could do nothing to him. Suji thought about it and decided not to pay attention to the content in this regard. What does the world's sensation have to do with me? All kinds of conspirators want to make a move on me, but what can they do to me? I'll farm my land, let them go with a dumbfounded face. At that very moment, Suji was still leisurely drinking his drink as a salted fish in Buddhism. The drinks were ordered from an online order with a special price of 38 yuan a box. After all, he was really short of money recently. He was sitting leisurely in the yard, farming and recuperating in peace, living a pleasant rural life. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Thump thump thump. Hey, open the door. Have you gone crazy from farming? Suji stood up and went to open the door to the courtyard. It was Chen Shi. I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. I'm going back to school. Chen Shi stood at the door and said in a low voice, looking like a listless eggplant, by the way, I've just heard about the game you mentioned. It's a phenomenal game that's causing a sensation in the country. Can you really get it? Although Chen Shi wasn't a gaming fanatic and didn't even play games at all, this storm was so great that even an outsider like her knew about it. After she learned about it, she realized how terrifying the game was. It was said that the price of a closed beta slot had already risen to a terrifying high of 400,000 yuan, and there was no market for it. She started to feel uneasy. After all, Brother Suji used to be very powerful. He was a senior executive in a foreign company. He was young, promising, and knew a lot of people. But now, he was just a farmer. I can get it. Don't worry, I know a thesis expert who can write a thesis. I'll definitely be able to get it in the next third beta. Suji said after some thought. Then others must be thinking the same way. I'm sure they're already prepared for this. By then, there will be even more experts than in the second beta. Countless gaming studios will be fighting for a spot. Chen Shi quickly said. Don't worry, they won't be able to win against my friend. Suji laughed and patted the head of the worried girl, saying, don't worry, when you go back, start buying a computer and wait patiently. Chen Shi thought about it for a moment and did not ask any more questions. She suddenly jumped up and kissed Su Ji on the cheek, then ran away with a red face. My dear, I'm going back to school. Let's meet in the game. Su Ji touched his face and laughed. There was not much truth in this world, but a woman's blushing face was better than a large piece of white. In the past, he didn't have any feelings for this girl. He simply felt that it was not bad to be liked by others. He prepared food filled with love every day. Now, he began to feel that this girl was really good and was quite happy to be with her. After all, a girl who can take the initiative to accompany you when she's suffering from cancer and at the lowest point of her life must have a lot of feelings for you. Su Ji returned to the yard calmly. Due to the girl's departure and her return to school, Su Ji had to come up with a plan to build a sandbox. First, I have to prepare for the third beta test. I didn't plan to start the third beta, but I have to find an excuse to let the girl in. No one knew that the third beta test, which countless people had been eagerly anticipating and crazily demanding, was only because Su Ji had fulfilled his girlfriend's little wish and promised to give her a small gift. However, since that's the case, the third beta test shouldn't be too big. About 30 spots should be enough. Let the girl mix in. Su Ji's random thoughts determined the fate of countless players. Also, there's the problem of the second expansion of the Sorcerer World's sandbox. Su Ji frowned slightly again. He sat on a wooden chair in the orchard, ate an apple, and looked at the big plate of sand. 100 acres. Although the Magi's usual area of activity was only 30 acres, and most of the areas were huge, uninhabited forests, as well as more than 40 acres of the vast ocean, it still had to be put on the agenda. After all, the past was too primitive. Now that alchemy airships had appeared, they could greatly solve the problem of traveling across vast lands. Another point was that powerhouses were starting to appear in large numbers. Level 6 and Level 7 Magi like Medusa could easily shatter a small mountain and destroy a city. Such destructive powerhouses were simply heartless. If the place was not big enough, a battle would probably destroy the world. Do we need to expand? Su Ji thought about it and shook his head. Not for the time being. After all, the alchemy airships that they were so proud of were only the size of a fly. In Su Ji's eyes, those unparalleled powerhouses who had shattered a small mountain were just like little ants who had shattered a super small mountain the size of a thumb. Although their size was indeed shocking. Now, unless we can easily destroy a mountain range, which is equivalent to a small ant destroying a huge territory the size of a mobile phone, there is no need to expand it in the short term. Su Ji thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at the big plate of sand and realized something different. His veins immediately bulged. Damn it, Li Shengzhong has started to stir up trouble again after returning to the Sorcerer World. They started to explore the edge of the world like the previous emperors. They even wanted to use the power of the whole country to go to the 9 heavens and explore the legendary island in the sky, the land of gods, Achilles, and pray to the great gods in the heavens to grant them immortality. Su Ji was completely dumbfounded. There are no gods in the sky, my bragging is about to be exposed. I told you to push the alchemy era, not to mess with me. He immediately turned around and went to the storage room, rummaging through it. Little brother, do you still want to fly? It seemed that there would be astral winds in the 9 heavens. I'll have to take out my powerful fan. Chapter 63, Sorcerer Era, The Hanging Garden of Babylon. Li Shengzhong went offline outside, took off his VR glasses, and solved his physical problems of eating, drinking, and pooping. Then, he posted on the internet. After an hour of heated discussion, he logged into the game. I've already told them that I'll go offline for a minute every hour, which is 4 years. These medical researchers will leave a message in the post, explaining the progress of the research, what plants they need me to do in the other world, what cooperative research they need me to do, and everything will be settled in that post. We'll have an exchange every 4 years. I hope that the countless netizens of the modern era can help me find a way to explore the other world. When Li Shengzhong thought of this, he silently put on his VR glasses. Whoosh! He opened his eyes and saw a luxurious palace and secret chamber. For Li Shengzhong, his 40 years of life was too short. It was as if this wonderful world, as the alchemy emperor Grantham, and his wonderful wizard life were his true self. Since I've already conquered the world, I'll start to do what I like without restraint. What did he like? Of course, it was farming. Year 415 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Grantham, the great alchemist, began to work on the development of alchemy. He was the most ambitious emperor-lord in human history and had never committed any atrocities. He was valiant and extremely charming. He opened up the path of alchemy machinery construction, promoted the development of alchemy pharmaceutics, and established the Babylon Sorcerer Academy, Half-Orc Sorcerer Academy, and Char-Royal Academy. He had set up the Alchemy Department, Potions Department, and Sorcerer Department in the Sorcerer Academy system. These were the three major basic sorcerer subjects. Every 3 years, a witch mentor would lead the students to the neighboring kingdom for an inter-academy competition to distribute the academy's resources. Extremely powerful and talented witches would appear in almost every generation. They would lead each era and then enter the royal palace to become ministers of the kingdom. They would serve the great alchemy emperor and listen to his teachings. He also abolished slavery and advocated equality for all living beings. He also began to deliberately protect the giant beasts, asking the witches to reduce their hunting of monsters and giant beasts, and protect the ecosystem civilization to avoid being endangered. As the unrivaled great lord of his generation, he was regarded as the dream lover of countless women. Even many talented and beautiful witches from sorcerer academies had silently fallen in love with him, hoping to be his lover. However, the alchemy emperor was silently protecting the 7 sleeping young witches, studying alchemy potions in an attempt to extend their lifespans. Great, heroic, mysterious, invincible, deep love. Alchemy emperor had made many contributions to the world, and countless people had written a song of praise for him. Year 422 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The alchemy midweaves and totem arrays had been completely formed, and the alchemy era had begun. The geniuses of the Sorcerer Academy had emerged one after another, and the dazzling geniuses were like the endless stars in the sky. In the same year, the wizard book Gate of Truth was released. The great creator once said that the reason why humans were called intelligent species was because they could use tools. The wizards represent the search for the truth and the pursuit of knowledge. As long as I am given endless knowledge, I can shake the whole world. These 2 sentences came from the opening 2 sentences of the alchemy book Gate of Truth, which was cast by alchemy emperor Grantham. This had completely laid the foundation of the sorcerer world's civilization. Year 423 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The alchemy lord led the witch alchemy geniuses of the Wizard Academy to create the world miracle Adolf. It was an alchemy giant that was as huge as a mountain. With 30,000 slimes as the eternal source of power, the giant of Adolf held a huge shovel and dug through the surface at every moment to explore the end of the underground. It was as if it was a real living creature, as huge and towering as a mountain. Every day, countless witches sent truckloads of food and meat for the alchemy giant to eat. 3 years later, a magnificent abyssal black hole began to appear on the surface of the Charles Canyon. The depths of this endless pit were shaking all the time. The people in the nearby towns called it the Alchemy Cave, Tartarus, in horror. In their native language, it symbolized the devouring of darkness and indescribable fear. Such a terrifying giant is digging through the ground every day, causing such a terrifying hole to appear. The great alchemy lord has reached an unprecedented level of alchemy in the past few years. The giants are eating and digging the ground without stopping, almost like gods. If it wasn't for the witches who replaced the worn parts regularly, we would have thought that they were real living giants. Such a miracle was simply appalling to the people of Babylon. Su Ji was rendered speechless by this. Previously, this man had made 5 or 6 tentacles in his small sandy courtyard and dug holes like crazy. He wanted to mine, but he did not expect to return to his old profession and start to dig holes in the ground again. He really didn't change. The mysterious and exquisite palace of Babylon. On both sides were totem pillars carved with intricate magic patterns, and the white dome shone with a faint light. In the upper part of the oval-shaped hall, on a throne carved in white, sat a tall and handsome man who was 3 meters tall. His body was like a Greece statue, perfect like a god from northern Europe. His eyes were deep as he sighed. That year, the great Sumerian hero king, Gilgamesh, explored the edge of the entire world. He was the one who told us that the sky was round and the earth was square. However, he explored the 4 poles, but he did not explore the upper and lower poles. Today, I, Grantham, the great alchemy emperor of the Babylonian era, will completely perfect the people's understanding of this world. The history recorded by humans is a history of courage and hymns. It records the courage of our ancestors to fight and explore nature. Let me be this ancestor. The witch minister held her breath. This was a historical moment, and no praise could describe the greatness of this existence. This was a glory that the Babylon kingdom had never seen before. The current prosperity of Babylon had reached the peak of its civilization's history. It was completely comparable to the ancient and brilliant Sumerian era, which had only appeared briefly. Their king was a man of great talent and strategy, and he was no less inferior than Gilgamesh had been back then. A moment later, a stunningly beautiful girl in a wizard's robe appeared at the entrance of the palace and walked into the hall. She knelt down slightly, her face grave, and held her staff in a fanatical manner. Our great king of Babylon. The alchemy monarch. The lord of the sorcerer world. Adolf has already explored the limits of the ground for us. This piece of land is 300,000 feet deep, and beyond that is the end of the earth. We can't continue digging. Su Ji had naturally set the territorial boundaries of this sandbox world. No one could walk out of the sandbox from any place, so naturally, they could not dig through the ground. 30,000 meters. In the royal palace, a long sigh and a soft whisper could be heard. If there is poverty underground, then what about the heavens? He sat on the throne and looked up. His eyes were deep and distant, as if he could see through the endless blue sky outside the palace. The heavens are mysterious and unknown. In the heavens, the gods lived. When the three witches died, Mercury, the god of wisdom, descended from the heavens and created three great miracles, a monument of flowers, a fragrant rain of blood, and the elegy of fate. Today, follow me to the sky and search for the legendary land of gods, Achilles. Pay your respects to the gods in the sky and thank them for their gifts to the people on earth. In the Babylonian language, Achilles had a meaning, the place where the gods lived. Scribe. Your subject is here. A woman in a beautiful dark red magus robe stepped forward. I'll use the history that I've ordered my people to write, the spear of the flourishing witch, to record everything that has happened. In the year 428 of the kingdom of Babylon, Grantham, the great alchemy emperor, used the power of the entire country to build the Hanging Garden of Babylon, hoping to ascend to the 9 heavens and seek an audience with the gods. He muttered softly and shook his cane slightly. Boom! Ripples appeared on the ground. The entire royal palace began to shake. Boom! After countless years, the palace of the king of Babylon had long become a war airship, and it was even larger than the one he had used before. It was another terrifying and unprecedented alchemy creation, powered by 30,000 slimes. It was a world-class miracle creation comparable to Adolf the Babylonian Sky Garden. Ka ka ka! The entire palace of Babylon was filled with countless buildings, flowers, and trees. They rose from the ground and flew into the sky, straight up into the firmament. Its entire body was made of the giant beast's snow-white bone armor and solid wood. It looked like a giant J-20 combat aircraft. On the back of the plane, there were countless exquisite buildings and palaces. The plane's body was streamlined with wings, and its body was as beautiful as a fish. The entire royal palace was in the front of the cockpit. Heavens, what is that? That's the entire palace of Babylon. It actually flew up. On the ground, the shadow of the giant plane blocked the sun and cast darkness. Countless people walked out of the streets and looked up. In the huge cockpit. Let me see, what world is above the sky? Li Shengzhong sat on the throne with a wooden cane in his hand. He looked extremely majestic as he lowered his eyes. The native gods of the other world would definitely be very surprised to see the plane I made, right? Perhaps my intelligence might be noticed. Ascend to godhood, light up the divine fire, and become the god of alchemy who controls the world Grantham. In front of him was a group of beautiful witch ministers. These traditional witches were the most powerful geniuses in the world. They were dressed in the dark red robes of the sorcerer's palace and had a mysterious coat of arms of Babylon on their chests. Half of their white and round legs were exposed. They were beautiful, pure and beautiful. They held staffs in their hands and stood respectfully in front of the king. Li Shengzhong, you are too much. As a traveler from the Magus world, instead of focusing on alchemy, podi-wondering, or treating my illness. They even made such a big plane and wanted to fly to the 9 heavens with the ministers of the Babylon kingdom to find the gods? Are you looking for the legendary land of the gods in the Babylon kingdom, Achilles? Su Ji just happened to come out of his family's warehouse. He took out the super high-power fan that he had bought himself and revealed a strange smile. "You're so carefree. Looks like you're just like the racer of Mount Harana. You've never been beaten by society." Chapter 64, Eye of the Storm. In the Magus world, a rank 6 legend could fly. In the past, Medusa, the great lord of death, had also thought of flying to the limits of the sky, exploring the top of the sky, and searching for the land of the gods. However, the sky of this world was too high. According to the records, Emperor Medusa had indeed explored the top of the sky. It was the same as the bottom of the ground, which was also 10,000 meters. Li Shengzhong sat on the throne. He was extremely cautious about this journey to seek an audience with the gods. But even for Medusa, the great lord of death, it is extremely difficult to fly to the limit. And it consumes lot of mental power. Back then, she flew to a height of 300,000 feet and flew horizontally across the screen wall for a short period of time. She was exhausted and had no choice but to go down. The alchemy monarch frowned slightly. Back then, Medusa did not have enough magic power to continue exploring the sky, but I am different. My world-class wonder, the Babylonian Sky Garden, is enough to explore all the way on the wall of the sky and achieve long-lasting endurance. The respectful witch ministers stood on both sides, but he stood on the hanging garden of Babylon and looked up at the endless blue sky. He whispered, "Since there are gods in the sky, there must be a gap in the heavenly barrier. That opening must be the entrance to the land of the gods. What are you blindly thinking about? A gap in the sky? No. Definitely not." Su Ji was completely speechless. In their eyes, Su Ji was a giant of 100,000 feet. A sky of 30,000 feet, which was 3 times Su Ji's height, was the barrier of this world. The sky is the same as the ground and the surroundings. You won't be able to find a loophole. But now, if they could not find anything special, it would mean that Su Ji's lie was about to be exposed. There were no gods in the sky at all. This world was a huge lie, Truman's world. They believed that there was a gap in the sky that led to the land of the gods. In that case, Su Ji had to make a gap to avoid being exposed. At that thought, Su Ji had no choice but to pick up a large, black standing fan in the orchard. He began to pull up the wires and plugs, set it up, and aimed it at the air not far away. Fortunately, I was prepared. I'll open a small hole in the sky at the edge of the sandbox. However, I want to set up a powerful electric fan not far away from the gap in the sorcerer world and blow it wildly. I said, above the 9 heavens, there must be endless world-destroying astral winds. Any mortal who tries to ascend to the heavens and ignite the divine fire will be struck down to the mortal world. The strong wind in the sky was created by a powerful fan. The plain channels of the various worlds were white water pipes buried in the ground. Just thinking about it made him feel a little emotional. Year 429 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The Babylonian Sky Garden had been flying along the screen wall at the top of the sky for more than 5 months. It had descended 3 times along the way to replenish its power source. At this time, it had already explored more than half of the sky above the world. Thinking back to the Sumerian era, the Sumerian warriors would take more than 20 years to explore 2 ends of the world even on the fastest giant beast. Today's Babylon kingdom only needed more than a year to explore the entire sky of the world. This was all because of the world-class alchemy wonder, the Hanging Garden of Babylon. It was a super-large alchemy plane. Technology was the production force of all things, and knowledge was power. On this day, Li Shengzhong stood at the edge of the fence of the Hanging Garden of Babylon and looked at the blue sky in the distance. Suddenly, he saw a magnificent sky scene in the distance. What is that? In the distance. And NBSP, a rapidly distorting transparent air current began to madly spread, surging and engulfing, forming a storm. It gave people a sense of trepidation. The entire huge Hanging Garden of Babylon was already somewhat unstable even from a distance of 1,000 meters. Your Majesty! Countless witch ministers walked out respectfully. Ha 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 ha! Li Shengzhong finally laughed wildly. He stood up and looked at the endless storm. After exploring the sky for 7 months, I finally found it. As expected, there is a gap in the sky, and this gap can lead up to 30,000 meters. After the eye of the wind, it is the place of the gods. Grantham held a staff in his left hand and a shield in his right. He was quietly watching the terrifying storm in the distance. Behind him, several witch ministers stood quietly. Your Majesty, that storm is too terrifying. We might not be able to. Someone reminded him in a low voice. Yeah, it's indeed terrifying, Li Shengjiang muttered. Even if he looked at the storm from a distance, the terrifying power of the storm was suffocating, let alone passing through. But I still want to try. Li Shengjiang clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with endless ambition and determination. I'm already here, so why am I still hesitating? In my glorious life, I created a civilization in another world and spread technology. After spending countless years, I have finally reached the legendary land of the gods. How can I remain stagnant? I have my own ambitions. He was now a peak rank 6 magus, but his aptitude was far inferior to Medusa, the Emperor of Death. He had not broken through to rank 7 in all these years, and he even had a feeling that he might not have the opportunity to break through to rank 7 in his life, to reach the height that Medusa had reached in the end. After all, he wasn't some god's favored child. He clearly understood that his strengths were in alchemy, farming, and research, not in cultivation. He did not even develop his own unique witchcraft ability, and still used the witchcraft of the 3 witches. However, now that he had put on Grantham, he had crossed a major realm. At the peak of the 6th level, he had the power of the peak of the 7th level, which was comparable to Gilgamesh, the most powerful hero king in history. Back then, when Hermes, the god of wisdom, descended upon Babylon, he once told the 3 witches that Gilgamesh had the power of a false god. In that case, I am now equivalent to a false god. Can I pass through this storm and reach the land of the gods, Achilles? His eyes were burning with a strong anticipation. You guys, wait here. He leaped up lightly with the staff in his hand. It was as if he was stepping on an invisible staircase, climbing up step by step and into the endless storm in the sky. Boom! The storm was roaring. Today, the mortals on the ground, the kingdom of Babylon, shall be my audience with the gods in the heavens. Hwalala! The invisible storm was like a sickle, cutting his alchemy skin and blowing him far away. It was difficult for him to stabilize his body, but in front of Li Shengjiang, it was like a leisurely walk. King! The king has become so powerful over the years. The witches behind him were all excited. Their king's strength had already reached an inconceivable level. Just this move was beyond their imagination. This fellow has become terrifyingly strong after defeating Medusa all these years. He is simply inhuman. When Su Ji saw this, he frowned slightly and felt a little frightened. This fan isn't for normal household use. It's for industrial use and is extremely expensive. It's more than 20,000 RMB each. There was a world-ending flood previously, and I was planning to clean up the sand if anything happened. I wanted to create a world-ending storm, but who knew I'd be using it here? The strength of the first block is already strong enough to turn the pages of a Xinhua dictionary quickly and then easily blow it away. But now, he could even blow away a dictionary. It was simply unbelievable that he couldn't blow away a small ant in the air. Your courage is commendable, but I can't let you come up. Su Ji's expression became calm again. He had not had the chance to test the power of a wizard before, but now, he could do a power assessment, just like he had done to test Gilgamesh's power back then. Second gear. Su Ji sat on a chair in the distance and pressed a remote control. The wind accelerated, and the horsepower of the car was already extremely terrifying. Standing in front of the wind, it was already hard to breathe. If it was opened elsewhere, some paper boxes and leaves on the trees would instantly be swept away and fall, making a rustling sound. But one step. I, Li Shengjiang, have reincarnated into another world, the Alchemy Emperor. I'm not weaker than anyone in my life. What can a mere path to heaven do to me? A mere foreign world's aboriginal deity. Li Shengjiang's face was firm, and his body was as firm as a great god. With a strong personal will, he stepped in the air. The force of the wind suddenly doubled, making it difficult for him to move. Springs protection. Wind barrier. Invisible body of Qi. Death barrier. Rays of light of various colors overflowed as terrifying sorcery was cast. Li Shengjiang gritted his teeth and held his staff. He actually resisted such a terrifying hurricane. He took another step forward. In this world, no one can stop me, not even the gods. Fifth gear. In an instant, Su Ji pressed the remote control and switched from second gear to the maximum gear. Boom! The air current that had exploded in an instant exploded and turned into the roar of an invisible beast. Roar! The instantaneous power of this industrial fan had reached the level of a typhoon's terrorist attack. It blew over the seats. Li Shengjiang, the little ant, could not hold on any longer. It was as if his entire body was involved in a transparent storm with thin air. When he was hit from the air, he had no power to resist at all. Bang! Li Shengjiang was shot down and seriously injured. In the Hanging Garden of Babylon, countless witches were horrified and quickly cast sorcery to catch the falling alchemy emperor. I've roamed the other world my entire life and have never tasted defeat. I didn't expect to fall here today. Li Shengjiang's face was miserable as he looked at the eternally unchanging violent gale in the sky. I'm already unrivaled in this world, but I can't even enter the land of gods. This wind is too terrifying. It's like an eternal source of power, and this storm will not stop for thousands of years. Li Shengjiang was extremely shocked. He had thought that he was invincible in the entire world, but now he realized that he was just a tiny ant that was not even noticed by the gods in the sky. Perhaps, in their eyes, he was just a small and insignificant mortal who could only live for a few hundred years. He would become a speck of dust in history when they slept and opened their eyes. Whether it existed or not, what did it have to do with them? Being weak was an original sin. I'm just a little bit away from breaking through to rank 8. The legendary level 8 mythical wizard. We should be able to break through this storm and reach the 9 heavens. Li Shengjiang's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and showed great shock. Then, he silently made up his mind and left in a daze. As long as I break through level 7 and reach Medusa's level, I'll have the power of a level 8 mythical wizard when I wear Grantham. The Spear of the Flourishing Witch recorded. Year 429 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Grantham, the great alchemy emperor, rode on the world-class wonder Babylonian sky garden and arrived at the top of the sky. He searched for the land of the gods and encountered the eye of the storm, Digance. Unable to cross, he presented himself to the gods in the sky. Chapter 65, the third test of the evolution sandbox world. When Su Ji saw this, he nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Don't blame me for attacking you. You're the one who's looking for trouble, and you're also looking for trouble for me. Do you think this fan doesn't consume power? This kind of high power wastes a lot more electricity than air conditioning. Don't you think my orchard's electricity bill is free? He was calm and composed. After shattering the confidence of a certain transmigrator, he returned to the sandbox in the orchard, sat on the chair, and silently ate the apple. I'll leave this fan here. If anyone comes close to the sky, I'll continue to blow them down to the land of all gods. He seemed to be relieved, but he was secretly on guard. I'm still too weak. According to their power system, I'm only a rank 1 magus. I'm a super newbie. A lie I made up was almost blown apart. The civilization of the natives of the sandbox world had evolved too quickly. Under the leadership of a certain person, they were frantically exploring the edge of the world in search of the gods in the sky. A level 7 legendary sorcerer was indeed terrifying. Only a typhoon with a force of over 10 could blow away an ant like him. Even this little ant could easily kill an adult with its current strength. This level is already a threat, but what about the next level? Every rank of a magus will undergo a qualitative change, and their strength will increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. A level 7 epic sorcerer was not too terrifying due to the size of an ant. However, once he reached level 8 mythical wizard, the limitation of his body size would no longer be a problem. He would be invincible. A tiny ant that could fly in the air, a creature that was not even the size of a grain of rice, could fly everywhere, hold a staff, and cast forbidden spells in a large area. It was enough to slaughter modern humans. At present, it's fortunate that a level 8 mythical wizard has yet to appear. This is only the level of theoretical sorcery proposed by the 3 witches back then. Su Ji frowned slightly. Back then, the 3 witches had inadvertently revealed information from Mercury, the god of wisdom. From there, they were divided into level 6 legendary, level 7 epic, and level 8 mythical wizard realms. After all, according to the Sumer's historical records, Gilgamesh had guessed that he was one major realm stronger than the 3 witches, who had been level 6. In other words, he was level 7. Mercury had called him a false god back then, which meant that the next level for Gilgamesh, who was a level 8 wizard, should be a god. Hence, they were known as level 8 mythical wizards. I didn't expect that my casual words back then would cause them to make wild guesses and create something out of nothing. They set down the division of realms, and it came true so quickly. I'm currently at level 7 epic, and the legendary level 8 mythical wizard has yet to appear. I have to think of a way to guard against it, as well as a plan. At that realm, one would already be a terrifying god. Even though he was a god of the sorcerer world, even though he was only the size of an ant. However, if such a monster really appears, I can release a little ant from the sorcerer world, a great sovereign, or a mythical sorcerer, and they can still cause a destructive blow to human society. An ant flying around madly, waving a staff around and massacring humans on the streets. Just thinking about it is terrifying. An unbelievable thought came to Su Ji's mind. This is a civilization from a high-dimensional supernatural world, even if I set their biological size to be very small. Su Ji frowned slightly. Besides, the sky above the sorcerer world, the land of gods, has to be built. Sooner or later, someone will reach level 8 and then explore Achilles. When that happens, there will be no way to hide the lie. Being a master of creation was quite a sad thing. In fact, the reason why he could develop and advance so quickly was probably because of his small body. The smaller the body, the easier it was to attract the condensation of energy and cause a terrifying qualitative change. As for the power of qualitative change, even if the body was small and the qualitative change energy was only a trace, it was not something that ordinary people could resist. The further they developed, the smaller their sizes became, the more advantageous they were compared to their huge bodies. At this very moment, in the orchard, Su Ji was dealing with the rebellion incident against the Creator on a daily basis. After the little brother who was vainly trying to ascend to heaven called back, Su Ji received a call from Chen Shi. "My dear, I'm at school now. I'm here to tell you that I'm safe." A soft voice came from the other side. Su Ji laughed and completely forgot about the bad attitude he had shown when he was trying to deal with a certain fellow. His tone became gentle as well. "It's good that you're safe. Don't worry. I'll buy you a computer online and send it over. Remember to open the box and sign for it. When the third beta testing begins, you can start playing once the quota is over." Oh. The other party was very excited. Su Ji and Chen Shi chatted on the phone for a while longer before he quietly hung up. "We were talking about the third beta. Now that someone is rebelling, I almost forgot about this." He thought about it. Although Li Shengzhong was still inside, at this rate, he still had at least more than 100 years to live. That was just one day. If the netizens outside helped to continue, there might still be a few hundred years. It would only take a few days in real life, so Su Ji could not be bothered to pay him any attention. Taking advantage of these few days, it was time to prepare the biological sandbox for leisure evolution and the third beta test. After all, this was his foundation and the source of the emergence of extraordinary species. He still wanted to let Chen Shi in. "I have to evolve more species." Su Ji thought for a moment. "Furthermore, the Sky Island is the land of all gods. What a headache! How can I get it out?" Previously, he was still doing research in high spirits, developing a new species of bug ape and perfecting the world. Now that he had tasted the sweetness, he was completely washing his hands off the work. Since there was a group of free workers, why not use them to perform species? But now, it was once again his turn to come up with his own ideas and design a land of all gods. Su Ji was dumbfounded again. "Forget it, let's talk about it in the third beta." Su Ji then spent a few hours thinking about new third beta testing ideas at night. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. He made an announcement, and after confirming that there were no mistakes or omissions, he posted it on the official forum. Spore Evolution Closed Beta version 0.3 is officially updated. Many netizens are looking forward to the third beta testing and open more beta testing slots. Now, at the request of the vast number of netizens, the game will be open for the third beta testing and 30 slots will be open. As usual, the forum was in an uproar once the news was out. Chapter 66, Our World, the Heavens, and the Myriad Worlds. Spore Evolution 0.3 Closed Beta version, the update log was as follows. 1.30 beta tester slots will be opened, and the maximum number of online players can reach 180. Players are welcome to apply for the second and third beta testing slots by email. The content of the application was still in the form of a biological paper, expressing his understanding of evolution in the game, what species would be evolved after entering the sandbox game, and explaining the feasibility and rationality of the species. This would be used as the review of the closed beta. 3. Due to technical limitations, the game cannot provide more slots for players in a short period of time. In order to allow other players to enter the game experience, the game still adhered to the survival of the fittest. The last 20 players from the 150 previous beta players will be eliminated. The specific quota is: Little pigs love life. Headshot from 800 miles away. I'll punch you. In this third test, 20 people were eliminated and 30 people were added. In reality, there were 50 people. For the game's background setting and worldview are entirely up to the players to explore on their own to increase the fun of the game. The final explanation is reserved by the official developers. Which large-scale games update didn't have a long story? Suji, however, was different. He couldn't be bothered to write so much. His update log was very short, and every update content revealed a strong sense of hardcore. It was as if he didn't care about the players' feelings at all. Suji's goal was very clear. It was the players' hair. He wanted to skin these players with liver cirrhosis, sacrifice his hairline, become balding, rack his brains, write and deduce various papers, evolution plans, and work hard to open up his brain holes to help himself DIY evolve species. The racer of Mount Harana, who was already starting to balk, was a prime example. Work hard, you've become bald, and you've become stronger. Since the third beta testing problem has been solved and I've posted an update log, I should go out and buy some food. Suji rode his bicycle and left the yard. Although Chen Shi had said that he could freeload a meal at Li Zheng's house after he left, how could Suji feel good about it? He still planned to cook for himself. In the sandbox world in the yard, he was the master of creation who madly squeezed out the remaining value of others. He wanted to squeeze every drop of blood out of the laborers, but in reality, he was still quite kind and still paid a lot of attention to his own face. I feel like I'm a keyboard warrior. I'm crazy online, but I'm as kind as ever in reality. Suji touched his thick hair and depreciated himself very calmly, but he did not show any signs of regret. Life should be self-entertainment. After all, although he was in the final stage of cancer, there was already hope for a cure. He leisurely rode his bicycle through the country roads, the fresh air, and the farmland scenery. He went to the county to buy a lot of vegetables and meat, sausages, braised meat, and fruits. Then he rode back and put them in the refrigerator. These dishes should be enough for a few days. After all, I still have a delicious dish like the final chicken. Suji was thinking about a certain someone again. Furthermore, the previous suggestion has also caused the large number of botanical players who have just appeared in the orchard to start evolving. However, as plants, they still can't help but run around wildly. Now, in the mini-evolution sandbox, there were always some silly players who had promised to be a quiet tree, standing for eternity, and being a quiet, beautiful man. However, they could not stand the loneliness and evolved into a bunch of green plants with roots running all over the ground. He even shamelessly said that he had transformed. A tree like me would run away, why not? For example, Suji was now walking back to his courtyard. Wah! Brothers, run away from the beast path. The boss giant is back. Shepang District 3 Transport Committee has a reminder, there were thousands of paths, but the beast path was the first. The beast path is not far away, 2 lines of tears for a loved one. What are you grumbling about, run! A pile of oddly shaped green plants, which had been quietly rooted in the soil, suddenly pulled out a few roots and dragged themselves along the soil. Ta ta ta! They ran away madly in an extremely strange posture. In an instant, there was not a single plant on the entire beast path, turning it into a bare sandy road. Suji was stunned. He carried the bags of various sizes across the bare path that was more than 10 meters long and came to the house. These animals are getting more and more shameless. As soon as Suji walked into the house, a bunch of miniature plants in the yard suddenly popped up again. They sneakily looked around for a moment, then quickly stepped on the roots and returned to the beast path in a frenzy. They took root on the spot and made a plant. Don't push, you're stepping on me. So be it. Your roots are entangling me. Are you trying to flirt with me? Brother, over there. I was standing there just now. You're snatching my spot. You're playing dead? Did he really think that he was a plant? The lighting in my place is super good. You actually snatched away my lush green leaves? Come, let's have a one-on-one fight. In an instant, after Su Ji had left, the group of plants ran back to where they had been and took root. The entire road turned back into a lush forest, and the original shape of a road could not be seen at all. Of course, somewhere in the luxuriant forest, two trees were already wrestling with each other. They were excitedly playing a wrestling competition. Brother, pull his leaves. That's right, Li Tui. He dared to snatch the place where you grew up. Pfft. One of the tree's fruits exploded and sprayed the other tree's face. The corrosive liquid was all over the tree. You actually poisoned it. You don't have any competitive spirit. Esports doesn't need to be fair. This brother is really wretched. He evolved to have the ability to hide poison in his fruit and use it as a bomb to smash people. No wonder he dared to snatch someone else's position. This is the natural selection. A plant like you is too weak and can't get a good position. You're destined to be eliminated, picking nose. Around them, a bunch of trees were making sarcastic remarks and cheering wildly. Of course, while they were watching, there were also people who were chatting and whispering to each other. They were discussing excitedly. This update has caused a huge uproar. The medical students outside are all complaining, saying that this isn't a medical thesis. They've already prepared their research papers. Isn't that so? Now that the game is in beta, the outside world is going crazy. Everyone is writing biology papers in excitement. I suspect that this game has awakened the M attribute of us netizens and turned us into masochists. The more we torture, the more excited we become. So the giant boss in the yard is really an invincible NPC, the legendary creator. He's the background character of the sandbox, used to entertain the atmosphere of the sandbox. We wanted to beat him up before. He's really like a lantern in a cesspit, looking for shit. The racer of Mount Harana is the one who's panicking the most. He even tried to poison the creator's food with feces. The ignorant are fearless. Su Ji had just returned to the house. He took out bags of white and black supermarket plastic bags on the table and put them into the refrigerator. He was quite relaxed and comfortable. After all, those little ants who lived in the yard outside had already gotten used to it. They naturally couldn't see him since he was carrying a plastic bag. In their eyes, he was just a blurry giant of light. Anything modern would be blocked by the nest sub-brain. He frowned slightly. They actually know that I'm a creator? Su Ji thought for a moment, then went to the computer and quietly logged into the forum. Because if there were any unexpected events that they didn't understand, they should just go to the forum. Here, these little guys who loved to show off couldn't hide any secrets at all. Su Ji rummaged through it and understood the truth. It turned out that everything had happened because of a crazy post. Terrifying. The big shot Hunyuan Thunderbolt hand revealed the background of the sorcerer world in the game, and then connected it to the background of our sandbox world. The truth of the setting of the game Spore Evolution is that it is a myriad of worlds. Chapter 67, A Certain Someone's Crazy Imagination. The universe? Su Ji was shocked at the time. What the hell is this? Isn't my small and simple sandbox for you to evolve your species? Why does it have such a grand and vast world setting? How come I didn't know? Heavens and myriad worlds my ass. These people, are they plotting something? Are you trying to mess with me again? He quivered. He wasn't really an invincible creator, he was just a rank 1 magus hiding in a countryside orchard farming. It would be a joke if he was poisoned this time. He quickly clicked on the post and saw that the person who posted it was the super old fox, racer of Mount Harana. Su Ji picked up a cup of tea and read on carefully. He wanted to investigate the enemy camp and see what this guy was up to, so as to prevent trouble before it happened. The post was already quite lively. Hello, everyone. I'm the racer of Mount Harana. Yes, it's me again. The third beta test is starting this morning. I'm here to ride on the wave of popularity and post a post about my reasoning and background. To be honest, I have a very good relationship with Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand in private. I've talked to him before, and I've discovered some extremely terrifying things. The first one was definitely the most popular topic recently, the opening of a new map, the Sorcerer World. I'm sure everyone knows that a larger and more complete world map has appeared. The small map we had before was simply a super simple novice village. In other words, we've been playing for so long, but we haven't even left the novice village? Isn't he too hardcore? What a scary map! Production team, are you trying to brag? In the sorcerer world, everyone had their own AI and their own logical actions. It was as if every living person, even an animal, had their own logical actions. It was simply unimaginable. It was like a real different world. This was a terrifying amount of calculation that even 1,000 supercomputers would not be able to do. This black technology was countless times more advanced than modern technology. I'm an outsider in this field, so I won't discuss it further. Some professional big shots can make their own guesses. Second, the magic and spiritual power of the sorcerer world were not mentioned, but most of the various parameters were completely in line with reality. Some of you must have heard that in the evolution sandbox, a few physics experts had used an experiment together to test the gravitational acceleration in the game and found out that g was 9.788. These physical parameters were exactly the same as those on Earth. In other words, in the world of the game, Newton's second law F equals ma, which you learned, is completely applicable, as well as all kinds of classical physics mechanical formulas G equals mg, A equals gt. On the other hand, the physical parameters of the other world were somewhat strange, but the chemical reactions were roughly the same, just countless times slower. In the field of pharmacology, target cells, receptor cells, antibiotics, and the like were all useful. It was just that the plant species, fungi, and microorganisms in the other world were completely different. The native medicine in that world had to start from scratch. In addition, with the help of witchcraft, it could give birth to potions alchemy, which would surpass modern medicine. This was also the reason why Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, the big boss of technology, could use slime engines to open up biological alchemy in the other world, climb the technology tree, and become the great lord who controls alchemy and the door of truth. It was simply amazing. In this game, bad students would die. I feel that Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand's words are very practical, give me endless knowledge, and I can move the entire world. If you didn't have a high level of knowledge, you wouldn't be able to play it. In the real world, if you did well in your studies, you would only be a top student. However, in the real world, if you did well in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and other subjects, you might become a monarch or an emperor. An invincible alternate world. Science changes fate. After all, it was too realistic. The entire sandbox seemed like the real world. There were various parameters, physical laws, and chemical laws in reality, and there were no loopholes or bugs at all. In addition, you can also learn the spells inside. This is a very profound subject from another world. I even suspect that the parameters of the real Magus world are completely in line with reality. If we obtain the blood of the evil eye, can we also become magi in reality? Third, the advancement of the new map. For this, I'm very grateful for the support of Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand. This great lord spent 3 months in the wizard world and wrote a book called Wizard World Language Dictionary for the players outside. He even used the screenshot function to take a picture of it. Attached pictures, 1045. Someone asked me, why did I send out so many? Someone asked me, why did I shed tears of gratitude? Yes, it was that hardcore. We all know that this game is like a second life. It didn't have the system panel, it didn't level up, it didn't fight monsters, it didn't have any attribute data. In the sandbox, you were like a real spore, evolving a species. It was the same in this other world. Language and civilization had to be relearned. It was as if you had transmigrated to a real different world and were a living person. And the most exaggerated thing was that you became stronger in the other world and could fly in the air. That powerful invincibility was completely real. In other words, you could experience the terrifying strength of a great emperor. This hardcore realism was what made the game both love and hate. When the big shot went in before, he had to lay low for more than 3 years before he could secretly learn the language of the other world. Now, he has compiled a book for us, allowing us to greatly reduce the time we spend. If we have the ability to enter the other world, we won't have to take too many language detours. However, a new language is very difficult to learn. I've looked through it briefly and it doesn't belong to any language on Earth. The pronunciation is quite special and it's even harder than English. I'm addicted to games in college now. I haven't passed the set 4, so it's hard for me to graduate. Now, I'm going through another round. I don't want to live anymore. 4th, the world setting of spore evolution. This was the most important part. Do you still remember when everyone was secretly attacking the boss giant and flipping open the Book of Creation era on his chair? There were also screenshots, attached image 5. The Dark Cambrian period, the Light Cambrian period, the Newborn period, the Genesis period, and the Flourishing Witch period. According to the Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, I've looked through the past history of the sorcerer world. Guess what I found? This is the history book of the Sumerian civilization, the creation of the century, 102 stickers. You don't understand the language of the other world, and you can't understand it, but you can find the language dictionary of the sorcerer world from before and do a comparison and translation. One of the records was that the god of creation came to the sorcerer world to give civilization. The great beast of wisdom, 10,000 feet tall, with a white glow all over its body and a sacred face, trampling over the earth, mountains, and rivers. Everyone felt that this description was very similar to a certain someone. Later, a few hundred years later, the hero king developed the Sumerian civilization and tried to attack the god of creation. A great flood was sent down and the world was destroyed. Alright, my fellow gamers who love to learn, let's recall the sticker we flipped to earlier. Genesis chapter records. During the creation of the era, intelligent species appeared. The intelligent apes developed a tribal city-state civilization and drove away giant beasts, becoming the overlords of the era. However, they were cruel and violent. The heavens could not tolerate it, and a great flood descended from the sky, destroying all life. The third mass extinction began, and 99% of the creatures were wiped out. Look, it's also a record about the great flood that destroyed the world. It was the diary of the giant. At this point, everyone must have guessed it and made contact, right? The giant in our courtyard is the legendary god of creation. Furthermore, he had only used 7 days to create the Magus world. The historical records were as follows. On the first day, God said, "Let there be light," and so there was light. The next day, God said, "The direction of the water must be separated by air." And then there was the heavens. On the third day, God said, "All the water in the world must be gathered in one place, so that the dry land will be exposed." In the records, the 7 days of world creation was simply appalling. The following is my assessment of his combat power, as well as speculations on his background. The giant in the courtyard, in the ancient civilization of the sorcerer world, had once brought down a great flood. He was an invincible and terrifying existence that could easily destroy a huge civilized world. The Dark Cambrian period, the Radiant Cambrian period, the Newborn period. The long and vast epic eras and worlds had all been created by him. He was born at the beginning of nothingness, the beginning of the chaos between heaven and earth. He was the only existence that crossed the multiverse and countless dimensions. He transcended matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, the law of cause and effect, and everything that human beings knew in the past, present, and future. They could not understand his existence. It was infinite, eternal, and an abstract entity of the chaos of the entire multiverse. It did not belong to any space of the universe. It lived in the interlayer between dimensions, which was this small courtyard, and evolved all the species in the universe. The entire universe, time, space, and dimensions were all created by him. Su Ji was speechless. When he saw this, he was completely dumbfounded. I live in the interlayer of dimensions, evolving spores like you, the species of the universe? My place is just a small orchard in the countryside of Tongcheng. Chapter 68, the god of creation was also stunned. This racer of Mount Harana. He's poisonous. When Su Ji saw this, he showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was stunned for a long time. He really could imagine things. Back then, Su Ji had only used the worst resources to casually open up a sandbox. It was only 30 square meters, and he did not care about it once it was opened up, allowing them to develop freely. He was completely the type of wild child who was unloved by their parents. Su Ji's attention was all on the advancement of civilization in the sorcerer world. But now, these hardcore players, who had evolved into a small casual sandbox, had come up with the most magnificent game background in their minds and forcibly turned this small territory into a game of flowers. This group of social animals used the most miserable treatment to burst out with the most fanatical passion. Novice village? There's no such thing as a novice village. This is your only entertainment venue. Su Ji was speechless. As for the sorcerer world, breaking the world's channel and crossing the dimensional world. How was it for normal people? The difficulty of that was too high. Up until now, after so long, only 2 people could achieve it. Moreover, not everyone was like Li Shengzhong when they brought a new species to the other side. Many people would probably die after living for a few years. Li Shengzhong was just an exception. It was because it was cute, weak, and harmless. When it was discovered in the early stages, it could be used as ex-merchandise, reared, and sold. Its reproductive ability was also strong, and it had value, so it had a chance to survive and rise. Moreover, although it was weak, because it was a biological engine, it had the potential to rise up by pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. And you? Once that happened, the king would probably not live for more than a few years. The more powerful a demon was, the more likely it would be imprisoned or even exterminated. Do you think that you are heavenly dragon and can defeat the legendary and epic wizards of the wizard world? Do you think that you will not be cut into pieces for research? The Magus world was very resistant to demons. Since the tribal era, they had been persecuted by giant beasts and monsters, and were hostile to non-human creatures. An alchemy emperor was just a man in human skin, and he did not dare to expose his identity as a monster. He did not even dare to protect his monster population openly, but only secretly gave preferential treatment to the slime race. However, they still have expectations and are working hard to become stronger. This is extremely delightful to see. Su Ji revealed a strange look of a factory owner. I like people like you the most. Don't split the work and work like crazy for 7 or 8 hours a day. Even when you're bald, you can still find joy in the midst of suffering. You're madly posting and getting more and more excited. You can't wait to do more and evolve more extraordinary species with potential for me. As long as he didn't die from exhaustion, he would work until he died. Such an employee was the dream of any boss. Su Ji was very satisfied and happy to hear this. Anyway, it's a good thing to be able to evolve species and advance the development of civilization in my world. As for the dream of a second life, to go to a new world, 1 day in heaven, 100 years in hell, just thinking about it would do. Everyone, just obediently work in my little sandbox. He smiled brightly. He felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. So, he wasn't trying to mess with me. Do you want to mess with yourselves? Self-abuse? Crazily open up his liver? It was okay. Please do as you please, I'm not involved in the labor law anyway. He stood up and went to the side to pour a glass of water. Then, he returned to his chair and continued to read the comments to see what kind of waves he could come up with. At this very moment, the racer of Mount Harana continued to post excitedly, not knowing that someone had already set his eyes on him. As a creator, he was secretly competing with his online friends. Awesome, a creator like him, the supreme ruler, launched a great flood and destroyed an entire world. To think that I dared to provoke him before? Teary eyes, teary eyes. Everyone, look at the last page, Grand Wizard Era. I've only written half of it, and it matches the current era, the Wizard Era. However, according to the history of the sorcerer world, these sorcerer natives only knew that the Sumer era was the last founding era. If they knew that there were 3 long eras before the appearance of humans, each era lasting tens of thousands of years, and their human intelligent civilization was only a short 1,000 years old, they would probably be scared to death and collapse, right? Ha 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 ha, I'm looking forward to the expressions of the people inside. There was still one more thing. Previously, the people of the sorcerer world had been looking for the place where the creator, the great beast of wisdom, lived, but they could not find it at all. Now that I think about it, the place where the masters of creation lived was where we were. It was the interlayer of dimensions. A day in this higher dimension world was equivalent to 100 years outside. Then, here came the problem. Now, what do the spores in our yard mean to the god of creation? If I'm not wrong, the complete background setting of this game should be that the creator is creating the world and evolving all things. We players are the evolving spores that the creator put in his yard. When we've taken shape and have potential, the creator will send us to various worlds. This also means that we have become a new species evolved from spores, and we can walk out of the novice village. This game had such a setting for the novice village, wasn't it super cool? It was simply amazing. Crazily liking .jpg. Moreover, there is one more thing that can be verified. According to the explanation of the big shot Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, the evil eye that I evolved before, which is the big eye monster that I told you about, has already appeared in the Magus world. It had even pushed the sorcerer world's civilization and development forward, leading to the Three Witches' Blood of Evil Eye incident hundreds of years ago, and the rise of the path of extraordinary sorcerers. Without my evolution of the big-eyed monster, there would be no rise of human wizards. Just thinking about it gave him a sense of accomplishment, didn't it? My race has left a deep mark in this world. It has become the extraordinary cornerstone of the sorcerer world. This great sense of achievement is something that other online games can't experience. The final chicken that I evolved before also appeared in the sorcerer world. It's living in the desert and is also one of the native magical creatures. It was even injected with my final chicken's blood after being experimented on by the sorcerers of the sorcerer world, and it became a highly poisonous harpy. Thus, the Magus world, the half-orc kingdom, appeared. Damn, after hearing this news and seeing the screenshots of the handsome half-orc kingdom sent by the big boss, I felt so good. It felt like his life had reached its climax. Because of the species that I've worked so hard to evolve the final chicken, it directly led to the birth of a half-orc kingdom and a race in the sorcerer world. Every move we made, the evolved species, was perfecting a huge sorcerer world, triggering a large wave of history. Furthermore, according to my guess, it might not be just the Magus world, but the entire universe. The Racer of Mount Harana's detailed analysis sent countless people into a frenzy. They were instantly boiling with excitement. After all, the amount of information contained in this game was unprecedentedly huge. In an instant, it subverted everyone's three views on the game's spore evolution, and stimulated too many of their nerves. Wah! So, we still haven't left the novice village. CK. If it wasn't for the analysis of the big boss, we wouldn't have known that the background setting of this game was so vast. It was so detailed and perfect. And there's such a clever horror setting. Yes. The background of this sandbox game was too cool. Suji was among the netizens, nodding his head frantically. Suji also said, "Before I read your post, I had no idea that I had such a terrifying background setting." Undoubtedly, at this moment, even the creator himself was dumbfounded when he saw such a well-adjusted and meticulous reasoning post. Chapter 69, How was a bootlicker refined? After reading the post, even Suji himself was a little excited. It was simply too exquisite. Even Suji himself felt like blowing up after reading such a complicated and ingenious game background setting. After watching the video, they felt their blood boil and had a strong desire to enter the game and start to realize their glorious life in another world. The netizens who did not know what was going on were naturally even more excited. You're blowing up the production team. Hardcore is hardcore, but is there anyone who is super friendly to US players? It's just that there are too few closed beta slots, so I can only treat you as cloud players who are watching you play games and browse the forums to satisfy your cravings, tears. It's too scary. Playing this game makes us love to learn. At first, it was biology and chemistry. Then, it was medical pharmacology. After that, I thought it would be physics, chemistry, and so on. Who knew it would be language? Sudden change in style. It's too terrifying. If we can enter the Magus world, we'll have to learn the native language of the other world again. He had to learn a new foreign language before he could play games. Was there anything scarier? I can't even learn English, wailing. From the looks of it, this game might really become a second life, serious face. It turns out that the most high-end legendary map appeared from the very beginning, the dimensional courtyard where the creator lived, the place of origin of all creation. The creator was evolving us, unicellular and spore. No wonder he came to check on the evolution progress of our species regularly. To think we wanted to fight the boss before. Wah! Thinking about this, I, a little ant, want to run over and lick the feet of the creator. There are many benefits to pleasing the creator. I also want to lick his feet. Leg licking +1. Hehe, you bootlickers are really shameless. I'm different, I want to lick his sexy chest hair too. Humph. You're blaspheming the creator. As the only existence in the world that transcends countless dimensions, time and space, cause and effect, and ethics, How can there be a setting like chest hair? I'll beat you up, you bastard. Some cute girls started to defend him. They expressed that they had already become fans of the game. The supreme god of creation was too handsome and elegant. Even eating an apple was super handsome, far more handsome than anime, TV series, and stars. He should be made into a pillow or a 2D figurine. I found out that the legendary god of creation likes to sit on the chair in the courtyard and eat apples. Ha ha ha, you like snow pears too. There's hope for me to become a plant. I want to evolve into a very delicious plant and grow fruits to please the god of creation who is creating species. This will definitely trigger the hidden plot. Let me evolve the delicious plant. It was delicious, sweet, 8 times more protein than beef, and it would even deliver itself to the mouth. I want my idol to eat my cute little sweetheart, shy. A bunch of dogs. Su Ji sat in front of his computer and read the crazy discussions on the forum. There were all kinds of hot ridicule and laughter. Suddenly, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the information about the wizard world revealed by Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand would cause such a drastic change on the online forum. Previously, he had wanted to eat fruits, so he had duped them into staying in his orchard and evolving into a plant. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen now. Taking the initiative to act as food and delivering it to his door? The gourmet species plan was about to be realized. I'm in for a good meal, and my happy farm life in the future. Su Ji continued to observe in secret. Suddenly, he could not help but secretly post a post on the forum, fanning the flames. Don't forget that the god of creation actually loves to eat the final chicken. Yet, all of a sudden, countless players in the forum came to a realization. Instantly, countless players entered the game, frantically searching for the racer of Mount Harana who had just finished posting and was now on the sand. At this very moment, the racer of Mount Harana was leading his final chickens to reproduce on the spot. After the food extinction incident, he had finally managed to reproduce the chickens with great difficulty. Chen Wenchen looked at the group of enthusiastic players running toward him and laughed. It's finally here. Sure enough, everyone is looking at me with such fanatical admiration. It must be because of my tall and handsome post just now, a wave of exquisite reasoning, and a large number of fans. Quick, catch him! Brothers, let's sacrifice the final chicken and trigger the hidden plot. Yes, he was the one who took the lead to provoke the masters of creation. We'll capture him and offer him as a sacrifice so that we can seek the forgiveness of the masters of creation. An extremely terrifying scene appeared in the lush forest. Countless exotic beasts of all shapes and sizes, 8-tentacled, 9-legged, and hundreds of pairs of eyes charged madly at the final chicken's race, quickly crushing it. Chen Wenchen was speechless. You guys are poisonous. I just finished posting, and I came in on purpose. I made a handsome pose on the spot. I wanted to enjoy your admiring gazes, not to get beaten up. Run! He wasn't stupid and quickly sped away. Who did I offend? Chen Wenchen was in a bad mood and tears were streaming down his face. How did things turn out like this? He was running away like crazy. He was hiding in the forest and panting heavily. These damn bootlickers! I kindly posted a post to unravel the puzzle and explain such a powerful game world setting to you, but you guys turned the tables on me? He was gasping for air, but he didn't notice that behind him, a bunch of lush trees were secretly blinking. Look, what did we find? It's a lone racer of Mount Harana, we can try to catch one. A racer of Mount Harana can provide us with a few days' worth of energy. They're rich in protein and are the favorite of the creator. However, it's not easy to deal with. We'll slowly approach it from behind. SHH. Be careful and don't make any noise. Pfft. A group of trees quietly pulled up their roots and sneakily approached, swarming forward. Goo goo goo. The shrill cry of the rooster could be heard. Hey! We actually caught it. It's struggling very hard. Be careful. He had already gone crazy and was biting. Oh no, he was biting the tree, he was biting the tree. Hurry up! Block his mouth. I caught it. The final chicken's poison is all on its head, so we just have to turn it around and we can eat it. Its protein content is 6 times that of beef. Of course, if we're not in a hurry, we can roast it first, it'll be more delicious that way. Yes, they're crunchy and taste like chicken, but don't eat too much, and don't eat their king, the racer of Mount Akina. After all, they're going to stay and reproduce, and we're going to sacrifice this race to the great creator. A group of trees gradually walked away. Hwala! A cool breeze blew. As the racer of Mount Harana resisted, his chicken feathers fell all over the ground. Like an innocent young man who had been stripped naked, he stood on the spot with a face full of question marks and confusion. He had a mental breakdown. He had started to doubt his life. Could it be that I'm really an edible type? A race that lives for delicious food? Su Ji was sitting quietly on a chair at the entrance of the courtyard, eating an apple. In front of him and under his feet was a pile of strange trees with emerald green flower crowns and branches on their heads. There were also bright-colored chickens on their heads. They were like a group of primitive treants, worshipping the giant god that towered into the clouds. Su Ji smiled and casually grabbed it. He took it back and began to make dinner for the night. Well, last time I made soup. This time, I'll fry it in oil. Chapter 70, The Evolution of Spores, the Rubik's Cube Creature, and the Artificial God. Su Ji appeared very calm as he ate his final chicken in silence and continued browsing the forum to spy on the enemy's camp. After he confirmed that these animals had only sent this post and had no intention of messing with him, he was relieved. He did not have that much time to observe the actions of these idiotic players, so he began to get busy with his own business: species evolution. After all, the evolution of the sandbox and the birth of new species were the main goals. The first was the development of the spore sandbox. After the appearance of a slime, these players did not seem to have any other species with greater potential. They were all lousy creatures. However, this post in front of me has probably ignited the enthusiasm of all species with potential to evolve. They want to go to the other world and start a second life. There's no need to worry too much. It will definitely cause a big wave of enthusiasm. Su Ji had always felt that as long as he sacrificed a large number of players' hairline, a new species with extraordinary potential would soon appear. There was no rush for this. Moreover, according to the survey of the player community, most of the players of this idle, cultivation, game were young people between 16 and 26 years old. There were not many underaged people. Spore evolution didn't need to be like other online games, where there were restrictions on youths. After all, without a certain level of education and high IQ, it was impossible to play. However, these people are all so young, but they're already so excited that they're balding. The Mediterranean Sea. Su Ji showed a sympathetic expression, but it was very calm. By the way, the intelligent sub-brain, the tree men they're evolving now are alive and kicking. Is there any use? Although Su Ji's goal was to eat, he still had the idea of enriching the diversity of species. If it were all animals, it would be too monotonous. It did not seem like a mysterious and dangerous world of a high-level extraordinary civilization at all. It would naturally be better if magical plants appeared. The intelligent sub-brain said in a mechanical voice. A small portion of them have potential, but their potential is not high. They have already reached the minimum deployment limit. Only the lowest level? Su Ji frowned. After thinking about it, he ignored them. He would wait until they evolved special plant species with enough potential. Quality was more important than quantity. Su Ji then looked at the computer and the papers on the closed beta for the third beta test. Now, we have to deal with the third beta test slots. It was much crazier than the previous generation of the second beta. There were tens of thousands of professional theses on his computer. This time, they're obviously prepared. Many people have been preparing their papers since the second beta ended. They've been waiting for this moment. Chen Shi was right. Everyone in the third beta must have gone crazy and prepared in advance. The competition is terrifying. Normally, if I didn't open the back door and wrote her thesis, I would definitely be eliminated instantly. Su Ji knew very well what he was capable of. After all, he did not work his liver crazily, and he still had such luscious hair. He then looked at the 50 candidates selected by the AI. 2 of them had the most potential. Chapter 1. Hard-boned venomous insect creature, Rubik's Cube, an imaginary illusion of replacing metal. The main idea of the article was that there were no metals in the sandbox world of spores. It was suggested to evolve a species with extremely strong bone armor and use bones instead of metals. Since there was a biological engine, it was not impossible to find biometals. In it, a species evolution plan was proposed. There were more than 100,000 words, pictures, and texts, along with a DNA composition diagram and a deduction diagram of biological evolution. Su Ji glanced at it. Its structure was similar to that of a slime creature, extremely extreme. In terms of design, this creature only had one mouth, and all the nutrients in its body were supplied to the bones around its body. Other than its tiny necessary digestive organs and eyes, it did not have any flesh. Its entire body was made of rectangular bones and bricks, which were used as steel ingots. The creature's bone density was extremely high, and it combined the most stable diamond web-like structure in nature with the molecular structure of an eggshell. However, the finished product wasn't enough. After all, how to evolve was the most difficult part. There was also the possibility of moving step by step from the spore unicellular era to the arthropods and exoskeleton creatures, which were perfect and feasible. This is a talent. Su Ji sucked in a breath of cold air. I can't believe I actually thought of something like this. It has a mouth that can eat, and it's a steel ingot that will grow big. Su Ji thought about it. What would it be like to make steel in the other world? In the underground alchemy cave, a pile of steel ingots was placed in front of him like a brick wall. Each brick on the wall had a sharp mouth. As long as the wizards fed them, these bone armor plate steel ingots would slowly grow. This scene was magical, evil, dark, and full of novelty. It's exciting just thinking about it. This is the magical creature I want, and it can indeed advance the civilization of the sorcerer world. He couldn't be bothered with privacy. He immediately used his smart brain to hack into the background information of the author of the paper. It turned out to be a girl. She was a mature 28-year-old lady and a well-known genius biology professor at a university. She had written many papers and was very famous both at home and abroad. She had even been nominated as a Nobel Prize in Biology candidate before. Another professional super big shot. This generation's third beta tester quota is really full of geniuses. One by one, big shots in the real world have appeared out of nowhere and are all here to join in the fun. Su Ji was excited. This time, there might be an unprecedented golden age. He did not have to look at the face of that idiot racer of Mount Akina anymore. I already have a group of demonic big bosses working for me. I'm not lacking you. Su Ji's heart was filled with joy. He felt that the development was really thriving. After some thought, he looked at another paper. This one was even more amazing. A new life form, a level 8 mythical creature, and the idea of man-made gods. Man-made god? Su Ji's entire being felt strange. Does this mean that he wants to create a mythical level 8 creature that is stronger than the current alchemy monarch? He really dared to think. Want to reach the heavens in a single step? In the current sorcerer world, there were no experts who had stepped out of the mythical sorcerer realm. Only a hero-level creature that had broken the genetic lock could have the strength of a mythical creature at birth. After all, a phoenix that was still in its infancy and was already a level 7 epic when it was just born was only a pseudo-hero. Every single one of them appeared by chance. It was an extremely terrifying super individual that had broken through the biological gene lock and could adjust and modify its own genes. It was just like Su Ji now, who could integrate any gene he wanted. According to the records of the last generation of Zerg Queen, a planet would drop spores, and only a few lives would be born out of billions of lives. Man-made hero-level only creature, intelligent sub-brain, isn't this a bragging thesis? Su Ji frowned slightly. It's highly feasible. The intelligent sub-brain said in a mechanical voice, this person's conjecture is extremely subversive. It is not recommended to ignore it. He might be able to overturn the previous evolutionary path and mass-produce pseudo-hero creatures. This conjecture is epoch-making, and might even surpass the previous Queen Mother. Su Ji's entire body trembled. This person might be able to do something that even the previous Queen Mother couldn't do? He quickly continued reading. There was no paper, no biological structure chart, no evolutionary route, nothing at all. Because this paper was only an evolutionary conjecture that needed to be tested. The opening line was very professional and serious. In the natural world, there are always species that form a symbiotic relationship. For example, the well-known rhinoceros and rhinoceros bird. Another example was the sea anemone and hermit crab that few people knew about. The powerful anemones couldn't move and had to use hermit crabs as their mounts. The anemone's parasitism could protect the weak hermit crabs and resist their natural enemies. They secreted terrifying venom and became the powerful weapons of the hermit crabs. The relationship between them was like the relationship between a knight and a mount, or the relationship between a wolf and a wolf. Neither could be dispelled. This was a symbiotic relationship between two species. But I want to create a huge biological complex made up of hundreds of species, such as gears, belts, batteries, and horsepower. This creature will break through the limit of size and reach a terrifying height of 1,000 meters. To form a vast giant god. Su Ji was slightly shocked. A large composite life form? Su Ji had limited his size. He did not expect that someone would think of using this method to break the size limit he had set. 1,000 meters was already many times larger than the giant beast Finba. To Su Ji, it was already the size of a big dog. To an ant, a large dog was undoubtedly huge. It was like a creature living in a vast mountain range. But how could he make countless creatures naturally come together? My initial evolutionary idea for gathering creatures, it was different from the traditional evolution method, and it required close to 100 players to cooperate. In the beginning, he wanted to create a wooden boat that could sail on the sea as a basic template for biological evolution. Hundreds of player spores were attached to the ship as parasitic algae, parasitic shells, and so on. They were like parasites on modern ships, and could travel far away to hunt for food. As time passed, the ship began to rot, and the gears and tracks began to lose their functions. In order to stay on the ship and drift far away, the seaweed and shells would also automatically evolve and change themselves, replacing the broken and old parts, growing gears and tracks, and becoming a part of the ship, fusing together. In the end, they completely replaced the parts of the entire ship and became a giant ship-living creature. The giant life forms that gathered on these ships were the initial forms of the life forms. After that, they could follow the normal evolutionary route and gradually evolve into giant fish. They could even walk ashore and become giant amphibians, giant land creatures, and giant flying creatures. It had a terrifyingly vast body of 1,000 meters and was comparable to a building that was a few hundred stories tall. It was a life form that was the amalgamation of countless life forms. It will definitely surpass any single life form. For this plan, I need countless players to participate, and I call it the Spore Player Union Plan. Countless players had formed a creature. I form the head, he forms the arms, and she forms the muscles. That's how it feels, a living being is a player's guild. Please give me a chance. Here. This opportunity must be given. What a terrifying man-made god project. No matter how big, cumbersome, and how much manpower and resources it would cost to the players in the sandbox, I must provide support behind the scenes and let him try. Su Ji was immediately excited and slammed the table in front of the computer. Another genius with a mind-blowing idea. Even the big shots of biology have come to join in the fun this year. At the same time, he had a bold idea. If this plan to gather living ships can succeed, then my Sky Island, the land of the gods on the Sky Continent, might have hope. Chapter 71, The Old Age of the Alchemy Monarch. Su Ji had thought about this very clearly. Since he could create a creature that looked like a biological boat, it would not be impossible to create a flying convergence creature, an island in the sky. If it can be realized, then my headache will be solved in an instant, the land of the gods, Achilles. Su Ji's heart was slightly overjoyed. He had to try this plan. If he could succeed, it would be a history of evolution that would cross the era. As for the extremely complicated and massive biological engineering that required nearly 100 players, which would require a lot of manpower and resources. What did it have to do with Su Ji? Anyway, they were the ones who would be exhausted to death. I have to put it on the agenda. Su Ji took a quick look at the other thesis plans. Most of them were indeed not bad, and they all had the potential to become extraordinary species. Compared to the previous emergency, this time, there was enough time to prepare, and the quality was several levels higher. The intelligent sub-brain said in a mechanical voice. If this plan is successful, as the queen of the hive, you might be able to completely embark on the extraordinary path of biological evolution. Please call me father. Su Ji laughed. Also, I've already read these memorials. You may leave. We'll announce these 50 names on the Emperor list. Just like last time, it'll start at 6 AM tomorrow, the first day of the third beta testing. Understood. But it was clear that the intelligent sub-brain was stupid and still did not understand Su Ji's cold joke. After reading all of this, Su Ji cast his gaze indifferently at the big plate of sand. Now, another day had passed, which was equivalent to more than 100 years in the wizard world. This guy has been in there for 2 days. Our transmigrator, the alchemy emperor, is already more than 200 years old and is welcoming his old age. What will he do before he dies? Su Ji felt that this person would probably do what he did in the previous 2 eras, stirring up some trouble before his death. Gilgamesh, in his later years, waved his sword at God. The 3 witches prayed to God in their later years. This great emperor wouldn't want to fight to the death and mess with me before he dies, right? Su Ji was having a headache. The pioneers of the past generations were all brilliant and bold, with astonishing talents. They had suppressed an era. Su Ji liked it, but all of them were restless in their later years. He had to keep a close eye on them to prevent them from causing any major trouble. She had just dealt with the racer of Mount Harana and confirmed that he was not trying to stir up trouble. It was just that she wanted to self-abuse and created posts in her head. In front of him, he had to guard against this person again. After all, even the natives were so heaven-defying, let alone a time traveler? Who knew that Su Ji would just take a look inside and observe for a few seconds before he suddenly laughed out loud. Now, Li Shengzhong did not have the time to mess with him at all, because he could not even protect himself. Brother, you had a very miserable life when you first came in. The slimes became X's slaves, and after more than 90 years of development, you defeated Medusa and welcomed the glorious life of the Emperor. You haven't been high for long, and now that you're aging, the whole world is targeting you again, gathering all the forces to kill the Emperor. Sorcerer World, Year 523 of the Babylon Kingdom. The Alchemy Emperor lived for 221 years. The invincible emperor who suppressed the 3 kingdoms often stood at the top of the Hanging Garden of Babylon, on a cliff, overlooking the vast land of the Sorcerer World. His eyes were deep, and from time to time, a touch of sadness and confusion flashed in them. It's still too slow. I've gone out a few times, but they might not be able to catch up. Over the years, people found that although Alchemy Emperor was still young and handsome, like a streamlined body of a Norse god, his breath was gradually weakening. He no longer had the terrifying spiritual pressure and the domineering aura of a ruler. The alchemy monarch's life might be coming to an end. A rank 5 wizard made a guess. This news spread like wildfire in the wizard academies of various kingdoms, countless wizard sects, groups, and alchemy rooms. The alchemy monarch has been in power for 131 years. She opened the door of truth, created 2 world-class alchemy wonders, and opened the era of alchemy. She has been alive for 221 years, which means that the 3 witches were only 240 years old. The great sovereign who once dominated the world is now in his old age. Although the alchemy lord suppressed Medusa, the level 7 legendary emperor of death, he himself is still at the level of a level 6 sorcerer. He will not be able to escape the 250-year life curse. Who in this world cannot die? No matter how magnificent you were, to rule over thousands of miles of land, in the end, you would still turn into a pile of yellow soil. Gilgamesh from the ancient Sumerian mythology, the 3 witches who founded the ancient Babylon kingdom, and the current alchemy emperor. In the various kingdoms, there were people sighing and complaining, lamenting the end of a great era. At the same time, many religions, even the hidden evil witch rose sect, began to stir. The alchemy monarch was indeed powerful, even if he was a friend or foe. He ruled the world alone, and no one dared to make an enemy of him. However, he could still suppress the world when he was young, but now that he was approaching his twilight years, and his life was coming to an end, who would rule this world? The Rose Kingdom at the top of the mountain. Over the years, the Rose Kingdom had been completely reduced to the camp of the orthodox witches, no different from the Babylon Kingdom. However, there were still remnants of the evil witches lurking in the dark. In an extremely well-hidden dark red basement. Although the Alchemy Emperor's combat power is extremely terrifying, comparable to the peak of level 7 epic. But in the end, our great Emperor Medusa is a level 7 epic sorcerer. His lifespan is still very long. Even if he is sealed, he is still in his prime. Over the years, it's not that none of us have broken through to the level of a level 6 legendary wizard. We can try to work together from the inside and from the outside. We can head to the other side of the ocean, the land of the Night Gorgon Alchemy Island. We can break the seal and rescue the level 7 legendary wizard Medusa, who was once the great Lord of Death. The secret religious organization, Rose Saviors Society, was led by the remnants of the fallen country of the evil witches. They only had 8 members, and every wanted sorcerer was at least a level 5 legend. There were even traders and genius sorcerers from the major sorcerer academies. After that day, they were divided into 4 groups of 2, each wearing a mysterious rose wizard robe. They wore blood-red bamboo hats with a cut on their wizard coat of arms. As defected wizards, they traveled between the coastlines and the ports, assassinated various palace ministers, went to the major wizard academies, and obtained information about Gorgon Alchemy Island's seal. They tried to unseal the Emperor of Death. Boom! On this night, in the Char Royal Academy's Sorcerer's Library of Truth, a sudden explosion broke through the night sky. Several bright light pillars shot up into the sky, and the sky above the Sorcerer Academy was suddenly covered with a layer of grey film. Enemy attack! A loud and clear scream pierced the sky. Hwala! The light of the flame was heard. Who invaded our academy? Are you trying to take a fire spear from me, Molcius? The figure of a patrolling teacher slowly appeared in front of the library, full of dominance. Morsus was dressed in his teacher's dark blue robe, and his body was surrounded by countless fine black flames. His hawk-like gaze instantly focused on one of the women in front of him. My genius disciple Charlotte, who betrayed the academy 3 years ago, you've finally returned. It's more important to get down to business. I'll deal with this teacher from the academy who's rushing over. On the side, a traitor sorcerer with a black eye patch on one side and a strange machete-shaped cane was about to walk out, but was stopped by Charlotte. Charlotte lowered her gaze and slowly looked at her former teacher. Teacher, although you're known as the Wind of Fire, you're no longer my match. If you don't want to die, you should leave. Boom! The flames engulfed her and interrupted her. You don't know your place. Charlotte was furious, and she quickly retaliated with a spiritual wave. 30 days of eternal night. Charlotte, you actually managed to develop this taboo, no? Molcius shouted in shock and anger. On the other side. That is. The white moonlight of the Eye of Eternal Night. Ermin sat in front of the window under the moonlight, looking at the terrifying light in the sky. She suddenly stood up and closed the thick black sorcerer book, her body trembling. It's Charlotte. Sherlock. It's the terrifying genius sorcerer who betrayed the academy 3 years ago, the one who opened the way of the mind sorcerer's eyes, the monster who opened the field of ocular sorcery. She's back. In her mind, she vaguely recalled the time when the 3 wizards were together. Under the lead of his mentor, Molcius, the 3 of them went on their mission happily. She was the idiot who was at the bottom of the class, the kind and innocent healing wizard Lucy, and Charlotte, the cold genius who was known as the only one in 100 years and had a perfect score in her family. That flame, it was teacher who took the initiative to meet her attack. Now it shouldn't be. I don't think I can. When Ermin arrived at the library, she saw one of the academy's most talented level 5 teachers, Morsus, lying in a pool of blood despite her uneasiness. Only Charlotte's eternal night eyes could cause such an injury. Ermin trembled and knelt on the ground. Teacher, she joined the Rose Salvation Society. Has she become so strong in the past 3 years? To think that he could easily. She has already taken away part of the information on Gorgon Alchemy Island from the academy. She wants to unseal Medusa, the great Lord of Death, overturn the order of the entire world, and kill Grantham, the great Lord of Death who is nearing his later years. Let's go, Molcius said in a low voice. His eyes gradually blurred as he looked at his disciple, Ermin, who was not very talented but the most hard-working. Go, set off on your journey. Bring everything in the academy with you to protect our alchemy lord. Go and stop Charlotte, my former disciple, your lost friend. After a while, the Dean of the Sorcerer Academy had called for an emergency plan to retrieve the Book of Seal in the Academy Square. He had sent 3 special grade teachers and elite students to form 3 small teams to pursue the special grade defected sorcerer Charlotte. Half a day later, in front of a snow-white waterfall, Charlotte, who was wearing a mysterious rose sorcerer's robe and a bamboo hat, looked at the people chasing after her in surprise, as well as the beautiful girl Ermin, who was full of anger. Ermin, you can't stop our Rose Savior Society. Although the great alchemy lord is kind and wise, and he opened the alchemy era, we wizards have all benefited from him. But we still have to kill him. The half-orc kingdom of Nefertus. Emri, the king of Harpies, sat quietly on a high spot, looking down at the entire half-orc capital, Nefertus. It's the Rose Savior Society again. I'm going to send someone to stop them from unsealing the Emperor of Death and preventing Medusa from reappearing in the world. I'm also going to the capital of Babylon to assassinate the Alchemy Emperor. He, Emri, the king of the half-orcs, was a peak rank 6 wizard. He was one of the strongest wizards in the world, aside from the Alchemy Emperor. He was called the Toxic Liquid by the people of the half-orc kingdom. My king, that's the legendary Alchemy Emperor. He has the terrifying power of a level 7 epic, even in his later years. Countless ministers couldn't help but voice out. Everyone knew that the great lord of Grantham was still unfathomable even in his old age. He was the most powerful being in the world, and the gap between his realms was insurmountable. A rank 7 could easily kill hundreds of rank 6 magi. It was a pity that their king was already prepared to die. In the half-orc kingdom, even if the Alchemy Emperor said that he would treat the half-orcs equally, many orthodox witches still looked down on them and laughed at them, because they were the alchemy products of the evil witch kingdom. They were man-made mutants. They were not acknowledged by human ethics. They were lowly, inferior, and deformed. No one had a good impression of them. Some people even cursed them behind their backs and called them a group of rubbish crossbred by giant beasts and demons. In private, there were still many sinister traditional witches who secretly hunted the half-orcs and sold them to the underground slave market. What awaited them was nothing more than a fight in the Colosseum and the cheers of the nobles. They were even more miserable. They were killed directly and their bodies were used as alchemy materials to become staffs, wizard robes, and various alchemy tools. Countless half-orcs lost their loved ones, families, good friends, and good lives. Everything is for the long-lasting glory of the half-orc kingdom. If we can win, the half-orcs will become the rulers of the next era. Emri growled, his eyes burning with flames. Even though the Alchemy Emperor is very friendly to us half-orcs and is very kind to us, and has announced many equality policies. But we still have to kill him. Chapter 72, Alchemy Emperor is assassinated, what should I do? You guys are poisonous. Su Ji could not help but laugh out loud. He really did not know what to say for a moment. Rose Savior Society expressed. Although the great alchemy lord is kind and wise, and he opened up an alchemy era, we wizards have all benefited from him. But we still have to kill him. The half-orc kingdom said. Although the alchemy emperor is extremely friendly to us half-orcs and is extremely kind to us, and has announced many equality policies. But we still have to kill him. Look, is this even human language? To be honest, this great alchemy emperor was the wisest and most powerful person Su Ji had ever seen. He did not have any tyranny and put all his heart and soul into developing the alchemy civilization. He was a wise ruler who farmed frantically, climbed the tree of technology, and served the country and its people. He did not even get close to women. After all, it was nonsense. He was very pure in love. In order to save the 7 little witches who were frozen, he was still looking for ways to extend his life. He really had complicated feelings of kinship and love for the 7 little witches. Back then, Gilgamesh was terrifyingly tyrannical. He killed his son and established slavery, but no one dared to plot against him. Why does the whole world want to kill the wise alchemy emperor? Su Ji could not help but feel sorry for him. This was the root of the human heart, and it could be considered a kind of irony. People always bowed their heads to the tyranny of tyranny, but they dared to raise their heads and wave their blades at the kind and good Lord. Li Shengzhong is still too kind. Some ambitious people can't help but have evil thoughts. He is a casual farming player and doesn't understand the emperor's mind in order to stabilize the royal power. He doesn't even know that the various forces under him have begun to rebel. Right now, he was still addicted to farming, climbing the technology tree, and researching life-prolonging potions. He wanted to extend his life and had no idea that someone was plotting to kill the emperor. This was the importance of the special agencies such as the Eagle Claw Eastern Palace and the Imperial Secret Service. Every wall had ears, and they could eavesdrop everywhere. If any force wanted to rebel, the emperor would know immediately and kill them in an instant. And should he remind him? Su Ji thought for a moment, then shook his head and appeared very indifferent. How can I remind you? Forget it, I'll just let nature take its course. Although it's sad that this great sovereign who created an era was assassinated, it's impossible for him to cause trouble before he dies. In my later years, if I don't go around defying the heavens and look for the gods in the heavens, I'll be very free of worry. After all, he's about to die of old age. It's not a bad idea to let him quit the game after he dies and end his 200 years of life in the other world. Year 527 of the Kingdom of Babylon. It was the 27th year of the 50-year night. The moon was high in the sky. In the gloomy and dark Kingdom of Babylon, there were exquisite light yellow wall lamps on both sides of the arched corridor of the exquisite palace. The surrounding stone walls were carved with empty flower patterns and inlaid with golden flower circles. There was a group of beautiful girls in wizard robes, carrying flower baskets and scattering flower petals. In the middle of the corridor, a court minister was holding a luxurious wooden cane and leading a beautiful woman forward. The woman was Ermin. Ermin was the most powerful witch in this year's exchange competition between the three great wizard kingdoms. As the champion, she had come to meet the legendary great alchemy lord, Grantham. Back then, in the battle at the waterfall, Ermin had fought to an extremely brutal extent, but she had still lost in the end. Under the leadership of her teacher, countless people had joined forces, but they had still lost to Charlotte, allowing her to take the Book of Sealing. 5 years later, Ermin trained hard under the guidance of a hidden wizard in the academy and created the spell Ripple Walk. She entered this year's Kingdom Exchange competition and won the championship. She finally got the opportunity to get close to the Alchemy Emperor. Before she left, her teacher instructed her. The shaking of the world is the origin of everything. The world is shaking, and so is life. The shaking will form ripples, and the ripples are the power of life. When you observe the microscopic world with the alchemy lens invented by the Alchemy Emperor, you will find that every unit of your body is shaking. The waves were the foundation of this world. This is the truth of everything, and also the door of truth of our lineage. Ermin remembered all this in her heart. She clearly understood that if she didn't create a new sorcery and spread it, she wouldn't be able to defeat Charlotte. According to the secret information, the Half-Orc Kingdom has stopped Rose Savior Society from breaking the seal of the Emperor of Death. They have united with them to kill the Alchemy Emperor. Ermin's face was cold. I can't even send this clue to the Palace of Babylon because there were already many of their spies in the palace. The palace has fallen. The alchemy monarch is too kind and merciful. He doesn't know the evilness of the human heart. In that case, let me protect the alchemy monarch. Charlotte, this time, you'll definitely appear in the palace to assassinate the alchemy monarch. I'll stop your conspiracy. At this moment, as the champion of the Wizard College tournament, Ermin was surrounded by beautiful witches and slowly walked into the palace. Clang! In the depths of the palace, a rapid tune sounded. The impassioned notes were so intense that they were like waves surging wildly, vibrating from the royal palace. This is the symphony of fate, the music of God from the era of the three witches. Which court musician can play such a superb zither? Ermin couldn't help but whisper. This isn't a court musician, nor is it a human. It's a music box made by His Majesty, played by an alchemy creation. A leading court official said in a soft voice, full of admiration, His Majesty has indeed created an entire alchemy era. An alchemy creation, a mere inanimate object, could actually play such beautiful notes? What a great sovereign and great emperor! Ermin praised. She had grown up listening to the stories of emperors. The alchemy emperor was praised by his neighbors for creating world-class wondrous items. It was as if he had come from the heavens and didn't belong to this world. He had brought with him rotten flowers and wonderful ideas. Ermin followed the group of witches in silence. Beautiful witches were standing in the arched corridor on both sides, carrying flower baskets and sprinkling pink petals from time to time. It was as beautiful as a fairy tale. They entered the royal palace. The leading witch walked on the bright red carpet and looked at the magnificent figure of the great sovereign sitting in the palace. She shouted excitedly, Ermin, the champion of this exchange competition, has an audience with the great alchemy emperor, the king of Babylon. Your Majesty Grantham. Alchemy monarch, who was sitting on the high ground, was about to speak. However, the strange thing was that his mouth was opening wider and wider. Without a sound, it turned into a terrifying, bloody mouth. From the mouth, his entire body began to disintegrate and melt, turning into red and black thick blood. His skin and flesh were dissolving, gradually turning into a pile of snow-white giant skeletons. In an instant, the entire royal palace fell silent, and everyone's minds went blank. The great emperor, he! The next second, a shrill cry broke the silence of the world. The emperor has been assassinated. Quickly, save the emperor! Palace guards! Shrieks and screams instantly sounded one after another. Clang 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 clang! In the center of Babylon, among the European-styled buildings, there was a grand and magnificent bronze clock tower in El Alchemy Square. The bell hammer below it was shaking and making a dull roar. Enemy attack! High alert! 3 black dots rose into the air and burst with light. They were 3 level 6 sorcerers flying towards the palace of Babylon. In the royal palace, screams, roars, and yells rose and fell. The street was lit up by the wall lamps, and the snow-white light dyed the entire royal city. All of you, be quiet! The 3 rank 6 magi looked at the terrifying scene in the palace. The body of the king was broken, and there were countless forbidden spells in his body. It was a shocking sight. Damn it! The Eye of Eternal Night, the Poisonous Night, the Time Key. A total of 13 forbidden sorcery attacks were launched in an instant. One of the witches sniffed and roared, "It's the king of the half-orcs Emily, Rose Savior Society, and 2 first-rate schools, the Wily Sect and the Crimson Snake." A total of 7 rank 6 magi, who attacked His Majesty at the same time. He said, "Those half-beastmen bugs and the 2 top guilds in the country, are they going to betray the country? His Majesty is dead. The corpse is already in front of me, and it has lost its life force. It's impossible. But the king's corpse is real. Only we know that His Majesty's true form is not Grantham. You can't tell anyone else either." The 3 rank 6 magi looked at each other, their faces solemn. Perhaps other than the 3 of them, there were many other rank 6 magi who had betrayed them. Capture the traitor of the assassin king first. He definitely didn't run far. They must have paid a terrible price for assassinating the king. The 3 of them looked solemn as they came to the amethyst in the center of the Babylonian sky garden and gently tapped their staffs. Devil sense! Bang! A brilliant light spread out, and an intense white electric spark flashed, shooting into the sky. The entire snow-white, dense power grid instantly filled the night sky of Babylon. Sparks filled the air, and it sensed a hidden place hidden in Babylon. As expected of a world-class wonder. The Hanging Garden of Babylon has still discovered us. In the house, a harpy, a few girls in rose robes, and 2 leaders of the wizard sects were all heavily injured. Without the control of the great sovereign, this world-level alchemy item can't be too strong. Let's kill it. On the ground was a huge blood-red precise formation. The 7 of them waved their staffs, and the blood-red light lit up and quickly turned into a strange black. Countless dense black fog rushed into the sky and gathered in the sky of Babylon, forming a huge black cloud that covered the world. Boom! The black clouds finally condensed into a vast black giant. It only had a muscular upper body, which was as big as a city. The lower body was made of thin black mist, like Aladdin's magic lamp, and it waved at the power grid in the sky. Break the barrier, Giant Wily! The giant hand formed by the black mist shattered the electric net. On the other side, Ermin's face was pale. She left the palace with her 3-man team at the gate and looked at the terrifying battle in the sky. Countless legendary wizards were fighting. What a terrifying battle! The Alchemy Emperor was assassinated in the end. It was Charlotte. Has she grown to this level? She's already one of the most powerful legendary existences in the world. Our target has failed. The king is dead. A girl cried and sobbed. Those bastards! The great Alchemy Lord was so great that he created a new era. Without the Alchemy Lord, we would still be in the era of Medusa's evil witches. How dare they try to kill the great Lord, who is in his twilight years? No, the Alchemy Monarch shouldn't be dead. I still believe. The great Emperor will not die so easily. Ermin lowered her head miserably and suddenly saw a cute little slime lying in a pool of transparent blood in the depths of the alley. She walked over and grabbed the young and unconscious slime with one hand. What's this? On the Spore Evolution Game Forum. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly reappeared on the forum. His post brought terrifying news that instantly caused the entire forum to explode. Help! Ask for help! Is there any big shot who can help think of a way? The kingdom and the Magus sect under my command have suddenly rebelled. Did I offend you while I was farming? He was still in a daze. A lot of super monsters ambushed me, and while I was old, they shamelessly plotted against me. After a huge battle, I barely managed to escape with my real body, but I fainted on the side of the road. I don't know how I'm doing now, but I'm just a fainted slime, wailing. This game is too real. Not only do you have to sleep, but you can also faint. Can you believe that he can even faint? Anyway, I'm not feeling well right now. The game interface is black, and I don't know when I'll wake up. I'll fall on the side of the road of the kingdom of Babylon. I won't be killed while I'm unconscious, right? Sobbing, sobbing. My brothers and sisters, I'm still unconscious, so I can only come out and ask for your help. Li Shengzhong couldn't help but go online and beg for help. He quickly went to a well-known social knowledge website and posted a post on Zhou to see if there were any big shots in Zhou who could help him. He was really at the end of his rope. The title of the post was Question, what if the Lord of Wizards in another world, the Alchemy Emperor, who had suppressed the world for a long time, was assassinated? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 73, Online, Save the Alchemy Monarch. It's fine if you die, but before you die, you can even cause trouble like this. Su Ji's mind went blank as he watched this scene. He silently cursed her for being a little bitch. He thought that since he was assassinated, he would leave the game immediately. How convenient would that be? After all, this transmigrator emperor most likely wanted to go to the land of gods, Achilles, in his later years and meet the gods in the sky. Su Ji said, I haven't finished building the map of that place yet. Wouldn't I be very embarrassed if I were exposed? However, he did not expect that he would not be euthanized after being injured to this extent and was unconscious. Instead, he wanted to put up a last-ditch struggle. He even ran out to act pitiful and posted crazily. This guy's desire to live was too strong, right? Su Ji showed a speechless expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're the great alchemy emperor, the supreme existence of the world. How could you act so shamelessly? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the sorcerer's world saw it? Moreover, in reality, you're still a domineering president of a technology company in your 40s. If you act so cute, your image will be gone. Su Ji blinked and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. I'll just let nature take its course. As long as you don't cause any trouble, target me, or give me a headache before you leave, that's all that matters. Let him be. Su Ji expressed that there was no way to stop this animal. Was he supposed to pull out his internet cable? Su Ji was not a true creator. He was really just a farmer. Even the development of most civilizations in the sandbox was not something he could interfere with. After all, how could he interfere? It was unrealistic for him to turn into the god of creation and walk into the sandbox. He had transformed into Mercury, the god of wisdom. It would be troublesome and unrealistic for him to interfere. Also, how will the netizens outside help you? Su Ji shook his head. He was very calm, thinking that it would be useless for this guy to ask for help. If you, an alchemy emperor, can't do anything about it, then no matter how powerful these netizens are, they naturally can't help you. You've already fainted by the side of the road. Just wait for your death. Su Ji took a bite of the apple and said very lightly, I'm just struggling on my last breath. At this very moment, with the help post from the star player Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand from the other world, the entire forum was in an uproar. Even the entire Zhou was in an uproar. As a social elite forum with an average annual income of 1 million and share your newly made story, they also felt very proud. This is an interesting topic. Although we have an average monthly income of 1 million, are all talents, and have good words, I know this man. He's not bragging. He is indeed a transmigrator from another world, the legendary alchemy emperor. On the forums and on Zhou, everyone asked about the situation. How did he end up so miserable in the other world? He was simply a disgrace to the transmigrators from Earth. Li Shengzhong, on the other hand, said that he was old and his life was coming to an end. His mental strength had been reduced to less than 1/10 of his original strength. If he were a true level 7 legendary wizard, he would not have been killed by a sneak attack no matter how old he was. After all, the gap between the realms was obvious. However, he was only a rank 7 wizard with the alchemy equipment, so he was still a rank 6 wizard. When countless players heard this, they immediately understood and expressed their opinions. I can't help you. Just wait for your death. Just lie down and you'll be fine. If you lie down on the side of the road, you'll probably be picked up by the housewives and dissected for cooking. Funny face. The higher UPS are too vicious. That's a great alchemy emperor, but I'm different. Big boss, you can write your will first. Just write that after a few hundred years, a red creature with 8 tentacles will appear. It's the chosen one, and the remnants of the alchemy monarch's army will have to assist him. That's right, I'm the chosen one, and the next one to leave the novice village will be me. I'm already half bald. Big brother, why are you so outstanding? In the forum, a group of animals had already started to stir up trouble. They all wanted their boss to leave behind a will and a secret treasure. If he died, then so be it. In the future, they would take revenge for their boss and pick up the alchemy emperor's inheritance. After leaving the novice village, they would become rich in this wave. On the other hand, the other netizens were much more serious. It's that exaggerated? There was such an AI in the other world? You even revolted, and all the forces sneaked an attack on your main body. That's too hard and real. It's indeed an emergency. An alchemy monarch has fainted on the side of the road. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I've been paying attention to the development of this game. Could it be a real other world? Yeah, all kinds of data collection has already become a real world. Could it be that this game is more advanced than we thought? Could it be that aliens have teleported us to a planet in a foreign world to play the game? Have you all read those web novels? The game is in another world. Medical students, come out and get beaten. Didn't you guys say medical students like us should never hesitate to fight? If it wasn't for the fact that you haven't developed the longevity medicine yet, how could the big boss welcome his old age and be sneak attacked? Yes, the assassination of the alchemy emperor in his later years is your fault no matter how you think about it. Picking nose. For a moment, the people on Sheo were still quite benevolent and righteous. In the face of such a difficult challenge, they started the plan of all the netizens will post their own ideas to save the Lord and the great emperor of the other world. They turned into a bunch of keyboard warriors and began to discuss countermeasures. One by one, well-known big shots theoretical analysis posts, various conjectures proved, and desperate counterattacks plan began to amaze everyone. This was a wave of posts by all the people, exploring the other world, and saving the alchemy emperor on the internet. It instantly reached the top of the hot search list. It was named. What if the alchemy emperor of the other world is assassinated? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Moreover, the criticism on the Sheo forum quickly shifted to the medical students. After all, they were the cause of this incident. Blame us? When the medical students heard that, they were instantly infuriated. They all expressed that they were innocent and had tried their best, crazily staying up late to fight. But how long had it been? Only a little more than a day had passed, which was more than 30 hours. The 4,000 or so of them had been working very hard and were already players with liver cirrhosis. Those who had studied for postgraduate and Ph.D. were not as hard as them, but the time was still too short. Among them, a medical student took the lead and spoke. According to the information given to us by the big shot, there are currently 7 formulas for the Magus longevity potion. We have studied their medicinal properties and found that these 7 formulas have basically extended one's lifespan to the limit. It is basically impossible to develop a longevity potion, the aging of the big boss is irreversible. The 3 witches must have thought of various ways back then. Then aren't you all very useless? Learning medicine to save the world, we have a new topic. Since there was no way to extend one's lifespan, then he would research gene expansion drug and create a 3rd gene slot that could allow a person to integrate a 3rd type of gene. The current life level has already reached the limit of its lifespan. In that case, let's let the big boss fuse a 3rd gene into it and become an even more powerful life form. Everyone was excited when they heard this. A 3rd gene? Li Shengzhong sat in front of the computer and posted. He was also very confused. Initially, he did not have much hope in posting. It was just his last struggle and would not be of much use. However, he did not expect these medical students to work even harder than him in order to prove themselves. They really have a way to save me. To think that there's such a bold and imaginative idea. Li Shengzhong was extremely excited in an instant. When Su Ji saw this, he was a little surprised. He did not expect that the netizens outside were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. They actually had a way? Chapter 74, The Power System of the Zerg. Gene Expansion Drug? Open the third genetic position? Su Ji frowned. It should be known that the genetic chain of a normal creature would be occupied by a large number of useless garbage gene fragments after generations of accumulation in the long history of evolution. Therefore, the remaining blank space in the genetic chain of most creatures could only be integrated with the second gene. There was not enough room for the third gene to be integrated. Su Ji looked as if he had discovered a new continent. He asked the intelligent subbrain, a medicine that can sort out genetic fragments, leave blank spaces, and allow a creature to integrate a third gene? What do you think? The intelligent subbrain said in a mechanical voice. The third gene expansion drug that these medical students are researching is very common during the technological era of the previous Queen Zerg. The previous Queen Zerg divided the genes into 5 levels. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. When the 5th gene was integrated, one would enter the ultimate level. Breaking the genetic lock and controlling the genes at will, that is the legendary Zerg hero. Su Ji was slightly stunned. So that was the case? The Zerg's power system was divided into 5, measured by the number of genes. When the 5th gene was integrated, one would become a Zerg hero. Su Ji thought for a moment. The Phoenix's genetic talent had 4 characteristics. Fire manipulation, fire poison, fire immunity, rising from the ashes. In other words, he was born with 4 genetic positions. No wonder the Insectan Nest Mind had said that it was a natural-born pseudo-insecta hero. However, the other 3 genetic talents were all rather ordinary. Only one of them was reborn from fire, which could be said to be a heaven-defying god-level gene. The Insectan Nest Mind continued. A life form with 3 genes is the standard for mythical creatures. At present, low-level creatures with 2 genes can't break through to level 8 mythical creature. Su Ji nodded when he heard that. In other words, a level 7 epic could still be achieved through hard work, but a level 8 mythical wizard had already surpassed the limits of the current life level, and a third gene had to be integrated. At the moment, his life level was too weak to withstand such a huge force. In other words, in the previous generation of the technology system, the genetic expansion drug was the foundation to increase strength? Su Ji frowned slightly. The person in the sandbox can't continue to break through and reach the mythical creature rank without expanding his third genetic position? The Insectan Nest Mind replied in a mechanical voice, indeed. It was not recommended for the Queen to light up the gene expansion drug route. This was a way to increase strength on the technological side, using various drugs to stimulate genes, strength drugs, speed drugs, agility drugs. As for our generation, as a transcendent, we should have developed a cultivation method to replace the gene expansion drug, which will automatically break the limits of the human body and open up layers of genetic positions. Su Ji nodded and thought about it seriously. On the technological side, they used the gene expansion drug to break the human body's limits. The transcendent realm should be using cultivation techniques to break through the limits of the human body. If he used the genetic vaccine to break through, he would indeed follow the technological path of the last queen. Borrowing external forces was indeed not as solid as breaking through on one's own. The medical students in front of him, who were mostly still in school, had indeed put their heads together and crazily searched for information in the library one by one. They studied the pictures of the drug's molecular structure sent from the other world and actually opened up the embryonic form of the science and technology side. But can we stop the development of this area? Su Ji frowned and looked at the heated discussions on the internet. Forget it, it'll be hard to stop them. Do you think I'll have to pull out their network cable? Smash their brains? Make an announcement to ban them from doing research in this area? This was too deliberate. Let them develop freely. This was considered a type of magic potion. If a level 7 legendary wizard wanted to become a god, he had to light the divine fire. Those with poor aptitude can use the forbidden divine medicine to break through. Those with good aptitude can break through their own limits and light up their own divine fire. The characteristics of the various divine fires are the characteristics of the third gene that they have chosen. Isn't this very exciting and logical? Su Ji thought for a moment but did not stop him. However, now that you've put it that way, it's time to think of a way to break through the limits of the human body, ignite the divine fire, and become a god. It's time to open the third gene position and become an even more powerful life form. However, they would also think of a way, right? After all, the current life level was too low. Without a life form at the third genetic level, it was impossible to break through to level 8 mythical wizard, level 6 legendary, level 7 epic, and level 8 mythical. Mythical was a clear dividing line. The first 7 levels were 2 gene life forms, and the 8th level was 3 gene life forms. It was an extremely terrifying qualitative change. Even though it had not appeared yet, Su Ji had to plan for the future of mythical creatures. Su Ji frowned slightly. However, their second gene is the blood of evil eye. But when they become mythical creatures, what gene should they choose for their third gene? It is indeed another problem. Currently, only the slime gene and the final chicken gene were left on the sandbox. They were 2 extraordinary species. Whichever one he integrated into, it would all be trash. It affected his potential too much. It's still this group of animals. They're not working hard enough. Su Ji sat in the yard, munching on an apple as he enjoyed the cool breeze. He shook his head and looked at the group of silly players in the small sandbox, with a look of resentment on his face. They've been here for so long, but they haven't evolved many species with potential or produced more gene choices. In the forum, they naturally did not know that Su Ji was secretly chatting with the insectin nest mind, trying to find ways to squeeze their liver and get more species with potential. They were naturally even more lively now. At this moment, Li Shengzhong sat in front of the computer and was also very confused. He had thought that posting for help on the internet was just a last-ditch effort and would not be of much use. He did not expect that these medical students would be even more desperate than him in order to prove themselves. They actually had a way. Li Shengzhong was suddenly very excited. He clicked the mouse and typed on the keyboard, quickly posting. I, Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, want to evolve into Kun. If that's the case, I'll broadcast the counterattack of the other world in this post, the rise of the Alchemy Emperor in his later years, and the suppression of the rebellions in the world. Then, Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand posted a black screenshot on the internet, saying that it was what he had seen. He was currently unconscious. Post live stream, Alchemy Emperor suppressing the chaos in his later years? Countless people were boiling with excitement. Little Brain went down the mountain. The big shots in the medical field were awesome. The people in the Magus world could only integrate one type of gene at most, which was the blood of the evil eye, in order to become a Magus. The big shots in the medical field were actually thinking of a way to integrate another type of gene? This is breaking the laws of the Magus world. He then wrote, learning medicine can change the world. 2333. After all, one had to walk one's path. So, had the gene expansion drug been sorted out? Quickly let the big shot counterattack and live a third life. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game, quick, help the big boss counterattack. The group of medical students was also very excited when they saw everyone's attention on them. They quickly typed on their keyboards on the internet. At present, we do have a plan for the third gene expansion drug, but we need the blood of the phoenix. According to our guess, the phoenix has the characteristic of rising from the ashes and can clear the messy genetic strands, leaving a place for the third gene to be integrated. Chapter 75, Alchemy Emperor and I, transfer the money. The group of medical students was naturally even more excited, and they started to make comments like crazy. Learning medicine to save the world, according to the microscope image sent to us by the big boss, I found that the molecular structure of the phoenix's blood is very similar to a creature on Earth, the lighthouse jellyfish. This is the only immortal animal in nature, and it has the characteristic of rising from the ashes. It can be used to produce materials that can remove ineffective gene fragments, allowing people to achieve a low-end version of rising from the ashes. However, various supplementary drugs are required to change the molecular structure of the phoenix's blood so that people can bear it. I need 3 grams of purple wind grass and 1 drop of green plant salt. Get lost. Haruko loves learning said, get lost. Haruko didn't like to study either. Hurry up and send out the potion formula. You can hide the principles of the potion, as long as it can be saved. Everyone expressed that they could put such hardcore knowledge aside. They were all busy and had no time to listen to his long speech. The medical students were speechless. They were in tears. Those who studied medicine had it tough. They worked so hard, couldn't they just brag about it? Hearing this, the primeval thunderbolt hand immediately said. I've given you the microscopic data of the phoenix's blood, so I've naturally obtained the phoenix's blood. I once beat it up in the desert. This young god of fire has a very long growth period. It's still in its infancy at more than 200 years old and has not yet developed mature wisdom. Now, the phoenix blood is hidden in my secret warehouse. Moreover, as a farming player and a veteran of Minecraft, he was naturally a collector. He had frozen the 7 little witches in a super secret warehouse, and all kinds of alchemy materials that cost 99 yuan a set. A large amount of astonishing wealth was naturally stored there. Learning medicine to save the world, that's good. The problem now is how to wake up. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Although they had a plan to counterattack, they had yet to wake up. This was the biggest problem. They might have fainted on the side of the road and been killed by now. It was useless for everyone to post and brag on the internet. However, at this time, another well-known and certified super big shot on Zhou, an expert professor who studied psychology in a certain university, said, "Your opinions are very interesting. In that case, let this old man join in. Personally, I think that since this game is so real, you can try to wake up from fainting in real life. I've seen many cases of comatose patients. Some of them can vaguely hear people talking, but they can't move. So, we often stay by the bed and let our family chat with them to wake them up. We also let them cooperate with themselves to wake up their own bodies. As long as they have a strong will and are madly chanting in their minds, they can wake up. The method is as follows." This was a method of self-suggestion to wake up. "Big boss, it's all out." When the netizens saw this, they became even more excited. This was a particularly famous and authoritative expert in the field of psychology for the elderly. Li Shengzhong took a look and suddenly felt that it was possible. He put on the VR glasses and entered the game. In the dark, he used strong language and mental hints to crazily hint himself to wake up, wake up, wake up. It was still pitch black in front of him. But gradually, he seemed to feel something. He walked out of the dark maze and saw a ceiling. He was in a jar of pickled vegetables, and several witches were talking around him. It actually worked. I woke up from my near-death state. This game was too real. I'm still alive. Li Shengzhong opened his eyes again and saw the world. He couldn't help but feel a sense of joy after surviving a disaster. As long as he didn't wake up on the anvil, or if he put slimes in a vegetable jar or something, it was completely acceptable, okay? Ermin's voice came over. It has been more than half a month. The 3 legendary wizards guarding Babylon still let the assassins escape. There is no news of the Alchemy Emperor now. Is he really dead? No one knows. Li Shengzhong eavesdropped silently. He realized that half a month had passed in the sorcerer world in the short period of time he had been chatting and posting on the internet. This slime has been unconscious for half a month, and it's awake. Ermin noticed Li Shengzhong's head peeking out and said with a face full of pity, "Poor little life. He must have been knocked unconscious by the battle oscillation in the sky. That's a legendary wizard." After the evil witches, cute creatures like slimes were often kept as pets and even used as alchemy energy engines. They were extremely loved by the Alchemy Emperor, and he kept a large number of slimes. It was no big deal for them to appear on the roadside. After Li Shengzhong confirmed that he was safe, he secretly went offline. On the internet. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, to evolve into Kun, Wa. The psychologist was awesome. This awakening method was really useful. I actually woke up and saw this scene. I was saved by a passing witch. Fortunately, I didn't die. What should I do next? Screenshots, 7 pictures. 4 witch faces, 4 faces. Houses surroundings, 2. I'm now in a jar, 1. The people on the internet clicked on the exquisite exotic pictures. Isn't this game too realistic? The method of waking up from hypnosis in reality was actually useful in the other world. The old psychology professor was also shocked. I just said it casually, but it really works? It's completely realistic. It's incredible that such details can be done. This is an amazing research topic. He sat in front of the computer and immediately called a few of his old friends. The players were still discussing in the post. They just thought it was interesting. It was really possible to wake him up. This should be another big event in the history of the game. The big boss only put on the VR headset and went in for a few seconds before coming out. It was just a blink of an eye for us, and so many things have happened inside. He even succeeded in the self-recovery method and explored inside for more than a few hours. It's too scary. They even took screenshots of us. I'm more and more convinced that this isn't a simple game. It's a real other world. The difference in time flow is too terrifying. Also, this witch named Ermin is so beautiful, so cold. She's my 2D goddess. According to physiognomy, she's a kind witch. I can trust her. Above, you're too mysterious. My mom told me that the more beautiful a girl is, the easier it is for her to deceive others. Countless people were getting more and more excited. His choices and help would affect the life and death of Alchemy Monarch. This was like the recently popular word games Lifeline and dimensional communication on the internet. Players would use a mobile phone and accidentally contact a person in a foreign world who was in danger. Their help and every step they chose would determine the direction of the plot, their life and death. It was similar to the popular plots on the internet recently, such as Invisible Guardian and Detroit Coup. Every choice he made could lead to a completely different development and different endings for the protagonist. In addition to the flow of time, the result of the player's choice of plot in 1 second could be reported in the post by Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand in the next second, accompanied by a large number of screenshots of their decision. It was exactly the same. I'm helping the Alchemy Monarch online. Ha 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 ha. Tears. Tears. Mom and Dad, you don't have to scold your son for being disappointing anymore. I can finally play this learning-loving game, even if it's just words, pictures, and plot-oriented, funny. Instantly, many people came up with ideas, and their opinions were surprisingly unified. He expressed that the choice of the plot at this time was, of course, to find the 3 legendary witches who guarded the capital of Babylon and ask them to protect him, who was seriously injured, back to the palace and regain control of the Babylonian Sky Garden. Then, they would go to the secret treasury and get the phoenix blood. At this moment, another famous certification big shot, an authoritative historical expert, and the big shot of the television program Lecture Room, expressed a different point of view. Since even the old Professor Lee of psychology has stepped in just now, this old man will also participate. I've seen the entire process. If you ask the 3 level 6 sorcerers who are guarding the capital of Babylon for help, it will obviously be a dead end. At this moment, we have to think of the people inside as intelligent and resourceful enemies. Take history as a mirror. According to all the rebellions and usurping of the throne in history, if you had prepared for countless years to assassinate the Alchemy Monarch, wouldn't you have made many preparations? Don't you have a way to deal with Alchemy Monarch's serious injuries if the assassination failed? If I were them, I'd definitely plant a spy among the 3 witches. On the surface, they'd be frantically chasing down the rebellious enemies with the other 2 to protect the seriously injured and missing Alchemy Emperor. In reality, they'd be waiting for the Alchemy Emperor to ask for help and then fall into their trap. As soon as this conspiracy theory came out, countless people's, "That's too awesome," as expected of a historical big shot, and I've been watching a lecture since I was a child. I grew up watching big shots talk about history filled the screen. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand was also very confused. So, I can't go and find the 3 wizards guarding Babylon now? Maybe he would be dead if he went back? Even though I think they're quite loyal. Ah! Am I that miserable? I was the great Alchemy Emperor. After I was assassinated in the palace of Babylon, I couldn't return to the palace. I could only secretly leave the capital of Babylon and go to my hidden secret base. But I'm a heavily injured slime. How can I go alone? There might be a lot of sniping and pursuit on the way. After tasting the sweetness, this person had completely gotten used to acting pitiful and cute. He had completely lost his dignity. The crowd was in a heated discussion. This was indeed a desperate situation. It was too difficult. It was almost impossible for them to counterattack. They had been planning this for so many years. They would definitely make the final decision and instantly press you to the ground, not giving you any chance to rise. Even though there were plenty of supporters on the internet, such as experts in psychology who could help to wake up serious injuries, and experts in history who could help to see through traps, this was only the first difficult step. However, someone else suggested, you can only ask for help from the 4 witches who saved you. Didn't you say that one of them had great potential? Wave sorcery made use of sound waves and had great potential. Could it open up a new school of sorcery? Furthermore, she's prepared to meet your champion of the Academy Exchange competition, your fangirl. Although she's only a rank 5 magus, you'll guide her along the way, avoid danger, and protect you to the treasury. Wah! Is he finally going to activate the old man's alternate world flow? Some of the onlookers cheered. They expressed that they didn't know much, but they felt that it was very interesting to see the big shots participate and provide all kinds of opinions and strategies. However, how do I make her believe that the cute slime she picked up is the high and mighty alchemy emperor? Aren't you afraid that she'll laugh until her stomach hurts? Funny face. It's okay, just tell her directly. I am Qin Shuang, crossed out. I'm the alchemy monarch, and I'm still alive. I'm currently in the middle of a street, and I have a huge treasury somewhere with countless rare treasures. However, the 10 billion yuan is all frozen. You only need to transfer 198 yuan to me to unseal it, and then you can protect me as I recover from my injuries. When I return to the world, I'll make you the next monarch and great emperor. I'll never lie to you. To sum it up, I, the alchemy monarch, am here to pay. It's above. I've received this message before. It's not the I, Qin Shuang, transfer the money. That's what's going on online. Are you also a text message fraud? Or are you planning to make me laugh to death and then inherit my ant flower? This group of guys was unreliable. Su Ji was immediately rendered speechless. He was quite interested in the current development. Unexpectedly, authoritative experts in medicine, psychology, and history were all interested in the post and came to save the alchemy emperor. Due to the huge uproar caused by the third beta testing, the big shots of all industries wanted to see how real the game could be and whether it could be applied in all fields. Su Ji could not be bothered with him. He only wanted to see if the phoenix blood was really useful. Thus, he silently logged into his previous account and sent out a relatively pertinent comment. Those who scolded me all wrote it down in a small notebook. Doesn't the alchemy lord have a group of slimes? Just say that you're the pet of the alchemy monarch, the king of slimes. It would be more believable if you ask her to help save your master, the alchemy monarch. When this comment was posted, everyone instantly nodded in agreement, wondering why they hadn't thought of it. Chapter 76, The Undercurrent is Surging. Pretend to be the emperor's pet first. As soon as he said this, everyone instantly reacted. This was indeed a good idea. After all, it would be ridiculous to say that this slime was the legendary alchemy emperor who ruled the entire sorcerer world. That's true. It's better to say that I'm the slime pet of the alchemy emperor. The alchemy emperor was attacked, and my pet was seriously injured, so it's more credible. Countless people agreed. This was the most acceptable way of thinking, and they did need to change their thinking. When Su Ji saw this, he retreated silently and hid behind the computer screen, hiding his achievements and fame. Therefore, everyone began to study the lines and persuasive sentences in high spirits to make the other party believe that they were the pet of the alchemy monarch. After that, another well-known verification big shot who was proficient in language and speech appeared. Let me do it. He expressed that he really couldn't bear to see you bunch of laymen showing off your skills before an expert. He quickly used language psychology to compose an explanation that would make the other party believe that he was the alchemy monarch's pet. Pay more and chop hands. Wow, another language expert has appeared. He's specialized in his field. This is a crowdfunding cheat. I've already confirmed that Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand is a true transmigrator from another world, just like in the novel. In fact, this cheat is so new. Haruko loves learning. You're really lucky to have a group of cute players like us help you. You go in first and finish your speech. Try to convince them, and then we'll see what happens next. We'll give you an idea. Li Shengzhong put on his VR headset. Then, in less than 2 or 3 seconds, Li Shengzhong quickly logged out of the game. The Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand was extremely shameless and continued to act pitiful. I've succeeded. Happy. They now believe that I'm the pet of the alchemy monarch and are willing to help me save the alchemy monarch. They'll take me to my little gold vault to escape from the pursuit. Actually, they didn't believe me at first. I think that if I didn't have the eloquence of a big shot editor, it would be really difficult for me to win their trust. I almost broke down. Screenshots. 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 12 pieces. Beautiful CG-like fantasy wallpaper pictures were quickly posted, which made everyone excited. He had succeeded so quickly. A full 3 hours have passed inside, but in the eyes of the netizens, it's only been a few seconds. It's equivalent to making a choice in the first second and giving an answer in the next few seconds. They're even crazily sending screenshots. Is there a real-time synchronized text story for the game? At this moment, the old linguist was sitting in front of the computer screen and was slightly shocked. How can it be so real? The AI in the game was like a real person, and there were even such details? It can also be conquered by words. He was also shocked. The old man had been taking his granddaughter on a trip when he received a call from a few old friends, asking him to join a secret research institute and give him a task. Only then did he turn on his laptop at the last minute and read the lively game post on the internet. The linguist didn't think much of it at first, but now he was completely shocked and his mind was in a mess. What is this? At the research institute. We've already contacted Elder Su, who's traveling outside. He's already successfully helped us. One of the staff members in a white lab coat took a deep breath and almost couldn't recover. Over the past few days, they had already set up a secret research institute and had made many achievements. At first, they didn't pay much attention to it, but the more they understood, the more they felt how terrifying this game was. They kept raising the level of their research, and now, it had risen to the highest level of research authority in the country. Every photo in the game had been analyzed by professional photo experts. Every detail was so precise that it touched the hair. Every piece of silk on the clothes was fine and visible. It was like a picture taken in the real world. Moreover, they had already placed their own people in the third beta. Due to the intense competition, there were many experts and talents among the people. They had estimated that there were 5 places to place, but the government could only place 1. That person had also learned from a big shot and started to farm and develop his courtyard. He had become a scientist in the basement and had now made a microscope inside. He discovered that every item in the game had a microscopic world and molecular structures could be seen under the microscope. How terrifying was this? What was even more exaggerated was that not only were there inanimate objects, but the structures of living things were also more diverse. The Alchemy Emperor players had taken screenshots of the medical students. They had seen the cell structure of plants and animals, and each of them was different. It completely adhered to the unique diversity of creatures and did not violate the biological law. According to their analysis, these biological structures were extremely logical. They might really exist, but they did not belong to any natural species on Earth. To be able to use a microscope to observe every detail of this game and perform precise calculations to the molecular nanometer level, this is already not something that a supercomputer hundreds of years in history can do. Countless people were shocked. In the beginning, the higher UPS had suddenly issued a notice, asking these university professors and experts in various fields of society to form a private research institute to study this game. At first, they didn't quite understand. Why did the higher UPS want an online game so much? They asked around and found out that it was a sandbox casual game on the internet that was highly rated and loved to learn. It was loved by countless parents. It was just a casual game, what was there to study? Could it be that this was a learning game that the official developers had come up with themselves, and they were asking them to fix the loopholes? Furthermore, they formed this research institute, so why were there authoritative experts in all fields? Biology, language, history, psychology, sociology, and other authoritative professors in different fields were all linked together to study the game's ecology and various physical environments. They were completely confused. At that time, everyone entered the research with all kinds of questions, and even had all kinds of reverse psychology. But now, countless experts and professors had begun to notice all kinds of unbelievable things. They wouldn't leave even if they were crushed. They saw the infinite possibilities of realizing their own field. They were so excited that they wanted to use the interaction with the alchemy monarch to do some in-depth tests. At this moment, Li Shengzhong naturally did not know about this. In any case, he was very excited, very excited. He miraculously woke up by self-awakening from his serious injuries. Miraculously, he dodged a death trap with the big boss's reminder. He had miraculously convinced Ermin with his magical language. 3 authoritative experts in various fields appeared at the same time to coincidentally help him, creating 3 miracles for him. It was as if he had cheated, allowing him to start counter-attacking all the way in the other world and break through an unbelievable hopeless situation. This caused these netizens to feel extremely good and high when they saw how much help they had given. Actually, I'm the most satisfied. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand sat in front of the computer and smiled. I, the alchemy monarch, am finally saved. Boss. At this moment, the secretary could not help but knock on the door. We're already at the annual company meeting. More than 3,000 employees from all over the world will be attending. We've customized a singing venue and invited many celebrities. Boss, you're going to post summary of the company's progress this year and sing on it as you did in the past. I'm not free, let the vice presidents host it. Li Shengzhong snorted coldly. His voice carried the dignity of a domineering CEO. He had been an alchemy emperor for more than 200 years, which was several times longer than his life in the real world. This kind of strong aura was even more powerful. It was the boss. The secretary trembled at this shout. Intimidated by his imposing manner, she quickly retreated. Outside the door, a few vice presidents of the company were already waiting silently. When they saw the secretary walking out with a pale face and shaking her head, they could not help but panic. What's wrong with our overbearing president, our idol? At this very moment, in the room, Li Shengzhong, who had not taken a bath for a few days, had messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. He had become a middle-aged man who was addicted to the internet. His cold face disappeared, and he showed a flirtatious expression as he typed on the keyboard. The big shots are awesome, wow. I'm finally not that miserable now. Tears, then what should I do next? Did anyone give an opinion? Trembling. At this point, after thoroughly tasting the sweetness, this fellow was completely shameless now. At this critical moment, he had completely lowered his intelligence and completely abandoned the ability to think for himself. Even when he went to the toilet, he wanted the big boss to help him choose, in case it was another trap. Was he stupid? He did not. He sat in front of his computer and sipped his tea. Hehe, after playing this hardcore game for so long and crazily researching it, I've lost half of my hair, and now all I have to do is act cute? By acting dumb, I can get through this crisis in my later years in peace. I'm so happy. He silently touched his hairline and was secretly pleased with himself. He felt that it was one of the wisest decisions in his life to go outside and ask for help from netizens. Chapter 77, Even you guys believed his nonsense. The next step. Soon, a group of people formed a behind-the-scenes advisor group, each expressing their opinions and sticking to their own words. Finally, they reached a common goal. Ermin is only rank 5 Magus. It's not realistic to protect you when you're heavily injured. We feel that you need to make her a rank 6 legend wizard and become one of the most powerful existences in the world. Only then will she have the ability to protect you. Don't you have the core technology Grantham, the magic-enhancing exoskeleton technology? After all, you are the pet of the alchemy lord and have inherited his alchemy skills. Making one of these things will not have any flaws, and Ermin will trust you more and protect you. Li Shengzhong was stunned. It was a good idea. His intelligence was beyond doubt, but he had to admit that the strength of an individual was weak, but the wisdom of the masses was broad. Good idea. This time, Li Shengzhong disappeared for a full 3 minutes. The people on the internet kept staring at the posts, refreshing them like crazy without blinking. Finally, Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand appeared again. Phew. It's done. I've been in there for more than a month, making a bunch of wrenches, gears, and buying a lot of alchemy rune materials. Fortunately, Ermin is a tycoon with a wizard academy behind her. After spending countless materials, she finally created a new generation of mecha. Screenshots. 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 17. In the fantasy screenshot that was so exquisite that it could be used as a wallpaper, there was a human replica. It was 3 meters tall, had an exquisite and perfect figure, and held a dark blue staff in its hand. It seemed to be a giant race like Alchemy Emperor Grantham, and there was a sense of déjà vu about it. What a handsome metal creation! Countless people were talking about it. Only a few minutes had passed outside, but a month had passed inside. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand scoffed. That's nothing. A mechanical creation as huge as a hill is a man's romance. My giant Adolf and the Babylonian Sky Garden are the most handsome alchemy creations in the world. He quietly uploaded another screenshot, 1041. Li Shengzhong had not posted the screenshot before, but now that he had an idea, he quietly uploaded it. He's so handsome. Immediately, countless people were in an uproar. The giant, Adolf, with exquisite patterns like a vast mountain range, held a huge shovel in his hand. It was grand and magnificent. The giant alchemy plane in the sky was called the Babylonian Sky Garden. On the back of the plane was a miniature continent with green grass, countless plants, mountains, and a large palace on it. It was too magical. Boss, you took so many photos. It's obvious how much you like it. The previous racer of Mount Harana said that he had greatly influenced the history of the Magus world. The evil eyes, the final chicken, and the half-orc kingdom will be forever recorded in the history of the Magus world tens of millions of years later. I don't quite agree with this point. The big boss is. You're destined to be left in the history of the sorcerer world for thousands of years, and the glory of the alchemy emperor will never be erased. Indeed, this is equivalent to the pyramids on Earth, the Great Wall of China. The big shots are the great men who created the pyramids and the Great Wall of China. They will be remembered by countless people in the future. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The degree of freedom was really too high. Countless possibilities could be created inside. The big boss had grown crops inside to an incredible extent. If one could not live a long life, who would not want to leave their name in history after death? Who didn't want to live in a different way in the long, glorious history? In people's hearts? In front of him, the big shot Hunyuan Thunderbolt hand had been achieved. In the history of the Magus world, it had been written down with a rich stroke. Tens of thousands of years later, countless magi would sing praises of his greatness. Since they were envious, they also felt extremely happy. Indeed. Even if he couldn't play, just watching the life of a big-shot alchemy emperor was enough to make him feel great. This hardcore game brought about a sense of realism and a strong sense of satisfaction that was far beyond any other online game at present. It left its name in history and caused one magnificent wave after another in history. Countless netizens sighed with emotion. I've always thought that I must live longer since technology is so advanced and changing with each passing day. Sooner or later, I'll have to play games with virtual reality helmets. Perhaps they'll exist in 50 or 60 years. I didn't expect them to really exist now, and the moment they appear, it's at the peak of this type of game. I'm glad I was born in this era. Indeed, this is also my dream, I don't have to say more. In the next fourth beta, I want to free up my working time. Even if I have to spend my entire life's energy and pay a huge price, I want to experience it. Countless people were in the process of helping Hunyuan Thunderbolt hand. After participating in the real-time interaction with the other world game, they completely burst out with all kinds of emotions. Meanwhile, in the research institute, the netizens only sighed, but they knew the horror contained within. A group of experts looked at the two pictures of the world-level creations sent by Li Shengzhong, as well as more than 1,000 analysis and construction diagrams. They were suddenly excited. Preliminary examination, the structure completely fits mechanical mechanics. After all, it was built by modern people inside. It must be the most precious information if we keep it. We may be able to study more things from it, even the inspiration for new weapons. In the research institute, countless experts from various fields quickly took action. It was not that they had never tried to contact the players of the Hunyuan Thunderbolt hand, hoping that he would be of use to them and help them complete some data tests in that world, but the other party had refused. However, it did not mean that they did not have any means. According to this series of actions, it should be a science expert who had already investigated the other party's true identity. However, it was too short a time. Alchemy Emperor had only lived for 2 days since he entered, and they had only investigated last night. It would be difficult to find out in such a short period of time. Mobilize all of them. This is an extremely rare opportunity to interact with each other. Our experts can be mixed in with these netizens and do their best to assist and help this alchemy monarch in order to obtain more data from the test. Also, the 1,000 plus pictures he posted is a big discovery. Quickly contact the current dozen or so machinery research experts. Those few missile research veterans, join the group. But the project of those old people is of great importance, some people hesitated. No buts. Also, the language dictionary of the sorcerer world that was previously released, have the dozen or so linguists finished researching it. The research is complete. It's not a fictional language. The pronunciation of various mother tones, words, syllables, octaves, and people are completely in line with the language laws of Earth. Preliminary identification shows that it's a mature language developed over a long period of time and completely exists. What? It was actually real language? Then, with the translation of this language dictionary, the long history of the sorcerer world's civilization, the century, would be true? It was as if it was a vast piece of history that really existed. However, the god of creation's description of the Magus world was too terrifying, especially the 7 days of creation. On the first day, God said, "Let there be light." God separated light and darkness, calling light day and darkness night. The next day, God said, "The direction of the water must be separated by air." And then there was the heavens. On the third day, God said, "All the water in the world must be gathered in one place, so that the dry land will be exposed." The water and dry land were separated. God called the dry land a continent, and the place where water gathered was an ocean. On the fourth day, God said, "There must be light in the sky to divide day and night." Thus, there was an alternate cycle of the sun and the moon. In this world, the day lasted for 50 years, and the night lasted for 50 years. What kind of terrifying power was recorded in the records? However, the world inside was so real. Perhaps the God inside also. In front of the computer screens, countless authoritative experts began to move. They were getting more and more shocked. This was no longer a simple game. It was very likely to be a real, vast other world. History will record this great moment. Earth may be taking the first step into the universe and outer space. Su Ji was speechless. Naturally, he could sense the small movements that were directed at this game through the Zerg hatchery. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Su Ji wondered, what huge foreign world? Outer space? Alien? The Earth was heading towards the age of the universe? History will remember this great moment? It was clearly a small sandbox in an orchard in the countryside of Tongcheng, okay? The data was real because I was a small sandbox on Earth. Hey! Your imagination is too scary. It was one thing for the netizens to believe the nonsense that the racer of Mount Harana was spouting, but even you guys believed his nonsense? You're just scaring yourselves. Su Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry. Back in the days of the Sumerian civilization, astrologer Akkad had sat on Noah's Ark and made up stories in his head. As a result, he had created such a terrifying historical record and the terrifying power of the god of creation. It had even caused the higher UPS to be extremely shocked. Su Ji expressed that he had never expected this. Chapter 78, The Response to the Various Forces. An invincible god of creation who transcended countless dimensions, time, and space. Su Ji was sitting in the courtyard, basking in the bright sun and eating a melon. He said speechlessly, "I'm still a rank 1 magus, farming in the countryside like a madman. I can be killed with a single shot. Is there such a weak god of creation? I really thank everyone for praising me and making me out to be omnipotent." Su Ji laughed speechlessly. "But I have a hive where I can put spores in and evolve countless new species. I'm confident that I'll become the god of creation sooner or later. I don't know if I was as strong as you guys made me out to be, but I'm too weak now. I'm so weak that I'm sitting in the yard eating fruits and being hunted down by the animals in the sandbox every day. I'm so busy and I even have cancer." He knew himself very well, and he knew how weak he was. He was really just a young man from the countryside who hid in an orchard and farmed. The god of creation and whatnot were really exaggerated by a group of idiotic players. According to the Insecten Nest Mind's reminder, there was a lot of activity in the various countries. The undercurrent was surging. Everyone had already sensed the fearsomeness of this casual sandbox game. At present, all of them had taken various similar measures and set up secret research institutes to conduct in-depth research on this sandbox game, spore evolution. Are all the countries studying my family's small orchard? When Su Ji heard the news, he was a little uneasy. Although I knew that publishing this game online would bring about this day sooner or later, with the whole world paying attention to it, I didn't expect it to come so soon. He had always been very bold, but now he was more or less flustered. It was fine if the players on the small sandbox and the aboriginals on the big sandbox were doing something crazy. Su Ji was used to it anyway. He observed them in secret all day long and plotted against them. But now, even the various superpowers were coming to cause trouble? He quickly checked the information sent back by the insect nest mind and began to observe them in secret to see what they were up to. Let me see the information. They now generally believe that this black technology, alien game, has no signs of destroying them, so it's very likely that it doesn't have any malicious intentions. This is the coexistence of opportunity and danger, and their own country must seize the opportunity. If they can set foot in the other world, it will be the first step to becoming a space civilization. Su Ji secretly observed the secret establishment of research institutes around the world and found that their long-term goals were basically the same. Develop it into a colony. He stepped into outer space to take over the other world. Earth will enter the era of space civilization. There were even some heavyweight experts standing in front of the game screen, excitedly making predictions about the leaders of various countries. The appearance of the other world is our opportunity. Our Earth will enter the era of great cosmos colonization because of this. We can't let the other countries take the initiative. Pfft! Su Ji suddenly spat out the fruit he was eating. What kind of situation was this? It was possible that they had seen an alchemy monarch who had dominated the other world so easily. Although they found it unbelievable, according to various data feedback, this other world was real. In other words, it might be a real supernatural world that had yet to develop. Although there were supernatural natives like gods, any modern person who transmigrated there and developed the technology tree could rule over a foreign world? This was a fertile land that had not yet been opened up, and gold was everywhere. Therefore, they all wanted to become the next alchemy emperor, colonize other worlds, expand the territory of their own country, and integrate it into their own territory. In fact, everyone vaguely guessed that if any country controlled the other world and became the next alchemy emperor, they would be able to make use of the magical and extraordinary civilization of that world, as well as various gods in the sky, legendary and epic wizards, to carry out research. They would be completely ahead of other countries. What great ambition! Su Ji was speechless. It's all because I saw the alchemy emperor, a transmigrator who had such realistic scientific research results in the other world, and I was tempted. In the era of the great universe, the Earth would head towards the endless starry sky and colonize many other worlds. It would probably become a science fiction. He suddenly felt as if he hadn't been as shocked as he was today for a year. He was in a dazed state. All the countries want to seize this foreign world, colonize it, and incorporate it into their own country's territory. But you are taking over my orchard. You want to include my orchard in your country's map? A group of damned bandits. Colonists. A great rogue nation. My family's orchard is more than 100 mu. Back then, we spent 200,000 to 300,000 yuan to contract it. It's super expensive, and you want to take it away. Su Ji put on an innocent look and burst into laughter. But in another half-year, the contract for the land will be over, and it won't be my orchard anymore. I'll have to spend money to recontract it. Am short of money. He was indeed short of money, the kind that he was really short of. If he didn't have money and continued to contract the orchard, the Spore Sandbox would be homeless. If the superpowers knew that they were going to spend tens of billions of dollars to set up a research institute and promote it to a national strategic level, they would be very confused about the fact that they were actually fighting for a small orchard in a rural area, a small orchard of only 100 acres that could be contracted for 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, right? He was sitting in the orchard, calmly peeling an apple. After all, if he ignored them and just focused on farming, he could only shock himself, be confused, and entertain himself. Su Ji's family was indeed a slightly wealthy family in the village. He used to be a young and promising employee of a foreign company, but he was now unemployed and had spent his savings too quickly. He had to find a way to make money, and contracting land was a problem. Su Ji took a long time to calm down. He took a deep breath at the insect nest mind and said, "Now, they're trying to plant all kinds of spies in the sandbox to disrupt the atmosphere of the players in the sandbox. They're going to colonize my foreign world and become the next great emperor. They want to take over my sandbox world and make it their own territory. They're even going to develop technology in it." He couldn't ignore these things. After all, my family spent a lot of money to contract this orchard. How can the sandbox that I've worked so hard to develop be your territory? Take it as his own? If we're talking about land, even though I'm the one who contracted the farm, it's still our Greater China's land, okay? Su Ji's thinking was very simple. He intended to drive away this group of offenders. It was fine as long as they were not allowed to interfere. Plant your own fields, let them be dumbfounded, they can't do anything anyway. However, he changed his mind. Now, I can completely ignore them. He would just let them be envious, jealous, and dumbfounded outside, set up a research institute, and entertain themselves. But maybe in the future, when I create countless new sandbox worlds and there are really thousands of worlds, maybe I will realize their ambitions, just like what they said. At that time, Earth would enter the era of the great universe. Walking towards the universe. History will record this great moment. Countless people on Earth cried tears of joy. The leaders of various countries were also in tears as they gave speeches in front of the television. This is a small step for us humans, a big step for Earth's civilization. We're about to enter the era of the great universe, and countless civilizations from other worlds are waving to our Earth civilization. Su Ji laughed, but there was a strange look on his face. But in reality, they didn't leave Earth at all. The so-called myriad worlds, alternate worlds, and the universe are actually still in my orchard, working for me like ants. It's super cool just thinking about it. Su Ji had always felt that it was just a vision, a wild imagination that was something very far away. This little sandbox was not enough for them to trample on unless he developed to the point where he had many sand pits. When there was really a time in the universe, he really lacked a large number of people to evolve species. When the time comes, I might give them a few small sandbox worlds in my orchard. Each of them will rule a civilized world and launch a world-dimensional war with each other. Through the world channel of the water pipe, they will invade other worlds. In my orchard, I will solve the problems of national wars and accumulated grudges in reality. It was super cool just thinking about it. After all, where there was war, civilized species could be deduced. But now, he couldn't aim too high. He had to treat his current cancer first and completely lay the foundation of the alchemy civilization. The art of alchemy was already in front of him. Su Ji looked at the sandbox in front of him. Chapter 79, Quaffo, will only drink one mouthful. There were always all kinds of trifles to open up the sandbox. The undercurrents were already surging. Su Ji's current plan for these major secret research institutes that had invaded the game's closed beta slots and caused trouble was, currently, they were not allowed to enter. In fact, even the small sandbox was already a real small world. If they were given a sandbox to develop their civilization in, 100 years inside would only be a day outside. This was enough for them to develop various existing scientific research projects. In reality, 30 days would be 3,000 years ahead of the technology of the other countries. It would indeed greatly affect the entire world. It was indeed excusable for them to fight so crazily for it. This could be considered a true alternate world. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Ji to let them in, at least not in the short term. At that moment, Li Shengzhong naturally did not know that he had already gotten on the express train. The big shots of countless research institutes, and even super big shots at his level, who he might not even be able to get in touch with, were helping him behind his back. They wanted to borrow his hands to explore some information. Anyway, Li Shengzhong was already very high now. The internet is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. These big shots online are even more impressive than some of the experts in the industry I know. He continued to type on the keyboard and smiled. He chose to continue posting. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand said, "Big shots, the armor is ready. The next step should be to set off, right? There are 2 routes to the secret treasury. Which one do you think we should take? By the way, I've probably attracted attention because I'm purchasing alchemy materials in large quantities. I've probably been discovered to be still alive." An exquisite map of the mountains was displayed. This is the Artu Mountains. It lives in large areas of ala beasts. Screenshots of these beasts look very fierce. It's too exaggerated. This mountain range is too beautiful. Countless species and vegetation live here. If this was an online game, I could use these monsters as a super large monster killing and leveling place. It would be enough for me to entertain myself for 3 years. Indeed, route planning is a problem. Immediately, the players analyzed the map intensely, and another big shot made a move to help. Countless strategists chose the most reasonable route, which was a long detour with extremely difficult terrain. A few minutes passed. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, I'm sweating. It really saved my life. I've been in there for more than 10 days and found a shocking fire in the distance of the mountain range on the other road. It couldn't be an ambush, right? Good thing he didn't go. The big shot's route has saved our lives. Screenshots. 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 Countless netizens were amazed. Li Shengzhong had a favor to ask of everyone. Naturally, he was now shamelessly acting pitiful, and at the same time, he also posted a wave of benefits. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, you chose this path. Isn't it because the road is rugged, with many waterfalls and springs? I secretly took a few photos while Ermin was taking a bath, but I was immediately discovered and was kicked out by Ermin. Screenshots, 3 pictures. It wasn't a big picture. It was just a picture of an ordinary hot spring beauty bathing. It was blurry and half of her body was soaking in the spring water. One could vaguely see the beautiful and cold figure of a fairy bathing. Now, everyone was a fan of Ermin. Ermin was strong, beautiful, kind, and extremely charming. In fact, Ermin was the main character of this difficult journey. This severely injured and old slime was a super weakling. He had been weakened to the level of a level 5 beginner wizard and could only be responsible for communicating with the modern network as a commander. This beautiful and cold witch was the real protagonist of the adventure. She was much more beautiful than the characters from the 2D world. Many exquisite wallpaper screenshots of Ermin were taken by her fans and used as wallpapers. Top up again, Big Boss, I suspect you're driving. I have evidence. Why did you secretly take pictures of my little fairy Ermin's bath? I'm angry. He was angry. Why don't you take more photos secretly? Nosebleed. Little brain went down the mountain, lick the screen, come, the fairy's bathwater is immortal water, it can prolong one's life, 1 mouthful for each person, no one can drink more, funny. The racer of Mount Harana replied, then I, Quaffo, will only take 1 sip. Funny face. Haruko loves learning laughed. Stinky men. Sneer, as a girl, I've also become Ermin's fan. Along the way, I was full of righteousness, righteous, and hot-blooded. I didn't abandon any of my companions, and I wanted to save Charlotte, who had betrayed and fled the academy. It reminded me of Naruto in hot-blooded mangas, the plot where he chased after Sasa. If you don't make Ermin the next great emperor after this, don't blame us fangirls for killing you. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game, shocking. He had secretly set up the next great emperor Ermin. Is it a moral decay or a shady deal? When Su Ji saw this, he really laughed and continued to drink his tea. The netizens were posting wildly on the internet. The road to counterattack seemed long, but it would not be too long now. He could still wait. Li Shengzhong started a difficult path in the emperor's later years. Ermin protected him, blocking him with difficulty and being surrounded by countless desperate situations. However, for the sake of their beloved goddess Ermin, the players outside went crazy and turned the impossible into the possible, defeating all kinds of pursuing enemies. Year 529 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The Alchemy Lord was assassinated, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The 3 kingdoms fell into turmoil, and countless wizard academies fell into turmoil. The Dark Age was looming, and it was about to come to the whole land. As for the mastermind behind the organization of the rank 6 wizards, they couldn't help but fall into shock after seeing the repeated interception and attacks. He escaped again. It was clearly a foolproof ambush. It's like he can predict our thoughts. The Alchemy Lord is indeed a contemporary myth. He's known as the hero king who dared to wave his sword at God in ancient Sumerian mythology. He's only one person, but he's so seriously injured that he's on the verge of death. It's like we are facing the wisdom of countless people. How can there be such a perfect and all-rounded person in this world? Omniscient and omnipotent, knowing all kinds of knowledge. Many of the dark hands of the wizard school, the queen of the half-orc kingdom, and the members of Rose Savior Society couldn't help but feel complicated. They were clearly the most powerful party, chasing after him with overwhelming strength, but at this time, a sense of uneasiness was spreading wildly. In front of him, an entire hour had passed since the post was posted, and 5 to 6 years had passed in the sorcerer world. The rebellious school of thought had gone completely crazy, and it was getting harder for Ermin and the others to escape. They had traveled a long distance. In order to not let the other party know their destination, they had crazily traveled long distances. It was clearly a very short distance, but it had taken them a full 6 years. They had been on the verge of death countless times. It was clear that there was a terrifying resistance. In the end, they broke through all the difficulties and finally arrived at their final stop, in front of their family's secret little treasury. "I've finally made it here alive." Li Shengzhong followed the player's instructions and began to refine the second gene expansion drug. He had hidden in his vault and failed for a few months. He had spent countless materials and discussed and researched with countless medical students. Finally, he had succeeded in the final practical experiment. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand, brothers, I'm going to start taking the drug you've been researching. Success or failure depends on this one move. Brothers, I'm going to live stream taking the drug. Second, screenshot of the gene expansion drug, one picture. In the picture, it was like a potion bottle in a fantasy game. It was a hazy blood-red liquid that was contained in a crystal bottle, emitting a faint mysterious white light. Has this moment finally come? We're going to create history together. Alchemy Emperor was attacked in his later years, and he actually created a second gene. No, it should be called the second bloodline expansion potion in the sorcerer world. It broke the ancient iron law of the sorcerer world. Fuse with the second bloodline and live a second life. Ha ha ha. If the heavens didn't give birth to Grantham, alchemy through the ages would be like the eternal night. Ha 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 ha. Holding the sun, moon, and stars, there was no one like me in the world. I'm the great alchemy emperor, and I'm unfortunate in my later years. You framed me, bullied me, and humiliated me. After today, I'll break the laws of the world and live a second life. I'll definitely come back to the world. Haruko loves learning, the future Unibu up there. You've come to the wrong set, sneer. Although the posts on the internet were constantly joking, they could not hide their worries. After all, the game was too realistic. Whether it would succeed or not was still a terrifying unknown. They were also secretly anxious. In the short 1 hour of the forum, they seemed to have been brought into a fierce and exciting movie of a foreign world's escape and rise. They were moved by every character in it. If they couldn't succeed, all their efforts would be in vain. Chapter 80, Returning as a Teenager. Li Shengzhong was also secretly anxious. Theory was just theory. Whether he could withstand the phoenix blood, rise from the ashes, and cleanse his genetic chain, everything was unknown. He clearly understood that at this moment, he was stepping into an unknown field that the entire sorcerer world had never touched. If he could achieve this, the sorcerer world would usher in a new era. Teacher. Beside him, Ermin looked worried. She wasn't stupid. Over the past few days, she had already vaguely noticed something. How could a mere slime, the pet of the alchemy monarch, be so terrifying? Slimes could create the core alchemy armor of alchemy emperors. Slime had omniscience and omnipotence, creating countless miracles and escaping with her. Even now, Slime had opened up an unprecedented second bloodline potion for him to consume and live a second life. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she could still vaguely sense the unbelievable truth from the importance of being hunted and the various signs. The legendary alchemy emperor was actually a slime. It was the unconscious little monster that she had accidentally seen on the side of the road back then. Back then, she had actually unintentionally saved the entire sorcerer world. However, after all these years, all of that was no longer important. Ermin looked at the potion on the table and walked out silently. You are a great sovereign. You must live. I can't die so easily. I don't want all the justice in the world to be covered in dust, and all the evil and darkness to be exposed. I've only respected one person since I was young. She leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and looked at the blue sky above the mountains. You kept asking me who I admire. I've never said that I grew up listening to your legends. Anyone would be shy in front of their own idol. Pacify the Dark Witch era. He had created the alchemy frenzy. He had forged 2 great worlds. To bring the Babylonian people to the heavens to seek an audience with the gods. He was devoted to protecting the 7 witches, and was searching for the life-prolonging potion for them. There are too many of these achievements. In the secret room, Li Shengzhong was also taking deep breaths. He drank the second gene expansion drug in one gulp, and a spicy boiling feeling rose from every part of his body. Pain. Intense pain. This was more painful than the death ritual of merging with the blood of evil and becoming a sorcerer. It was as if his body was burning and turning into dust, being crushed and reforged. Vaguely, Li Shengzhong saw layers of flames. A phoenix rose into the sky, and his consciousness was completely blurred. Am I going to die? After acting pitiful and cute for so long, I still didn't succeed. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. This game is so painful that I'd rather die. It's too painful, too painful. It's still as hardcore as ever, but this pain made me clearly feel that this is a real second life. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and he completely sank into the darkness. After being unconscious for half a day, he was in a daze. When he woke up again, he only felt that his whole body was sore and numb. This is... Li Shengzhong clenched his fists, but there was an essential transformation of his body being as light as a swallow. There was no data, no reminder from the game panel, but he could clearly feel that his body had welcomed a transformation, as if he had transformed into a new species. This was the perception of his body. It was a real world. Teacher, you've finally awakened. Ermin secretly wiped her tears and quickly stood up. I've succeeded. He looked at Ermin, who was crying tears of joy, and felt a sense of joy after surviving a disaster. At this moment, he no longer treated this as a game. A character with feelings and flesh could feel pain, laugh, and cry. This was his second life. Very quickly, he opened the second gene slot and was faced with the choice of a new gene. Final chicken gene. Yes, it was. He was a slime, so naturally, he could not integrate slime genes. He had also integrated evil eyes genes, so he had no other choice. Only one? I can only integrate the genes of that dumbass player, can't you give me a better one? Li Shengzhong was speechless, but he still posted outside. Ermin looked at the slime who suddenly fainted and quit the game, and she was very calm. He was already used to it. Fainting for a few days, a few hours, or even a dozen minutes was probably the after effect of an alchemy emperor's near-death or serious injuries in his later years. Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand said, everyone, I've succeeded. My next step is to fuse the final chicken's gene into my second genetic chain. Finally. Finally. As soon as he said this, everyone's tense hearts suddenly relaxed. Although it seemed to have only been a few minutes, it was a little too worrying. It was just like how a group of people carried a dying patient to the hospital with great difficulty, only to find that the hospital was a self-service hospital. They could only pay for the operation fees themselves, including scalpels, various drugs, and countless difficulties. Now that they were finally sent to the emergency operating room, they could only wait anxiously outside. They were afraid that the surgery would fail and all their previous efforts would be in vain. Pay more and chop off his hand, I succeeded. I didn't even dare to go to the toilet. My heart was finally at ease, and I felt relieved. Haruko Loves Learning said, I'm instantly relieved. We've created the sorcery world, a history that has never been seen before. We're all going to go down in history, and it's good that we're fine. Big brother, are you going to integrate the genes of the final chicken now? He wanted to become a delicacy. Also, the name Final Chicken sounded so inauspicious. Funny face. The racer of Mount Harana was furious. I'm very angry. My food species is the strongest, okay? Since the god of creation liked to eat so much, the other gods would probably like it too. The next time he went to the heavens to see a god, he could cut his meat and feed it to the eagles to please the gods in the heavens. Funny face. Xiao Naxiao went down the mountain and said, the big boss of Mount Akina, you're really smart. There's still this move? He had failed to poison the god of creation before, and now he was stirring up trouble. He even wanted to poison the gods of the sorcerer world? A specialist in the god devourer. Sudden change in style. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game, wow. It was too terrifying. This time, he was going to sacrifice his life for justice again and poison the gods in the sky. Was there shit in their lunch boxes? Was there poison in their shit? Funny face. In the comments section. Immediately, everyone was happy. Li Shengzhong suddenly laughed and wiped off his dense cold sweat, as if he had just survived a disaster. These people seemed to be full of nonsense, but in fact, they were all quite good. As for poisoning the gods in the sky, he had no such intention. It was just a joke. Not to mention that they couldn't enter the eye of the wind, and the poison could only kill rank 4 magi, it definitely wouldn't be effective. Li Shengzhong thought for a while and posted, "Now, I'm going to integrate a new gene into my body. Then, I'll live stream my counterattack." Next, Li Shengzhong began to integrate the gene medicine of the poisonous magpie. After the expansion of the position and the integration of the second gene, there was no big danger to his life. After another severe pain, Li Shengzhong looked at his form speechlessly. It was a dark green poisonous slime with 2 small wings on his back. "You're even cuter now. What are you doing?" He quietly sent a screenshot, and the outside world was in a state of high spirits again. "Wow, big brother is so cute. The king of cuties slime. Little wing, our alchemy emperor can't be that cute. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Next, the difficult times are over. It's time for our entertainment. Big Boss has extended his life and regained his youth. Let's watch Big Boss's live stream counterattack." As expected of a farmer hoarder. The house is full of small vaults, enough to build a new grantham. The small bench is ready, waiting for the Big Boss to counterattack on his live stream. The front row is selling melon seeds, Sprite, black tea. Year 539 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Grantham, the great lord who was in charge of alchemy and the Door of Truth, was assassinated in the Palace of Babylon 12 years ago. The world was in turmoil, and the chaos lasted for a full 12 years. Too many things had happened in the past 12 years. The giant Adolf had been taken away by the Rose Saviors Society. They had tried to go to Gorgon Alchemy Island and unseal the Emperor of Death, but they had been stopped by the Orc Kingdom at the port of Volve. The half-Orc Kingdom had just dealt with an emperor, and it was impossible for another emperor to appear and rule the world. The battle between the two factions became more and more intense. The battle went on for several years. The Alchemy Emperor should have died of old age. He's already close to the end of his 250 years, and he was seriously injured before. Let's just ignore him. Although they were still chasing after the Alchemy Emperor, they gradually became less focused on killing each other. After all, everyone would die of old age one day, and it was irreversible. The 3 witches who had created an era, the hero King Gilgamesh, had not been able to escape the fate of death. Even the current great alchemy emperor, who had great talent and strategy, could not be stronger than the 3 witches and Gilgamesh. He should have been reduced to a pile of bones by now. During the 12 years of turmoil, some small-scale magus guilds had completely gone extinct, while many guilds had risen. The few witches leading the Kingdom of Babylon were also struggling to make their last stand with the help of the Hanging Garden of Babylon. However, on this day, a perfect 3-meter-tall giant man walked through the city gates of the Kingdom of Babylon again. Behind him was a giant woman who was also 3 meters tall. The kingdom guards on both sides of the city gate and the commoners passing by couldn't help but be shocked. Only the legendary alchemy emperor would have a 3-meter giant of this size. There's no mistaking it. That face belongs to the young alchemy emperor. Our king of Babylon, the alchemy emperor, has returned. The great emperor has returned. He's still so young. After living a second life, he's still a teenager. Countless people were excited. The elderly cried in disgust. Li Shengzhong walked into the street and came to the entrance of the palace of Babylon. He looked at the discussions around him and said softly, "I will stand here and wait for 3 days. In 3 days, all the rebellious people in the world will come and ask for punishment. We're waiting for the world to apologize. Our alchemy emperor has returned with great courage." Countless Babylonians cried tears of joy as they walked out of the streets. The streets were filled with people as they welcomed their king. Screenshots. 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 Li Shengzhong instantly sent it out and did not stay outside. He went back to continue waiting, silently waiting for the enemy to come. On this day, the entire Magus world was in an uproar. Everyone thought that the epic emperor, who was about to die of old age, would die of illness. No one expected that he would break the rules of life and return to being the king. Chapter 81, He lived like a hero. Everyone thought that the alchemy monarch had died, but he had returned to his prime. How can he not be dead? And you've even recovered to your prime. He hasn't broken through to level 7 epic yet. How can he still be alive? This is something that the 3 witches, Gilgamesh, did not manage to do in ancient history. Otherwise, one of them would not have attempted to kill a god in his later years, while the other would not have wanted to meet Mercury, the god of wisdom, in his later years. The alchemy monarch has done something that even the ancient times couldn't. All the major wizard sects and half-orc kingdoms fell into despair. Rose Savior Society was also shocked. They were filled with disbelief. It was unbelievable. The alchemy emperor had come back alive, and he had become younger. No matter what, the alchemy emperor won't let us go for our rebellion. We'll die for sure. We can only ask the other emperor to protect us. But, if we let that person out? No buts. Originally, the major wizard sects and half-orc kingdoms had joined forces to resist the Rose Saviors Society from breaking the seal. However, they had no other choice. The great alchemy emperor does have the great spirit of a sovereign. Big heart. On the day of our return, we will not wash the world in blood. Instead, we will sit in the kingdom of Babylon and wait for us, the rebels, to go and apologize for our sins. However, this is the greatest failure. We can use the last of our time to save another epic emperor. The most terrifying existence that once ruled the Dark Witch era. Emri, the king of half-orcs, couldn't help but tremble when he said this. Just thinking about the name of that existence and the power to control death made him feel fear. It was a terrifying monster that could open the door of death and summon the dead. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already in danger, he wouldn't have come into contact with the legendary Dark Taboo. The next day, countless level 6 legendary wizards contacted the members of the Rose Salvation Society and headed to Gorgon Alchemy Island, the land of darkness on the other side of Ocean Okeanos. Over the years, Rose Savior Society had already found a way to break the seal, but they had been stopped by other forces. And now, they had broken the seal very quickly. Under the island, the door opened, and a beautiful woman was sitting on the alchemy table, observing the slices of a certain creature through the microscope. This is the legendary Emperor of Death, one of the most terrifying existences in the world. She is actually such a beautiful and gentle quiet lady. Countless rank 6 wizards were silent, and an atmosphere of fear spread. This existence was indeed worthy of being a legendary rank 7 epic. Even the alchemy emperor had aged, but she was still in her prime. She raised her head slightly and looked at the crowd in surprise. Who are you? It can actually break Grantham's seal. Great Emperor, we've come to save you. The members of the Rose Savior Society quickly stepped forward to explain. I see. He's nearing his old age. He was almost killed by you. Medusa laughed. After a few seconds of silence, she lowered her head and continued to study. I don't want to go out. I'm studying alchemy here. The field that the alchemy emperor opened is indeed very profound. This is a magical microscopic domain that allows me to study true death. The door of truth in the world even has the unit structure of living creatures, and there is also the concept of life and death. But the great emperor? The Rose Savior Society's members said anxiously. No one would have thought that after countless years of trying to break the seal, the Emperor of Death would be so engrossed in his research that he didn't even want to go out. Medusa laughed and raised her head to look at them. There are many level 6 wizards in this generation. The times are indeed advancing. But as you said, Grantham in his later years seemed to have opened the door of truth to omniscience and omnipotence. He knew everything in the world, and his plans were flawless. If you were to go against him, it would be as if you were going against the infinite wisdom of all living beings. How could he have left a loophole and let you come so easily? Everyone was speechless. Medusa laughed and whispered, I don't know how he extended his life. But he was only a rank 6 legend wizard after all. 250 years as a legend, 600 years as an epic. The qualitative difference between the realms was too big. Even if he could double his lifespan, so what if it reached 500 years? It's still not as long as my life. So what if he has terrifying battle prowess? After all, his lifespan was short. So what if he suppresses me for a lifetime? In the end, a rank 6 magus can't kill me. I just need to wait for him to die of old age and illness, then I will come out of the mountain and rule the world. Medusa continued to lower her head. She studied the lens with her fair fingers and smiled gently. I was also discouraged when I lost back then, but now, after countless years, I finally understand that a temporary victory or defeat is just a small matter. The one who lives long is the real winner. Everyone was silent. They were shocked by this great wizard who was studying in peace. This was a true sage. Medusa continued. In fact, he deliberately let me out and held the fort for 3 days so that you would have time to let me out and give him the pressure of death. He wanted me to fight him and let him break through to level 7 epic, just like how he let me break through to the epic realm back then. However, if he can break through to rank 7 epic, it will be the time for him to kill me. I won't be able to turn the tables. This was the plan of everyone on the internet. However, they had underestimated this great emperor who had once suppressed the world, and her plan was easily seen through. She would not give Li Shengzhong the chance to fight with her and break through to level 7 epic. After this day, a piece of news spread throughout the world. Medusa, the Emperor of Death, was willing to be imprisoned on Gorgon Alchemy Island. He promised that as long as the Alchemy Emperor was alive, he would never leave Gorgon Alchemy Island. As long as the Alchemy Lord is alive, Medusa, the great Lord of Death who once ruled the Dark Age, will never come out. He's acknowledging the invincible might of the Alchemy Monarch. The Alchemy Monarch has suppressed the entire world. No one dares to compete with him. The Alchemy Monarch is not epic, but more epic than epic. On the third day, countless level 6 sorcerers no longer had any hope. Countless forces were in complete despair. After their collapse, they took the initiative to go to the Kingdom of Babylon to ask for forgiveness. In just half a month, a terrifying reform broke out. Countless level 6 wizards and spies were found, and their cultivation was destroyed. They were imprisoned in the Akarsan Grand Prison on Prison Island. These rebels and traitors were never allowed to leave. Countless ambitious people stopped. The Alchemy Monarch had already broken through the limit of his lifespan. No one knew how long he could live in the future. In history, the Spear of the Flourishing Witch was recorded. Year 539 of the Kingdom of Babylon. 12 years after Grantham, the great Alchemy Emperor, was assassinated in his later years, the earth fell into dark turmoil, and various major forces fought for power. Today, he returned and lived a second life, suppressing the world. Those who plotted against him have come to apologize for their sins. Year 549 of the Kingdom of Babylon. It had been 10 years since the chaos was suppressed, and the Alchemy Monarch's rule was still ongoing. He had completely exceeded the normal lifespan of a rank 6 magus, as if he was about to live forever. He was still young, mighty, and full of energy. The legend of the Alchemy Monarch's infatuation was finally fulfilled at this moment. He used his own life-prolonging method to successfully save the 7 sealed little witches and extended their lifespans. However, they were no longer in human form. Instead, they had the unique hook of slimes on their heads. At this moment, 10 years later, people finally guessed the truth behind Alchemy Monarch's life extension. They have actually fused with the blood of slime. How is this possible? The blood of the evil eye has already been fused into it. Is this the fusion of a second bloodline? However, only one type of bloodline can be fused into it. This is the ancient law of the Magus world. So the Alchemy Monarch had found a way to extend his life and suppress the dark chaos in his later years. The Alchemy Monarch's alchemy skills are unbelievable. He has already reached the forbidden zone. Compared to their schemes, this is a real magus. Give me the endless truth, and I can move the entire world. Year 600 of the Kingdom of Babylon. During the 100th anniversary of the founding of the country, the Alchemy Emperor had lived for more than 300 years. He announced his wedding and married 7 young witches of the Elizabeth Witch Freemasonry. Countless rare treasures were presented, and the world was celebrating. In the Kingdom of Babylon, the giant Adolf was holding an alchemy 5-colored firework firecracker. The giant fireworks bloomed and resounded throughout the sky of the entire capital of Babylon. Countless merchants and women on the streets looked up and could not help but burst into tears. Our king is finally getting married. The Hanging Garden of Babylon took to the sky and flew under the beautiful stars to hold the wedding ceremony. Ermin, the only true disciple of the Alchemy Monarch, stood guard beside him silently. She smiled emotionally and said, "Master, at this moment, you're no longer the omniscient and omnipotent Alchemy Monarch. You're a man who has been waiting for you for more than 200 years. Master, the more I understand you, the more I understand how respectable you are." Ermin's tears flowed as she wiped them away. It's a slime, but it lives like a hero. On this day, Alchemy Emperor walked into the palace with 7 beautiful brides in wedding dresses. Fresh flowers were scattered all over the garden, and countless magi were crying at the side, whispering to each other and feeling emotional. According to the ancient legends, the Hanging Garden of Babylon was built by the king of Babylon, Grantham, for his queen. He wanted to leave a home for them after 100 years, so that they would not have to move. One of the rooms inside was completely moved to the shabby little house of the Elizabeth Freemasonry that they used to be together in the past. A woman said with tears in her eyes. The alchemy emperor has spent his entire life studying alchemy, not to become a god, but to save his lover from the mortal world. This is a happy ending. Our monarch and the great emperor will have a happy old age. Countless witches stood in the palace of the Hanging Garden of Babylon, looking at the beautiful fireworks in the sky and sighing. If there could be someone who loved them so much in the world, they would die without regrets. It's easy to get priceless treasures, but it's rare to have a lover. After entering the royal palace, Li Shengzhong took off his Grantham, which was a jumping angel slime. It shook its cute ahog and jumped into Elizabeth's arms. Around it were 6 little witches in white wedding dresses, including Merle. Elizabeth laughed and hugged the cute slime. Back then, the weak slime that we picked up boasted and vowed to become the next great lord. He actually came true. You didn't believe me back then, but do you now? Li Shengzhong could not help but wipe his tears. He was crying and laughing at the same time. In their eyes, he was no longer the monarch or great emperor who needed to maintain his dignity. He was just their little pet. To him, they were like family. After waiting for so many years, they had finally awakened. This life-prolonging elixir not only extended their own lifespans, but also their lifespans. Tell me. Eggplants? Screenshots. 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 In the post, the netizens looked at the bright fireworks at night, the beautiful and exquisite wallpaper screenshots, and the wedding photos of the big shots. They couldn't help but be agitated and emotional. I'm so happy, I'm really happy. Finally, after so many bumpy and magical adventures, Ermin and the Slime Emperor's escape in their later years welcomed a perfect ending. Their love lasted for more than 200 years, and the lovers finally got together. Even though it's all nonsense, sudden change in style. The one above, I'm going to hit you. Humph humph. This is the most beautiful and pure love, between family and love, hazy, pure, and beautiful. Back in the witch Freemasonry, everyone in the house laughed and talked together, carrying too many memories. Big Boss has been fighting for these memories and persevered for more than 200 years, and has come to this step for the person he loves. I'm so touched. Although said I had 7 wives, I couldn't feel any disgust at all. Maybe it's because didn't have any physical contact with them, not because of the lust of men. Marriage was just to make them official family, a part of his family. It was a very simple thought. To be honest, I'm a little teary now. I don't even use that many tissues, sobbing, when I watch sad movies. Why is everyone so sad? We've helped so much, and this game with the graphics and plot has finally come to a successful end. It's like the feeling of the child you've raised with great difficulty finally becoming an adult and getting married, tears, tears. Countless netizens were also watching the wedding and were very emotional. Their help and everything had finally come to an end. This word game had finally come to the perfect ending that they had hoped to see. There were also various wallpaper screenshots, wedding photos, and fireworks. Su Ji sat in his room and looked at the post on his computer. He also sighed. Li Shengzhong was really good at causing trouble in his later years, just like the previous 2 pioneers of the era, he could not live in peace. He laughed. But it's a good thing that she didn't mess with me. His crazy antics, acting cute and pitiful, and getting help from the netizens had finally come to an end. These guys had given me a pretty good surprise again. However, Li Shengzhong, you still haven't broken through to level 7 epic legend realm, how difficult was that? Li Shengzhong was a scientist who specialized in farming, and his cultivation aptitude was not considered to be outstanding. Even if he was given a longer lifespan, the chances of him breaking through were slim. Even if he had a second gene, he would at most be able to live for 1 or 2 more days in reality with the help of netizens. The glorious era of the alchemy monarch is coming to an end, even if he has extended his life for a while. Su Ji looked at the 3rd beta testing sandbox that had just been activated. A new group of players had already entered the sandbox. It was time to plan how to develop the next era after Alchemy Monarch. Chapter 82, Everyone Entering the Other World Plan. According to Su Ji's speculations, it was impossible for him to break through to level 7 epic. No matter how strong this level 6 great wizard's combat power was, how good he was at hiding, and how strong his desire to live was, he would not live long. A level 6 will always be a level 6. At most, he can still rule there for 1 or 2 days. Su Ji thought for a moment and began to look at the third test sandbox on the other side. The events of the Alchemy Emperor's later years on the big sandbox had finally stabilized. The Alchemy Emperor had returned to the throne. Su Ji shifted his attention to the small sandbox of evolution and dealt with some problems and hidden dangers from the third beta testing. It was the second day of the third beta testing. Su Ji sat on the chair by the door and continued to eat his apple. As usual, he was surrounded by the new players who had just entered the game. Ha ha ha! I've finally climbed out of the sandbox ocean and finally met the legendary god of creation. I do love to eat fruits, so I'll take a picture to remember. Ha ha ha, don't stop me. I'm going to lick his shoes. Shoe licking +1. Shoe licking +2. Su Ji took a bite of the apple and looked at this group of new third beta players. He was suddenly speechless. The quality of the game this time was very high, but it was still as silly as ever. In fact, for this internal test, Su Ji had secretly vacated 2 spots. One was reserved for Chen Shi, and the other was reserved for himself, so that it would be more convenient for the two to meet. Subbrain, check how many spies from different countries are there in this third beta testing. Su Ji said after some thought. The Insectan Nest Mind replied robotically. There are 50 people for the third test of the sandbox. 7 of them are from different big countries. There were only 7 slots for the third beta test. There were so few of them. Was it because there were so many experts among the people that the research institutes of these countries could not compete with these experts? In fact, this was not the case. It wasn't until a few days before the third beta that the Alchemy Emperor posted about the terrifying flow of time in the other world, as well as all kinds of true data matching, that the various countries completely realized the horror of this spore evolution, and that it was likely to be a real other world. It was only now that they thought about getting the closed beta slots. The real reason was that they had not prepared well in just one day. Furthermore, in their eyes, numbers were not the main factor. If he planted one person, he would be standing behind a research institute. If he planted a group of people, he would also be standing behind a research institute. It was better to concentrate all resources on one person. With countless scientists backing him, he would occupy a dominant position and become the next Alchemy Emperor to rule the other world. Furthermore, from their point of view, they had to be careful and not dare to plant too many people in order to avoid angering this alien technology. When Su Ji heard the subbrain say that, he was suddenly speechless. You guys planted a spy in the dark, and you even knew that it would anger me? That's right. Once the god of creation gets angry, the consequences will be very serious. A great flood will destroy the world and all living beings. But that's all in the sandbox. Su Ji thought about it. He did not know how serious it would be to offend him in reality. After beating up a group of gangster big countries, he even wanted to colonize and expand his own country's territory. He was too weak. He was a rank 1 wizard who was just a farmer in the countryside. One bullet would be enough to kill him. Now, he was just using his subbrain to hack into their network and eavesdrop. In fact, the abilities of these 7 people were beyond doubt. Behind them, there were countless big shots doing crazy calculations. Standing in a huge research institute was an enhanced version of Li Shengjiang. Su Ji scratched his head and took a bite of the apple. To be honest, these 7 people are equivalent to the children of heaven's will. They are the protagonists of heaven and earth who are favored by the heavenly Dao in novels. He's the long Aotian who has thousands of luck in his body and can madly cheat and kill gods and Buddhas in his way. As the heavenly Dao and the god of creation, 7 heaven's chosen ones appeared all of a sudden. They were the legendary protagonists of novels who could promote the development of the world's civilization era. Logically speaking, he should be very happy. But these heavens chosen, long Aotian, are all poisonous. Su Ji thought about it. It's easy to get rid of them completely. After all, the nest's AI can analyze and make judgments, and it won't give them any chance to plant spies. But, these 7 heavens chosen, long Aotian, has gathered thousands of fate energy in one body. I'm not too willing to drive them out completely. Suji felt that it was pity. Work. I'm definitely going to let them work. I definitely won't refuse the dream of the people from the research institute to go bald. But think of ways to scheme against them, destroy their ambitions, and make them work for free. This matter was quite tricky. After that, Suji called Chen Shi again. Suji had asked her to move out of the dormitory and live alone. After all, it was not very convenient to play games in the dormitory. He had also asked her not to reveal her in-game ID or even let anyone find out that she was playing the game. I've already logged in. Chen Shi was extremely excited. I didn't even dare to tell my classmates that I actually got this closed beta slot. It's already been hyped up to 500,000 yuan each on the internet, and there's a demand for it but no supply. What's the name and ID? Suji pretended to ask. My name is Shi Paper. Shi as in Chen Shi, Ji as in Suji. Chen Shi was very excited. A scumbag's tinfoil hot? Suji coughed dryly and asked, You've already entered the sandbox, right? I'm in. I've done my homework and studied a lot of evolutionary knowledge. I'm now on land beside a bunch of crooked trees. The trees are chatting. I'm a little red lizard. Oh, wait here, I'll go in and find you. Suji looked at the sandbox. Tilted tree. The red lizard. His eyesight was already quite amazing. With a casual sweep of his eyes, he found Chen Shi's location a few minutes later. Thus, he quietly returned to his room and logged into the game. His account was I'll take down all the curses in my little notebook. In fact, after the incident with the three witches, he had nothing to do, so he evolved a deformed octopus species to prevent himself from being unable to enter the sandbox in time in the future when he needed to enter the sandbox urgently. Now was the perfect time to land. In front of the tilted tree, a bunch of trees were chirping. Wah! Are you really a female player? It's such a hardcore game with very few girls. You must be very knowledgeable. Come, let's get to know each other and discuss the theory of evolution. Brother! Don't hit on girls, it's different from us in the second beta. The competition in the third beta is extremely fierce, and the only one who can make it out of there is definitely a balding female player. Chen Shi was instantly enraged. I'm not bald. However, she didn't dare to say that she had used her secret connections to hire someone to write her thesis in order to get a place in the closed beta. At this moment, there was a disturbance in the distance. A bunch of oddly shaped animals and plants ran madly in one direction and waved at them. Quick! Time to gather! The brothers who want to enter the other world next year have all come to sign up. The meeting is about to start. Chen Shi's eyes widened. What happened? Why is everyone running? Could it be that the god of creation is coming out of the yard again and is now walking on the beast path? We have to run quickly to avoid a stampede. As a new player, she knew a lot about the rules of the game and the beast path. It's not about the beast path. This is a gathering of players. We're going to secretly do something big. Let's go, a crooked tree said proudly. We'll also participate in it, in case there are no more spots for us later. Something big? I remember that there was a gathering at the beginning of the second beta to plot against the god of creation, but the team was wiped out. Chen Shi quickly said, now that the third beta testing has begun, you guys want to have a gathering again? Secretly doing something big again? Are you going to attack the god of creation again? Of course not. Who would dare to go against the god of creation now? Now, there's a group of bootlickers who only think about evolving food for the god of creation to eat. Didn't you see the forum? As soon as Alchemy Monarch's post ended, another post exploded in an instant. There's a big shot who said that there's a way for all of us players to travel to the other world. We're going there for a meeting to discuss this matter. Suji controlled the octopus and walked out. He was also stunned when he heard that. He had just been busy with the final years of the Alchemy Emperor's life in the sorcerer world and did not pay attention to the evolution of the small sandbox for a while. Now, these idiotic players were secretly plotting again, and they had been planning for a long time? Every time the closed beta reopens, you guys want to do something big? The second beta gamers wanted to team up to fight the giant boss, and the third beta gamers wanted to team up to travel to another world? These people are poisonous. Chapter 83, I'll form the head. To travel to another world as a group was such a bold idea. Perhaps only the fearless idiotic players could think of such a thing. What's going on? Su Ji could not help but step forward and ask. This is, the tilted tree was full of doubts. My boyfriend. Chen Shi was very pleased with herself. A top student couple? They studied theses and played games together? Are you trying to show off your love in the game? The few crooked trees were shocked. Everyone knew how difficult it was to get a slot now. Who knew that there was a top student couple here who could get 2 slots at the same time and enter the game together? It was terrifying to the extreme. This was a pair of male and female demons. He really couldn't afford to offend the 2 big shots. Humph, showing off your love, you'll die quickly. A few trees had been very enthusiastic when they looked at Chen Shi earlier, but when they saw her boyfriend, they immediately became cold. Let's go to the meeting. A few trees pulled up their roots and strode forward. At this moment, a tree in the distance was stunned. Hey, take me with you. I can't move. What kind of tree is a tree that can't walk? You don't look like a proper plant. A few crooked trees had no choice but to work together and pull up the tree. Then, the 2 trees carried the emerald tree on their shoulders, one in front and one behind, as if carrying a pole, and strode forward. When Chen Shi saw such a curious scene of a few long-legged trees carrying another tree as they walked, she was also instantly dumbfounded. After the deformed trees left, she quickly said to Su Ji, "We're rich. We've encountered a big secret incident. Let's go. Let's go watch the meeting and join in the fun." It was impossible for all the players to travel to another world. After all, only 2 big shots had received the achievement reward, but what if it was true? Maybe we can also go to the other world, that would be great. It was not that Chen Shi did not know about the stories of the Alchemy Emperor. That was an extremely real game world, and it would be a lie to say that she was not envious of that kind of life. After all, how long could modern people live? 80 years old? 90 years old? If you were strong enough, you could live for a few hundred years and become the sovereign of the world. You could also learn sorcery and become an extraordinary expert. There were endless possibilities and wonderful things. It would not be an exaggeration to say that you would have a second life. Yes, I definitely have to go and take a look. Su Ji thought about it. He had come in to chat and relax, but he didn't expect to see such a thing. These people were going to stir up trouble again. If they could cause a scene, couldn't they take a break? Give me 5 minutes. I'll go out and take a look at the post. I'll take the opportunity to understand the situation. Su Ji said. When Su Ji was done, he went offline and continued to sneak into the enemy camp to gather intelligence. He looked at the forum and found that there was another post that was quite popular among the posts that he had paid too much attention to. Are you still troubled by the evolution of your species? Are you still staying up all night researching and working so hard? Do you really want to enter the other world? Come on! You've learned nothing from the spore colony. Here, your wish to enter the other world will be fulfilled. The person who posted it was called Shue by Shue, a third beta gamer. At this moment, he posted something incredible. Let us enter the other world together. Union? There's no guild setting in this game. Impossible. Only a few big shots entered before, how can we all leave the novice village? Everyone was scolding him for playing to the gallery. However, after reading the post, they started to analyze the simple biological structure diagram one by one. Everyone was excited. It's actually the principle of spore symbiosis, a combined organism. The engine from before was already a very powerful creature with a hole in its brain. Who knew that this one would be even more powerful? Now that I think about it, it's really feasible. In the natural world, wolves and wolves live together, and rhinoceros birds live together. There are too many symbiotic creatures. Merge. I'll form the head. Gundam Warrior Transformation.jpg. Merge. I'll form the skin. Blah, blah, blah. Merge. I'll form the bone armor. Warrior Beauty Transformation.jpg. It's over, I can't find the picture, cry. This post instantly exploded with excitement. Previously, everyone had only participated in the Alchemy Emperor event and had not had enough. And now? Everyone was participating together, and they might enter the other world together. They could go in teams, go sightseeing, and experience the exotic customs of the other world. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. It was equivalent to forming a spore guild and turning into a living being. If they could succeed, the sense of achievement would be unimaginable. This was the most earth-shaking plan the sandbox players had ever made since the server was launched. Su Ji took a look and immediately understood everything. The person who posted it was the player who had written the paper and wanted to evolve and combine creatures to create a level 8 mythical creature. As expected, he started his guild plan as soon as he entered. My brothers. It might not be possible for you to evolve into a species with potential on your own. You should know the difficulty involved. This is a rare opportunity for you to enter the other world. It's better to go in first than to explore by yourself. After all, we can continue to explore our potential race when we come out. Those who want to join the God creation plan, come on, first come, first served. The big shot sent out a formal invitation. Haruko loves learning, newbies are all monsters. I have the chance to enter the other world. Little Brain went down the mountain, we're together. I was so excited when I saw the big boss's screenshot in life. Now, it's finally our turn to enter? Even though the super big shot entered alone and we could only enter in teams, I still wanted to smash the Alchemy Emperor's dog head as soon as I entered. You stole my goddess Ermin. If we really succeed and this path is feasible, doesn't that mean that we can form teams in the future and enter the sand pit? Excited. The racer of Mount Harana, I don't think so. This hybrid species can only get one achievement, and it's useless for us to combine after that. This is the only chance for the players to enter as a group. The crowd was in a heated discussion. And so now, a group of bizarrely shaped creatures had appeared and were rushing to the meeting. They planned to discuss the feasibility and how to cooperate according to the evolutionary blueprint of the big boss. Su Ji laughed when he saw this scene. I've been thinking about how I could push them to form a group. But now, all of them are extremely excited. After all, they just watched the live broadcast of the Alchemy Emperor's life. After Yoon participated, they're still in high spirits and want to cause trouble. Su Ji thought for a moment, then re-entered the game and explained the general situation to Chen Shi, who was next to him. We can also enter the other world. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi was very excited. The two of us will go and participate. This should be our only chance. If we miss this one, we won't have another one. Su Ji thought about it for a moment. I'm not going to participate. I don't have any ideas about this other world, but you can participate. This is a rare opportunity. You can go in and travel with these big shots. You can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the other world. Aren't you a casual scenic lover? This is a good opportunity for you to go on a group tour. It's a pity that you're not going. Chen Shi was a little disappointed. Su Ji, however, held his chin in his hands and wondered if he should open the back door for Chen Shi and think of a way to let her take over one of the leading powers of this god creation project. After all, according to the sub-brain's speculation, this giant god would be a pseudo-Zerg hero. It would reach the level of a pseudo-level 8 mythical creature. Although it was not a true level 8 mythical creature, it was still a demigod. In the entire Magus world, there had never been a demigod at this level. If these idiotic players took the opportunity to control the giant god to cause trouble, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. Among the gods in the sky, Mercury, the god of wisdom, was just a decoration, and he could not stop them. He had to plant a spy to control the core authority of the giant god. And wasn't there a perfect candidate in front of him? A stupid salted fish who never knew how to play games and was so excited that he wanted to travel to the other world. But how could we let Chen Shi infiltrate the base as a spy and gain control of the core? Su Ji had already begun to think about his own conspiracy. Chapter 84, Evolving into a God. If these guys wanted to cause trouble, they really needed to find someone to restrain them and be a spy among them. Su Ji accompanied Chen Shi to a meeting that lasted for more than an hour. He also secretly eavesdropped on the conversation for a while before going offline. Su Ji learned from the meeting that the giant god construction plan involved 173 out of the 180 players on the sandbox who were willing to participate. The remaining 7 people, like Su Ji, chose not to participate. Some of them had things to do in real life these few days and couldn't get away. Some of them were halfway through their species evolution and thought they had great potential. They couldn't bear to commit suicide and become spores again, so they didn't participate. Thus, after the candidates were confirmed, they were officially put on the agenda. This group of players were all experts at writing papers and entering the sandbox. A group of extremely professional people quickly discussed and began a crazy god-creating plan. As soon as the match started, a brawler took the lead to speak. The racer of Mount Harana cursed, "Damn it! We'll just create a fusion creature that's only 1,000 meters tall, is that good enough? Something's not right, right? Let's make it at least 5 to 6 kilometers. Oh no, 5 or 6,000 meters wasn't fun either. If he wanted to do it, he should do it to his heart's content." Its body was as long as the god of creation in the courtyard, a giant with a height of 10,000 feet. This was the real god-creating movement. Picking nose. Everyone was speechless. This big shot's words were shocking, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. There was a moment of silence. Little Brain went down the mountain. "Big boss, they're here to cause trouble again. Thinking about creating gods, killing gods, and rebellion all day long, terrifying." Haruko loves learning replied, shivering. "What do you think, Big Shot by Shwet? I think it's possible. If we want to do it, then we'll do it big, smile. After all, each of us can bring tens or hundreds of species together and reach the size of the god of creation." Suji eavesdropped on the god creation plan that this group of players was talking about and was immediately dumbfounded. If you want to stir up trouble, then so be it, but you want to make it bigger and bigger? Aren't you guys afraid of the heavens? At first, it was expected to be a giant god the size of a husky. However, after a group of people came up with a plan, their ambitions grew wildly. In the end, they unanimously decided, if he wanted to be high, he wanted to be high to the heavens. He wanted to create the most awesome. He wanted to make one that was the size of Suji himself, which was the body of a giant that was 100,000 feet tall. To an ant, a human's body size was like a vast continent. But soon, the group of ambitious people became very excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Under the leadership of the big shots, they began to build the basic biological template ships. To build a ship, he naturally had to cut the trees first. "So be it, you bastards, are you cutting down our trees? The earlier you die, the earlier you reincarnate. So what if I cut you guys? We're all going to die anyway, so we'll become spores again and combine together." The racer of Mount Harana seized the opportunity to retaliate. This fiery red rooster held its head high and puffed out its chest. It patrolled continuously like a supervisor. "You trees, take the initiative. Hey! Those long-legged tree brothers over there, they're carrying the tree brothers over here who can't move, and they're lining up to be chopped down." The final chicken swaggered. "Also, the players who have evolved into sickles, move faster. Is he a real man? All of you, be gory. Let's cut off the heads of these trees first and euthanize them in advance." The trees were speechless. The group of vegetable players had tears streaming down their faces. This guy was obviously taking revenge. It turned out that everyone was trying so hard to transform trees so that there would be more wood in this sandbox. It seems that we really have good foresight. This was destined to be a vast project. A group of ants working together to build a ship the size of a yacht in the real world. However, everyone was extremely efficient, and the division of labor was very clear. Although there were only 173 players, with their own groups, there were tens of thousands of labor forces. It was like building a great wall. Screenshots. 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 In front of the verdant forest, a long-legged tree king led its own tribe. Dozens of long-legged trees were lined up to be cut down. On the other side, a bunch of scarlet, sickle-shaped creatures were sitting on small stools and cutting trees crazily. Some players had already started to piece the ships together. These screenshots were all posted through the post creating the divine movement, and some people were even live-streaming it so that the audience outside could see the progress of their players' construction. So exciting! Those trees with beautiful and sexy long legs, the beautiful legs are making me excited, oh my! Sexy tree, being cut down online, funny. Hello everyone, I'm from the long-legged tree, so I'm here to cut down the nest. Funny face. Shocking. It turned out that these trees had evolved legs to make it convenient for them to line up and commit suicide. Funny face. The people outside were all talking about it. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. Everyone knew that if this God creation movement, which almost all the players were involved in, succeeded, it would definitely cause a big scene. Previously, everyone was envious of the alchemy monarch inside. And now? This group of people said, "We're not convinced. We're going to form a party and beat up the alchemy emperor online." Very soon, other than going offline to eat, they had been live streaming for more than 10 hours. A huge ship was built. It looked like a small wooden boat in real life. It was quietly parked on a small sand plate in front of Su Ji's door. The reason why it was so fast was because of the jerry-built building project. It was almost like a pile of wood that was roughly pieced together. It was fine as long as it could float on the sea. After all, it was a basic creature template. The faster it rotted, the better it was. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. A group of strange creatures turned into boatmen, and thousands of little ants pulled the ship into the sea. Fortunately, Su Ji had prepared for them a 30 square meter small sandbox for evolution. He had prepared 40% of the ocean for them, which was a small pond of 12 square meters. This wooden ship was 1.8 meters long and half a meter wide, so it could still be easily put in. "I've succeeded." He committed suicide. They all started to commit suicide. Reincarnated, everyone will start the game again, return to the ocean, the origin of life, and become the single-celled creatures of the ocean. Remember that spores like us are born to attach to the ship, and we fill the ship together. I've shown you the evolution process. As the ship slowly rots, parasites like us will slowly replace the ship's structure. We will stick to each other and join together. Finally, the wood will completely disappear, and the ship will become a giant ship completely made up of living creatures. Everyone, look! The god of creation is sitting on a chair in the courtyard, eating an apple and looking at us spores. It's very normal. According to the setting, this omniscient, omnipotent, supreme god of creation, us spores are in his dimensional evolution yard, causing trouble. He naturally wants to see what we spores are up to. The god of creation is also stunned. He watched as we built a creature that was as large as him. His brain was in a mess. What were these single-celled organisms doing? Are you crazy? Ha ha ha. Will there be a hidden reward? According to the ancient legends, there is a giant ship of life in the Sea of Eternal Ruins. The ship has 8 sails, a single anchor, and countless tentacles surrounding it. The giant ship is the origin of the old gods. It is a nameless fear, an indescribable existence, and the convergence of all things. Su Ji sat in his chair and munched on an apple, silently watching the bunch of guys in the distance. All of them were extremely excited and madly high. He was very calm, because he had already gotten used to their daily operations. Su Ji asked the insecten nest mind, "Is that player from the spore colony who learned for nothing and is in charge of this project a spy planted by those research institutes?" "No, it's not. But he's also an extremely outstanding talent," said the insecten nest mind. Su Ji took a look. He was a college student who studied marine ecology without any background. It was no wonder that he had such professional knowledge about parasitic ships in the ocean. "It's fine as long as your background is clean." Su Ji thought about it and decided to first see how the evolution process would go. Chapter 85, My Bones, He has his own thoughts. This evolution sandbox was based on the speed of cell division, which was 10,000 times faster. These spores evolved extremely quickly. After a few hours, they quickly adapted to the environment and became marine creatures that parasitized the ship. They were algae, shells, corals. They quickly covered the entire ship, densely packed and complicated, making people have an extreme fear of being densely packed. Marine parasites attached to ships, causing them to decay quickly. Not to mention these spores that were frantically dividing and reproducing. Soon, some parts of the ship began to corrode, and other creatures filled them up. It kept repeating. In the end, the entire ship was corroded and disappeared. Countless players stuck together and replaced the entire structure of the ship, turning into a huge ship-shaped creature. "We've succeeded in the first step," Shuebai said. "We've already glued them together. However, it's only an extremely primitive and rough structure. Countless simple pieces of flesh and lives are glued together. This is the foundation. This meat fish is a brand new giant spore organism. It doesn't have eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, but it can go through the evolutionary structure of any living creature. Haruko loves learning. Now, let's invite the racer of Mount Harana to the stage." He's been working so hard that he's lost countless strands of hair. He's also calculating the evolution path of this initial convergence fish. The racer of Mount Harana laughed, ha ha ha, the handsome Pan is here. Then, everyone, let me explain how we should proceed to the next step. Right now, we're basically a pile of useless pieces of meat stuck together. We can't be considered as a real life, but rather a primordial spore. The next step is to make use of the external environmental pressure to reasonably adjust the biological structure and become well recuperated. We have 173 players, and 160 of them have their own species. They will not evolve separately, and they will evolve together as a whole. Some people gradually become bone armor, some people gradually become flesh and blood, some people have human skin, some people have human outer bone armor, some people have human hair. The remaining 13 players will become the core muscle fibers and control the core movements of the giant. After all, 173 players with 173 thoughts were too difficult to communicate and cooperate with. If they were controlled together, the giant would not be able to move at all. Therefore, the other 160 players only had to play dead. Their skin, bones, hair, cells. These biological structures didn't need to move at all. They just had to lie there quietly like a quiet tree. A living being's movement was dependent on its muscles. The 13 players had evolved into various muscles, smooth muscles, heart muscles, spinal muscles. By bringing his own race and becoming the muscles all over the giant's body, he could control his hundreds and thousands of muscle races and control the giant's movements together. The 13-person round table meeting inside his body was formed by the racer of Mount Harana and the student. These 13 elite bosses served as the core control of the giant god. It's indeed a very terrifying biological concept, and it has a strong possibility of being implemented. Su Ji sat in the distance, nibbling on some fruit and taking a sip of tea. Only 13 people can control their muscle movements. That will solve the problem of difficulty. At this very moment, this wriggling ship that was constantly evolving on its own had already begun to become a creature formed from a pile of meat. It was gradually becoming more organized, with each of them having their own duties and responsibilities. And this 13-person round table conference held the control of the giants, so a newbie and weak player like Chen Shi naturally had no ability to do so. Su Ji had no choice but to make her compromise and try her best to choose the body tissue composition that became the hair part. This was a backup plan that Su Ji had left behind. And the core controlling members of the 13 round table, the 7 main characters of the era who gathered countless providence, all took the opportunity to sneak in. Su Ji made a sad expression. This was because they were too powerful and had the research institute behind them. If it wasn't for them and the other countries' powerful forces secretly helping them, these players wouldn't have been able to deal with them so easily. After all, how massive was a giant god, a terrifying collective life form? Without the support of a huge amount of knowledge, it was simply impossible to achieve. Now that they had displayed their abilities, working with the racer of Mount Harana, Xuebexu, and the others to construct the evolutionary template of the giant, their abilities were recognized and they became one of the 13 core members of the upper echelons. These have all sneaked in. They want to control this giant god's leadership from the inside of his body and start a conspiracy theory in the other world. Su Ji was completely speechless. But without them working for me, this idea is just a fantasy. It's hard to put it into practice. At this moment, another few hours had passed. With the hard work of the players, they began to move from a meat boat to walking upright. All sorts of parasitic organisms attached to the ship began to completely separate. Corals, shells, and conchs gradually combined and turned into solid bones. Creatures rich in meat such as clams and abalones became meat stuffing. The seaweed and aquatic grass had turned into thick hair. The mosses and kelp had turned into smooth skin. However, it still had the appearance of the original ship. The ship's original giant anchor had become the black giant anchor weapon in his hand. The sail transformed into ears, like a creature that covered half of the ship. However, he had originally been expected to be as tall as Su Ji, but now he had become short and chubby. If Su Ji were to be compared to a giant of 100,000 feet, he was now only 60,000 feet tall, and his height only reached Su Ji's chest. But with this size, he's already a super giant god in the sandbox, okay? A 60,000-foot giant god. Its body is comparable to an entire continent, and as soon as it lies down, its body can destroy the entire capital of Babylon. Su Ji was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly muttered, a sea giant formed by countless sea creatures can be considered the god of the sea. Furthermore, this shape and holding a giant anchor. Isn't this the legendary sea giant, the tidal giant Leviathan? At that moment, Su Ji was not the only one in shock. The ocean was also in high spirits. Ha ha ha, we've finally evolved into amphibians. We can go ashore now. Speak, don't move. Only the 13 muscled players can control our bodies. You guys are a bunch of scaffolding. Have you ever seen any creature's bones, skin, hair, and tendons move on their own? There were no such creatures at all. Just obediently play dead and lie down. No, we organs have our own thoughts. We just want to move. All of a sudden, an extremely creepy scene appeared on the screen. Half of the tidal giant's huge body was immersed in the ocean, and he could see through the entire 30-meter sand plate with a glance. His bones, skin, and hair quickly disintegrated, and he ran out happily. Boom! The entire giant began to break apart layer by layer, and like the Gunot tablet or building blocks, it began to collapse. The racer of Mount Harana exclaimed. You guys, run your sister. Your tissues, bones, and skin can't be touched. Come back quickly, it's all broken. Ha ha ha, I have skin with my own personality. The tidal giant's skin began to turn outwards. This fur of mine has its own dreams. The tidal giant's fur also fell off as it jumped into the distance. I'm different, Tinfoil said. I want my hair to stay on my head quietly and be a quiet beautiful woman. Haruko loves learning, you don't want to. Then, Haruko AI learned how to control her whole scalp. Like an octopus, she ran with her lush hair in an extremely strange posture, fell into the sea, and swam wildly. Let's have fun, sisters. A bunch of idiots. Su Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, the cloud players outside were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt when they saw the scene of the giant falling apart and collapsing, turning into bones and flesh that ran out. My god! What the hell is this creature? The scalp will run out on its own. Terrifying. My teeth, they have their own thoughts. Tooth pain. These bones have grown legs. He broke his skin and ran out like crazy. To announce that they were living beings. Have your own independent sovereignty, sudden change in style. These bones refuse to be a tree that takes root quietly. They must have been transformed by those long-legged tree dumbass players from before. They've secretly evolved into rebellious criminal tools, funny. After countless people wailed and wailed, it took a long time for these lively guys to return to their original positions and reassemble. Merge. I'll form the bones. Merge. I'll form the skin. Merge. I'll make the hair. Right now, they had already evolved into their own form and combined positions, so it was fine even if they were separated. They weren't real living creatures to begin with. They were just a symbiotic relationship built by a bunch of living beings, relying on each other. Now, they were like building blocks and assembling toy giants. They could be reassembled at will. After a round of fun, what replaced it was naturally extreme happiness. Big brother, you're awesome. We've succeeded. If we put all these parts together, we'll be sea giants. Giants are amphibious and can live in both land and sea. It's a pity that they're too heavy and can't fly. Otherwise, they'd be a multi-species species, and that would be awesome. Ha 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 ha, the next step is to enter the Magus world and wait for us to fuse our genes. Even if we can't get the phoenix blood, we can at least fuse our genes once. We have a total of 173 people, and each of us can integrate a gene once. The bone armor and skin type organization players can fuse the evil eye gene into their own race. The bone armor and skin mages don't even need to move, and their terrifying, chaotic, and brutal spirit force field will madly surge out. Their skin and bones will automatically cast spells, and they can destroy all living creatures. This is simply amazing. Muscle and tendon type players can be integrated with slime genes. With the huge strength of the Ahog engine, the muscles and tendons are also powerful engines. This way, our strength will be multiplied, and our movement speed will not be as slow as it seems. Hair, teeth, these places can be integrated with the final chicken's genes. After all, his hair and teeth are not real teeth. Everyone is assembled and disassembled. His hair can also move on its own, waving wildly and stabbing others in a sneak attack, poisoning them to death. This giant god's entire body is a weapon of destruction. When Su Ji heard this plan, he could not help but tremble slightly. That's right. If these players entered the sorcerer world, they would be able to integrate a second gene. His skin, bones, hair, muscles, and even his body's tissues could cultivate on their own. At that time, it would be truly terrifying. These idiotic players had really created a world-class taboo existence that was so terrifying that it made the world tremble. It could easily destroy the world. Su Ji's hair stood on end. They're really up to something, creating a forbidden existence that wants to destroy my sandbox at the drop of a hat. The insect nest mind. Su Ji muttered to himself, bring out the genetic characteristics of this giant. The attributes were as follows. Thulhu evil god, great old one, Terminator, all-in-one, the names discussed by the players, but not named. Genetic characteristics, indescribable fear, body change, rebirth from a drop of blood, longevity with the world. Unlimited growth, potential unknown. Chapter 86, The Birth of the Forbidden Existence. These 4 genetic talents were several times more terrifying than Phoenix's. Phoenix only had 1 heaven-defying genetic talent, but this person seemed to have 4 heaven-defying genetic talents. As for the slime gene and evil eye gene, there was no need to compare these ordinary level genes. Su Ji carefully read through the descriptions of the 4 heaven genes. Gene 1 Indescribable fear. Every part of its body was made up of countless living creatures that could think. Countless thoughts were chaotic, twisted, violent, evil, and disorderly, forming a brutal mental pressure. It caused the existence to be unable to look directly at it, understand it, or hear its voice. Any ordinary person who saw his shape or heard his voice would instantly go crazy and collapse. Su Ji was speechless. Any creature that tried to understand and see his existence in their minds would feel an indescribable fear. They would run away for no reason, go crazy, and walk towards complete destruction. Evil gods cannot be looked at directly. Su Ji recalled the setting of the old gods in the Thulhu mythology. Right now, a group of players were controlling this chaotic evil creature, so it was still considered a normal creature and had not fully displayed its terrifying power. However, when the 170 players went offline or left, they would become independent existences. He would constantly emit more than 170 chaotic screams and more than 170 different thoughts, which would be extremely distorted and chaotic. He was a collection of chaotic and evil thoughts, and it was impossible for him to develop his own unified wisdom. Gene 2. This creature is formless and shapeless. It can take on thousands of forms and has infinite possibilities. Su Ji was a little surprised again. He took a bite of the apple and said, does that mean that his biological nature exists only as a pile of building block parts? Any combination of them will bring about infinite possibilities? The title giant before us is just one of his physical forms. He then looked at the next talent. The 3rd gene was blood reincarnation. This creature is not a real living being. It is made up of 173 types of evil god cells. Even if there was only a piece of flesh or a drop of blood left and it was not completely destroyed, as long as these 173 types of basic evil god cells still existed, even if they were scattered all over the world, they would reproduce again, lead themselves, return to one place, and reconstruct their bodies. It's the reconstructed image of those sand sculptures. Su Ji was completely shocked. It could not be killed, and humans could not understand its existence. This kind of existence surpassed all human knowledge of life, and it was more and more in line with the setting of Thulhu mythology. The 4th gene was to live forever. This life form has an eternal lifespan and can live longer than a world. One world after another will be destroyed, born, and replaced, but it will not die of old age and will exist for eternity in one era after another. Su Ji was silent for a moment. From a certain perspective, that is indeed the case. He is an amalgamation of 173 types of evil god cells. As long as these 173 types of creatures reproduce generation after generation, coexist with each other, and continue to form his body structure, he will indeed exist forever, equivalent to the replacement of cells generation after generation. Although it didn't possess true intelligence and only had chaotic thoughts, its vitality was terrifyingly strong. These bastards! It seems like they've created a terrifying taboo existence. They're already level 7 epic creatures when they were born, and their combat strength is already comparable to a demigod. And this is their primitive form without any genes. If it was like what the players had said, if they could cultivate and integrate the first gene into their bodies, they would become demigods. If a second gene was integrated and cultivated together, it would become a level 8 mythical creature. Furthermore, every cell in his body would cultivate and grow on its own. The possibility of unlimited growth. According to the information given by the insecten nest mind, Su Ji understood that there was indeed a huge gap between a level 7 epic wizard and a level 8 mythical wizard. In fact, there was still a barrier realm between them, which was the demigod realm. The demigod realm meant that the accumulation of external power was enough to reach the limit of a human. Demigods were only one step away from becoming gods. They would light their god fire, which would allow them to fuse with their third gene and become a high-level life form. The gene level was different from the realm level. However, in the same realm, the one with more genes and higher life form would definitely be stronger. In addition, those with low gene levels were unable to enter the higher realms, while those with high gene levels were born with no bottlenecks. As for Li Shengzhong, he actually already has a divine fire, which is a life form with 3 genes. He doesn't have the bottleneck of a level 7 demigod. It's just that his cultivation talent is not heaven-defying enough, so he can't break through the level 7 epic realm. Su Ji frowned. Insecten nest mind, can I fuse these genes into it? Su Ji suddenly asked. I don't recommend becoming such a creature. The insecten nest mind answered, this is not a real living being. It's a strange composite life form that has such unique characteristics. In other words, unless I want to lose my intelligence and consciousness, it's impossible to get 4 god-class genetic talents. As expected, without losing anything, it's hard to reach the heavens in a single step and obtain such a heaven-defying power. Su Ji was silent for a moment, then laughed. But, all of these creatures with 4 genes are so heaven-defying. They should be comparable to the legendary Zerg heroes with 5 genes and their genetic sequence adjusted at will, right? Originally, I was only expected to be a 4-geno fake Zerg hero. Now, it's beyond my expectations and far exceeds the ordinary 5-geno Zerg heroes. However, it's difficult to be a subordinate to such a chaotic creature without intelligence, the subbrain replied immediately. Su Ji was not surprised. These 4 genes were too heaven-defying. It was very normal for him to beat up ordinary 5-geno Zerg heroes. In other words, I've now created a terrifying existence with potential for growth that's more powerful than ordinary Zerg heroes. No wonder you said before that this will be a terrifying idea that transcends the era. The previous queen of the hive, as the creator, was unable to create or evolve such a taboo creature. After all, the other party is a technological type. They didn't expect such a form of life convergence. Su Ji very calmly attributed the powerful creatures that the players had created to the powerful creatures that he had created, and took the credit for it. Yes, the baldness is theirs, and the results are mine. And NBSP, although he could not control such a terrifying world-destroying evil god, living in it had indeed raised the level of the other world. Su Ji sat in his chair and thought about it. At that moment, the idiotic players in the distance were extremely excited. We've succeeded. Why haven't we received the system notification that we've received a potential creature reward? It shouldn't be. Such an amazing super creature would definitely get it. Could it be that they were not allowed to collect the prize in groups? You're not allowing our group to enter the other world. It can't be. Everyone started to worry. He had already successfully evolved, so why was it still so calm and peaceful? Nothing had happened. Could it be that the system still hasn't determined that we're a truly mature creature? After all, we're not skilled at walking, adapting, and walking. We're all crooked, and some idiots even cause trouble, running out all day. Right. Grinding. Let's get used to each other, control the creatures together. Everyone cooperate. Those idiots don't cause any trouble. Everyone get familiar with it. Walk, jump, and combine techniques. Quickly split and quickly assemble, or else even if we enter the Magus world, we'll still be hung up and beaten. We players, the 4th calamity, descend upon the other world to cause trouble. Conquer the foreign world's aboriginals. Immediately, countless people began to burn with passion and cooperate to become a creature that could truly use it freely. Su Ji was very indifferent. He would wait for them to get used to each other for a while before putting them into the sandbox. He suddenly frowned. Since the giant god of convergence, which I had the most faith in, has already taken form. How is the Rubik's Cube going? Out of 180 players, 7 did not participate. The big shot who proposed the Rubik's Cube conjecture was one of them. At this moment, she was secretly studying how to silently evolve her own Rubik's Cube creature. It seems that the iron creature here has also made progress. It's about to take shape. Su Ji took a look at the progress and laughed. He felt that the two creatures with great potential in this year's third beta test had really given him a great surprise and anticipation. And in the big sandbox, just as Su Ji was watching the player giant god's construction plan for 2 days, Li Shengzhong, who was inside, finally lived a peaceful life of more than 200 years and was about to finish his life. His era of alchemy emperor was finally coming to an end. Chapter 87, He wants to torture me to death. Year 700 of the Kingdom of Babylon. It had been 100 years since the last wedding. Now, it was the national day again. At the same time, the friendly competition between the 3 kingdoms' wizard academies was also held. Countless genius wizards were competing in the arena. At this moment, the alchemy monarch had ruled the world for more than 300 years, and his lifespan was more than 400 years. 400 years of undying, there has never been one in history. Thinking back, Gilgamesh and the 3 witches all lived for more than 200 years. Such a long lifespan is indeed unprecedented. Countless people could only bury this shock in their hearts. In these long years, there were no more disharmonious voices, and it developed peacefully. After all, the long-lived alchemy emperor had once again suppressed the 3 kingdoms with unparalleled momentum. Now, Li Shengzhong, who had been on the move for a lifetime, finally welcomed his own days of peace and leisure farming. In the past 100 years, he had lived happily with the 7 little witches, planted crops, and developed the technology tree. It was indeed the best time. Although a few more level 6 sorcerers had been born in this harmonious atmosphere of the country, and Ermin had also advanced to a level 6 sorcerer, it was still too harmonious. Without the oppression of death, it was difficult to give birth to outstanding geniuses like Medusa who could create an era. During the celebration, the Rose Kingdom and the Desert Half-Orc Kingdom all presented gifts to the monarch and emperor. The wizards of the 3 kingdoms gathered and leisurely tasted all kinds of food. They discussed alchemy and witchcraft, and from time to time, they looked up at the king of Babylon, Grantham, who was sitting on the throne. His aura is still surging and his pressure is shocking. The alchemy monarch seems to want to live forever and rule the wizard era. While people were discussing, the stamen suddenly bloomed. Rows of beautiful court ladies holding flower baskets and throwing flower petals into the air spread out from both sides. The winner of this year's wizard tournament, Brother Edward, Eric, Alphonse. Eric, come and meet our great alchemy emperor. The king of Babylon. Your Majesty Grantham. One wonderful era after another was advancing. There were countless stories about the sorcerer academies and the major schools, but the alchemy emperor still sat on the throne. Year 704 of the Kingdom of Babylon. It had only been 4 years since the Qing kingdom, but a shocking piece of news had suddenly come. The 7 Wangfei of the alchemy emperor had died of old age and the emperor had held a funeral for them. For a time, the entire country was shocked. What? The emperor's princess has already died of old age? Li Shengzhong stood silently in front of the grave for 3 days. Teacher. Ermin stood in the distance silently. For a moment, she didn't know how to comfort him. Elizabeth and the other 7 witches were extremely weak. The alchemy emperor had spent countless rare treasures and countless national resources to keep them alive. They had slept for nearly 100 years before they woke up. But now, he had only lived for an extra 100 years. Li Shengzhong suddenly thought of something and sighed. I still remember that the winner of the college tournament summoned the Edward brothers because he wanted to develop forbidden alchemy and create a human body. He wanted to come into contact with the Forbidden Zone like the Emperor of Death and save his mother. In the end, the alchemy backlash caused the brothers to become disabled. Li Shengzhong sighed. I don't want to get involved in this, and I don't want to ask Medusa, the Emperor of Death, for help. I want them to rest in peace. I've laughed and talked with them for 100 years. That's enough. Counting their lifespans, they've already lived for more than 200 years. Gilgamesh and the 3 witches were nothing more than this back then. It's enough for these little third-level witches. Li Shengzhong was already very satisfied with 100 years of time. However, he would have to live the rest of the day by himself. After the death of the 7 little witches, he felt that his heart was empty and that there was no purpose in living anymore. It's like they're my real family. I almost forgot that I came from another modern world. I feel like I'm Grantham, the alchemy emperor. This is my life. Let me be willful for once and be a tyrant. He smiled bitterly and turned to leave. Looking at his magnificent palace in the distance, he said, "You can die together with him. This was a home built for you." On the second day, a shocking announcement was made. The Hanging Garden of Babylon would be buried with the 7 Wangfei. Countless people were shocked beyond words. On the streets and in the alleys of the country, people were discussing it after meals. The Hanging Garden of Babylon, a world-class alchemy wonder. I'm going to be buried with 7 little witches of the 3rd rank. This is the home that the alchemy emperor built for the 7 witches to explore the gods in the sky. It's only a supplementary function, so it's only natural that the home is buried with them. Isn't the Hanging Garden of Babylon a little too extravagant to be used as a cemetery? Could it be fake news? It can't be fake news. Some people have already seen the Hanging Garden of Babylon rising into the sky and flying towards the endless pit that was used to explore the underground. The alchemy lair of Tartarus has now sunk to the limit of the underground. The giant of Adolf has already lifted his giant shovel again and is filling up the soil. When the exact news came out, countless people couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the grand gesture. The great tomb of Tartarus was built. The Hanging Garden of Babylon was buried deep underground as a place to rest. This was the most sensational news in hundreds of years. Perhaps it was not only for the 7 little witches, but also for the alchemy emperor's plan to be buried with them in the ground after his death. However, the Hanging Garden of Babylon was originally used to search for the gods in the sky and explore the Eye of the Wind, Digance. Now that it was buried, it was no doubt that he had completely given up on the dream of going up to the sky and exploring the land of the gods. After the death of the 7 concubines, their king was completely exhausted and had lost his ambition. Year 800 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Another 100 years had passed, and the alchemy emperor had lived for 500 years. This great sovereign had ruled over half of the Babylon sorcerer kingdom for a long time. The 100-year celebration was about to begin. It was another Inter Academy tournament, and there were still many talents. Everything was just like that year. The great emperor was still as powerful as he was 100 years ago. His vast spiritual pressure made people not dare to look at him directly as he sat on the throne. People were still discussing it like they did 100 years ago. The alchemy monarch is still as powerful as ever. Could it be that it's just an external phenomenon? Is he actually dying of old age? Don't speak nonsense. During the 100th year celebration of Babylon 200 years ago, when the emperor got married, some people said that the emperor would not live for long. 100 years ago, when the 7 Wangfei died of old age, some people still said the same thing. Now, the emperor is still sitting on a high position, alive and kicking, presiding over this celebration. The alchemy lord has already lived for 500 years. Unbelievable. An ordinary level 6 legendary wizard can only live for 250 years. But perhaps living a long life is a kind of suffering for the current great emperor. Everyone sighed. According to the alchemy monarch's current trend, he still did not age. It was estimated that he could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. How could a rank 6 magus compare to the terrifying power of an emperor? Gorgon Alchemy Island, the land of night on the other side of Ocean Okeanos. Medusa was also a little surprised. Frowning, she said, a level 6 legend has a lifespan of 250 years, and a level 7 epic wizard has a lifespan of 600 years. I'm now more than 650 years old. According to the normal lifespan, I would have died long ago. If I hadn't broken part of the mysteries of death and understood the basic structure of living things cells that the alchemy emperor had talked about, discovering their birth and death, and slowing down their aging, I would only have lifespan of over 700 years now. Alchemy monarch, why is he still alive? Is he going to turn the tables and torture me to death? It was simply unbelievable that a level 7 legendary wizard would be tortured to death by a level 6 legendary wizard. It was as if the alchemy monarch was a real living epic. Medusa had always been calm and collected, but at this moment, she was beginning to lose her composure. She was now more than 650 years old, and only had a little more than 100 years left to live. She became anxious and her face was full of disbelief. How long can he live? He's just a legend alchemy lord. Do you really want to torture me, an epic wizard, to death? Chapter 88, The End of an Era. Year 804 of Babylon, in the palace hall. Medusa was not the only one who was anxious. Li Shengzhong, who was sitting on the throne, was also very anxious. Medusa, why is she still not dead? She's already more than 650 years old. Normally, epic wizards would have died long ago. Medusa wanted to boil him to death, but how could Li Shengzhong not want to boil Medusa to death? He wanted to solve a terrifying hidden danger that could erupt at any time before his death, so that the next Emperor Ermin could ascend the throne and pave the way to rule the world. The two of them were the strongest at that time. Now, they were competing to see who would live longer and who would die of old age first. He had relied on countless netizens to develop the drug and break through the limit of his life. Medusa, on the other hand, had managed to break through the limits of her lifespan by herself. Both of them had their own methods and felt that they had lived longer than the other. Medusa, an extraordinary native, did not have any modern technology, but she was indeed a genius. She had already followed the wizard's cultivation method and walked the path of godhood. Although it was rough, she had already tried to break through the limits of life and began to clean up her genetic chain. She checked the microscopic world and realized that level 7 epic was the limit that humans could reach. In order to break through to the next realm and become a god, one had to become a higher life form and fuse with another gene to surpass humans. Only then would it be possible. On this day, the alchemy monarch was sitting on the throne. He closed his eyes and looked at his disciple Ermin. Medusa, as expected of the Emperor of Death. I can't hold on any longer. I won't be able to last longer than her. 500 years is the limit of my life. During my reign, it was already impossible to get rid of Medusa, this terrifying scourge. After I die, she will definitely break the seal and come out to wreak havoc in the world again. Ermin, I can only leave everything to you. Yes, teacher, Ermin said in a low voice. Li Shengzhong was silent for a moment. It seemed that they could only wait for the evil god of destruction outside to come in, and when the fourth calamity descended, they would hand over Medusa, the tricky and cunning fellow, to them. In terms of slyness and scheming, they were not inferior to anyone else. It wasn't like he didn't have any contact with the outside world. He would occasionally go out for 10 minutes to eat, go to the toilet, and browse the game forum. On the forum, the idiotic players were now worshipping Ermin. Moreover, many people had pasted her beautiful wallpaper in their rooms and on their computers. It was also her beautiful wallpaper. Now, a certain treasure was even selling real-life Ermin class pillows and Ermin wizard figurines, with a monthly sales of more than 10,000. Ermin was indeed beautiful. She was pure and beautiful, holding a staff and wearing a beautiful wizard robe. She looked like a fairy. She was hot-blooded and persistent, and she wanted to get her partner back. Countless gaming otakus had already regarded her as a celebrity, a 2D wife, and a star worshipper. In the previous live broadcast of The Escape, Ermin was the main character, leading the rise of the Alchemy Emperor. The players watched her change step by step, becoming young and mature, and naturally fell in love with her silently. Now that he could enter, it was equivalent to entering the world of movies and anime. He could find real people and see his favorite characters with his own eyes. How could he not be happy? This giant god is trying to leave the novice village and enter the other world to get my goddess autograph. Mission is high. Sound breaking. Ha ha ha. As long as you like Ermin, you are my half-brother. Shaking hands. I'm your brother, aren't you guys trying to rape me? Empress Ermin, my wife. No refutation allowed. The one above, isn't Rem your wife? That's my ex-wife. These people were so high that they became Ermin's fangirls and fans. They clamored wildly, saying that they would come to the other world, ask for her autograph, and take her beauty. They wanted to break the dimensional wall, enter the second dimension to find their wife, marry Emperor Ermin, and reach the peak of their lives. Li Shengzhong was speechless. These bastards, what do you want to do to my direct disciple? Just imagine an evil god's body and organs fighting each other. They were fighting each other and breaking into pieces. They fought each other crazily in order to snatch a woman. That would be a beautiful scene. He made a sorrowful expression. If it was possible, I really didn't want them to come in. An apocalyptic evil god had come in, crossed countless dimensions, and broke through the world's passageway to descend. It was not to destroy the world, but to chase after stars and ask for autographs. He had a 6-million-foot giant that was comparable to the god of creation, a fan of the evil god. Ermin will probably be dumbfounded and at a loss. This was too out of place. He really couldn't figure out how things would develop. After all, these players couldn't be measured with common sense. Sitting in the palace, he could only look down at the countless witch ministers. Suddenly, he said loudly, "Ermin, from today on, you will be the next great sovereign." Teacher. Ermin was tall, and her cold and beautiful face was also silent. She was very bitter, knowing what this meant. "After I die, bury me in the hanging garden of Babylon." Li Shengzhong was silent for a moment before he stood up. At the last moment, the alchemy emperor, who was on the verge of death, chose to leave the royal palace silently. He went to the wisdom temple and looked at the statue of the god of wisdom, Hermes. He stood quietly in front of the wisdom divine palace for 3 days. His eyes were deep and experienced, like a lion that had been lying down for a long time. He looked at the blue sky in the distance and recalled the scenes of his life. When he first transmigrated, it was the group of evil witches he met in the forest. Then, it was my dark and gloomy life as a Product X. And then, 7 cute little witches. Lilith, Medusa, the garden in the sky, the giant Adolf, the god of heaven, the rise of his later years. The alchemy lord of Grantham laughed. "This is my glorious life as a lord. It's brilliant enough. I have no more regrets." He came back from his memory and looked at the statue in the temple. "My only question is whether my achievements can be compared to the 3 witches. Am I the greatest wizard emperor in history? Mercury, the great god of wisdom. Back then, I went up to the heavens to seek an audience with the gods in the heavens, but I was rejected at the door. Today, can you let me see the true gods?" He was a hero past his prime. This was his last wish before he died. Su Ji sighed outside and silently put down the lunchbox. "I'll make it come true, just like how I made Gilgamesh and 2 of the 3 witches' dying wishes come true all those years ago. After all, you've all opened up a brilliant era of civilization for me." Now that he had a spore body and a player account, it was much more convenient for him to enter the sorcerer world. Could it be that I'm still not qualified enough to see? 7 days passed, then more than 10 days. Li Shengzhong stood silently in front of the statue. There was still no movement. His consciousness gradually became blurry and blurred. He knew clearly that his death had completely arrived. All of a sudden, a strangely shaped black bird descended, bathing in a dazzling white divine light. In the transparent shadow that was bathed in divine light, the bird came forward step by step and a gentle voice sounded. "Grantham, your life is no less than any hero in ancient history. The world will never erase the glory of you, the alchemy monarch. The gods in the heavens will always leave a corner of your history in your memory." At this moment, the old slime with the resplendent golden crown on his head had completely lost consciousness. However, he, who was on the verge of death, seemed to have heard these words. His body suddenly trembled, shook, and wailed. All kinds of complicated emotions flashed through his mind. In the end, he smiled, and his smile was very satisfied. "I'm so happy to be acknowledged by the gods in the sky." In the history of the Kingdom of Babylon, the Spear of the Flourishing Witch recorded. Year 804 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The alchemy emperor had been alive for more than 500 years. He died, and the world cried. Mercury, the god of wisdom, descended to send him off. Chapter 89, The Arrival of the Natural Disaster. On this day, the alchemy emperor suddenly died. Before he died, he went to the wisdom temple and saw the god of wisdom, Mercury's miracle. This news spread throughout the wizard world. "It's impossible. It's impossible. Rumors. They're all rumors. We've met alchemy emperor before. It's his 500th birthday, but he still has an amazing aura and doesn't look old." The first reaction of many sorcerer academies, major sorcerer religions, and private groups when they heard the news was disbelief. In their eyes, the great alchemy monarch was already a living god, overlooking the rise and fall of all living beings for eternity. His achievements, talents, and achievements had already surpassed all the great heroes in historical myths, Gilgamesh, and the 3 witches. They lived in the era ruled by the alchemy emperor, which was the most powerful legend in the world. The alchemy emperor had done too many things in his life. Ending the turbulent era of the Dark Witches, creating the golden age of alchemy, building the wondrous items of the two worlds, seeking an audience with the gods, being attacked in his later years, and returning as a teenager. Many people were glad that they lived in the brilliant era of the alchemy emperor and witnessed the birth of a legend with their own eyes. Some people hated that they were born at the wrong time. No matter how amazing they were, they would never be able to stand out. But such a living legend had suddenly died of old age? Everyone thought that the alchemy emperor would be immortal. One had to know that when he returned to his old age, he was already a teenager again. It was not until more than 10 days later, when countless people saw the movement of the great tomb of Tartarus and Ermin announced her ascension to the throne of the great emperor, that they finally believed this unbelievably. The alchemy monarch was dead. After confirming the death of the alchemy monarch, countless people burst into tears, while some laughed wildly. That night, the leader of the evil sorcerer sect drank alone and got drunk. He felt that the terrifying shadow hanging over his head had been removed, and he also felt that he had lost the goal he was chasing after. His wild ambitions had also faded. I grew up listening to his stories and always wanted to surpass him, but I never had the chance again. In the shadows, there was a terrifying rank 6 evil faction wizard sitting on a chair, murmuring in a complicated tone. At this moment, an honest disciple from the sect walked out and said anxiously, "Teacher, the death of the alchemy emperor is the time for the rise of our sect. Teacher is the next king of Babylon, so how can we let Ermin take the position? The Babylonian sky garden has been buried, and there's no world-class wonder to suppress it. This is our chance. Even if you want to make a scene, you should wait until 100 days after alchemy monarch's death anniversary." Almost none of the conspirators had the intention to take advantage of the great emperor's death and the great chaos in the country to make a move. No matter if it was an enemy or a friend, no one could deny the alchemy emperor's talent. They respected this unprecedented wizard emperor. His great, virtuous ability had completely established the glory of the entire world. The sorcerer represents the search and pursuit of truth. Give me endless knowledge, and I can move the entire world. Countless people were in a daze. The words of this great sorcerer monarch had already laid the foundation for the civilization of the entire sorcerer world. The lamenters, the drunkards, and the conspirators all looked in the direction of the tomb of Tartarus. They raised their glasses high and silently toasted the alchemy emperor, spilling the wine on the ground. Even those who were against him admired the alchemy monarch's life. Gorgon Alchemy Island, the land of night on the other side of Ocean Okeanos. An invisible black crow landed on the ground of Alchemy Island. It turned transparent without a sound and melted into the ground. He's finally dead. Medusa's heart was beating wildly, but she still had lingering fear. So, he was pretending to be energetic. Before he died, he wanted to torture me to death so that he could pave the way for the next great sovereign Ermin. But I was so close to dying. Grantham, as expected of him. An unprecedented shadow of horror finally disappeared, and Medusa suddenly felt more relaxed than ever, but also a little complicated. Alchemy Lord, you suppressed an epic wizard as a legend and almost tortured an epic wizard to death. Even I have to admire you. Medusa stood up. She lowered her gaze and came to the table. With a wave of sorcery, a clear stream of water flowed into the cup. She raised the cup high. Lord Grantham, the Great, I shall toast you with water in place of wine and send you off. She put down her wine glass and disappeared into the shadows. I'm toasting you for your bright and selfless life, not for power or the world, but for the common people to push forward the alchemy era, not for becoming a god, but only to save your loved one and return. In the future, even if I'm involved in the domain of death, I won't summon your soul back or control your will. This is blasphemy against you. I'll also wait in silence for 100 days of your sacrificial ceremony before you break out of the seal and rule the world again. Li Shengzhong opened his eyes silently. He took off his VR headset and sighed slightly. The furnishings in the room were extremely unfamiliar. Although he had only spent 5 days in the real world, his thoughts were still in the sorcerer world. It was as if he was the real alchemy emperor, and he had traveled through modern technology and civilization. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. The 500 years he had lived in there had made his thinking more mature. He was like an old sage who had seen through many things. I don't know what the ancients and the first emperor of Qin's definition of pursuing longevity is, and I don't know if the legend of Ancestor Peng's 800 years of longevity is true or not. But I have indeed lived for more than 500 years. This is already a terrifying long life. From now on, I'll need to calm down and adapt to the modern environment again. I'll have to surpass that state of mind. As for the spore evolution, I won't participate in it for now. I'll wait until my spirit calms down. Li Shengzhong had been in there for more than 5 days. Other than the necessary food and drinks, he did not take a bath at all. Now, his hair was disheveled and he was extremely tired. I can finally take a bath first. His body was clearly exhausted, but he felt full of energy. He took off his clothes and went to the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror and his deep eyes in the mirror. What happened? My energy is that good? My hair is withered and my face is pale because I've been working for the company all year round. How did I become like this? Su Ji had already sensed Li Shenjiang's intention to propose the game. While he was lamenting the death of the alchemy monarch, he also learned about everything that had happened to him. Alchemy monarch's essence, qi, and spirit were more or less supplemented to him. Although the alchemy monarch was a slime that was smaller than an ant, it was still too powerful. The small ant's body had the energy of more than a dozen adults, and it could easily kill countless adults. Now that his mental energy was being replenished, even though it was only a small portion, it was enough to nourish his body. Physical strength is considered to have reached the human body's limit. Ordinary athletes work out all year round, but they will never be able to reach the transcendent level. Su Ji shook his head, picked up the glass of water, and said in a light and low voice, "The genes of the people in the real world are too ordinary. They are just ordinary creatures. Without the evil eye's genes, it is impossible for them to have the qualifications to become magi and step into the transcendent cultivation system." However, since the alchemy monarch had died and the great era had come to an end, it was time to deal with the next matter. There were still many people in the Magus world who wanted to cause chaos. They wanted to take advantage of the death of Alchemy Emperor to attack Ermin. After all, Ermin had no achievements and seemed to be ordinary. But why didn't Li Shengzhong leave a backup plan? Su Ji shook his head. Ordinary abilities? Although she is not good at alchemy and did not inherit much of the Alchemy Emperor's talents, she has also developed her own unique wave sorcery. When she puts on her alchemy body, she will be a level 7 epic sorcerer. Although she is a relatively weak epic sorcerer, not as good as Li Shengzhong, it is enough to suppress these people. If they wanted to rebel, they would only be met with a bump on the head. In fact, this was Li Shenjiang's deliberate act. He would show weakness and let them rebel so that when Emperor Ermin ascended to the throne, he could take the opportunity to enforce the law and suppress a group of sorcerer sects that had long planned to rebel, establishing his prestige. Don't worry about these people. They are all here to die, but Medusa is the biggest worry. Su Ji frowned slightly. Medusa is about to step into the demigod realm and reach the limits of the human body. She has already begun to study the technique to become a god. Once the seal is broken, Ermin is still too young, and there is a high chance that she will not be able to withstand it. Li Shengzhong using medicine to open the third gene is not the right way. This is the route of improving the gene level on the technological side. We'll have to see if Medusa can break through to the demigod level and completely open up this method to become a god. She'll enter the third gene level and ignite the divine fire. Su Ji thought for a moment and looked at the evolution sandbox again. Since the alchemy emperor is dead, it's time to put these players in. Medusa needed some pressure to let her break through to the demigod realm and even open up the way to become a god. The pressure of death that helped her break through must be the invasion of the evil gods from another world. It's time to raise the level of the Magus world again. The corners of Su Ji's mouth lifted slightly. What kind of sparks would be created when the terrifying evil god, which was formed by countless players, crossed into another world and the fourth catastrophe descended? Furthermore, the evil god from the alternate dimension descended and destroyed all life. It's time for me to perfect the background world setting of the sorcerer world. Su Ji quietly made arrangements for these people. Arrange a movie for them. Chapter 90, Those who want to rebel and colonize have all come. In a small tray of 30 square meters. The giant could already walk naturally, even though it could not jump. After all, their bodies were huge and heavy. If they jumped, they would instantly fall apart, break into pieces, and have to be reassembled. In this case, it was still their muscle strength and the flesh and blood that filled their bodies. The pulling force was too weak. It was estimated that when they integrated the second gene, the slime's great strength gene, they would be completely glued together. Brothers, just one question. Is my biological evolutionary creativity cool? We have 173 cell leaders and tens of thousands of populations to form this 50,000 feet tall giant. Looking at this sandbox, I don't think it's that big anymore. Haruko loves learning, that's right. It feels like it's only as big as a multimedia classroom. It gives me sense of accomplishment as God. The ground is full of lush trees as thick as chopsticks. With one step, can step on countless mountains and rivers. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game. I've learned something new. So this is how the gods of creation usually feel when they see us, tiny ants. The racer of Mount Harana yelled, hurry up. Let's walk the beast path and experience the pride of the god of creation. Happy. Little Brain went down the mountain. Will there be a problem? We're creating trouble in the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. Now that we've become such large creatures, we won't be beaten up, right? Trembling. The racer of Mount Harana replied, the bold will die from overeating, while the timid will starve to death. Let's take his path first and leave him with no way out. After that, we can go to the chair at his door and sit down, experience the style of a big boss, and reminisce about the giant chair instance dungeon where we were wiped out. Shuebai said, we're going to sit on the dragon throne of the god of creation. 2333. Is he trying to usurp the throne? The racer of Mount Harana laughed. That's right. We were born equal, so who dares to be superior? I'll say this, old man creator. The emperors take turns to sit on the throne. Today, I'm going to sit on this throne. Uproar in emperor.jpg. Learning for nothing, Big Brother is awesome. Funny face. Little Brain went down the mountain, Big Boss is awesome. Funny face. This group of fellows was really getting better at talking. Their body proficiency was already high enough, and they did have a huge body size, which was equivalent to Suji's chest. However, due to their huge body size, they could not see the world outside the sandbox, as they were blocked by the hive. But now, she already wanted to sit on Suji's throne. You want to take my seat? Someone doesn't have a good memory, not being beaten for 3 days and having to write it down in a small notebook. Suji's brows twitched and he made a mental note. But it's time to release it. Suddenly, just as they were about to do something, a long-awaited system notification appeared in front of countless players, instantly causing everyone to explode. Notice, congratulations to the 173 players who have evolved into the species all-in-one. It possesses great potential and has been awarded an achievement. I've succeeded. I've succeeded. Honey, I'm coming. Get lost. Emperor Ermin is mine. I want to be the man of the great sovereign. Instantly, everyone was overjoyed and no longer had the mood to sit on a chair in the courtyard. Then, only 2 options appeared before everyone. 1. Preserve the species as the initial race. 2. Start a second life. After many people saw it, they were instantly stunned. Why was there one less option? How come the permanent sandbox game slot is gone? Ha ha ha, how can I let you guys take advantage of the loophole? It's just a one-time evolution of a creature, but 173 players will get permanent slots and no longer need to participate in the elimination system. This loophole is too big, the game producers saw through it at a glance. I was going to choose that one secretly. I'm so afraid of being eliminated, cry. Me too, wailing. You bastards want to be traitors. It's a good thing we don't have this option. Otherwise, we'd be useless if we lost most of the parts. How do we leave the novice village? Ha ha ha, the plan is brilliant. We've already taken precautions against traitors in advance. I've blown it up. Initially, many people wanted to choose that. After all, it was best to take advantage of the situation and get a permanent reservation. However, he had no other choice. There were only 2 options left. As for the other option, permanently retain your original race, it was useless. Why would he keep a part? Therefore, everyone chose to start a second life and began a wonderful journey to the other world to meet their idols. In the midst of everyone's excitement, they silently waited for the system notification. Please arrive at the designated location, break the world wall, and enter the world passage. At a secret research institute in China, we have found out the true identity of the alchemy emperor. He is Li Shengjiang, the founder of a well-known private enterprise in the country. A set of information was placed in front of everyone. After all, Li Shengjiang did not know how to hide it. There were too many flaws left behind before. He had also invited many biological experts to help deduce the evolutionary paper of slime. It was only natural that the news was leaked. Moreover, he had disappeared for more than 5 days. It's a pity that he's already out. Otherwise, we could let him stay inside and help us explore some things. The person in charge of the research institute immediately ordered, destroy the evidence and prevent foreign spies from investigating the alchemy emperor's identity. Protect his true identity. We have already contacted him. Li Shengjiang expressed that he is willing to cooperate and explain the situation of the other world, the information of the indigenous people, the local customs of various places, as well as the physical data that has actually been measured. But he said that he would not reveal his core secrets, the core alchemy of Grantham, and asked us to respect his inventions and intellectual property rights. The intellectual property rights of a different world? The person in charge was stunned. The wondrous items of the two worlds were indeed powerful, but Grantham was the strongest. Wearing it could increase one's strength by a major realm. The alchemy emperor had relied on this to dominate the other world. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Forget it, if he doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. I'll allow him to retain his intellectual property rights. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. In our country's laws, the sacredness of intellectual property is inviolable, even in the other world. We have to look far ahead. After all, we have to colonize the other world. Furthermore, his identity is extremely important. He was once a great Magus emperor in the history of Magi. Even if he were to reappear with this identity, he would be able to do many things in the Magus world. Then, they got the news that Li Shengjiang's physical fitness had improved and were even more shocked. Could it be the feedback from the other world? Suddenly, an announcement appeared. Please arrive at the designated location, break the world wall, and enter the world passage. The person in charge's expression immediately changed. We are about to enter the other world. Scientists from all departments, begin the highest level of preparation. We're about to pass through a long world tunnel. What kind of dimensional technology is this? The ability to travel through space? We have to study it. Chapter 91, It's just a competition of who's more sinister. In the research institute, countless people were anxiously looking at the screen. The most important thing for us now is the control of that giant god. According to our intel, people from various countries have already sneaked into the 13-member round table, all of them wanting to take control and rule the other world. There was only so much land on Earth. Since a long time ago, the various superpowers had begun to launch rockets, satellites, and explore the outer sky in an attempt to find a new place for life. And now, it was very likely that an extremely realistic foreign world had appeared, as well as an extraordinary wizard civilization and native gods. Any random transmigrator who went there could become an alchemy emperor. It was indeed an undeveloped fertile land, and the extraordinary civilization there was different from the technology on Earth. It contained too many secrets. Putting everything else aside, just the flow of time alone was enough to make them go crazy. Somewhere in Japan, in a secret research institute. As a developed country, our land is too small. We must obtain the right to rule that land in the Magus world. If anyone can rule that world like the alchemy emperor, our country will give him the position of prime minister and allow him to establish the 13th colony in the foreign world. At the Russian Research Institute, the game's recording screen was also playing. There were countless researchers and scientists sitting below with serious faces. This is a small step for humans, but a big step for Earth. The vegetation, the ecosystem, and the ecological civilization are completely different from Earth. We may have to come into contact with alien civilization. Furthermore, let's not talk about other things. A day outside is equivalent to 100 years inside. Just this terrifying flow of time is enough for us to do a lot of research. As long as we are given a month inside, it is equivalent to 3,000 years outside. It is 3,000 years ahead of the technological level of other countries. We can rule the world in an instant and become the #1 country. At the American Research Institute. The scene in the game was playing. There were countless scientists in white sitting below. We're going in. This will be a good time to explore the other world and test the real data. If it's true, Earth may have entered the era of the universe. We may colonize outer space in the universe. All kinds of scenes were playing out, and it was very explosive. After all, what they had heard before was all hearsay. The information and data obtained from the posts might not be true. Now, all the countries were ready to find out for themselves. While Shwebagzu, the racer of Mount Harana, and the others were still having fun in the round table meeting that controlled the 13 members of Giant God, 7 chosen ones who had gathered the providence of countless countries had already sneaked in, and were scheming against each other. Su Ji was speechless. These people were poisonous. It was just the evolution of a new giant god creature, so why were they all stirring up trouble? These players are causing trouble, and you guys are also causing trouble. What are you guys planning to do to my orchard? This was just a small orchard of 100 acres, playing a sandbox game. Why did he always want to colonize it? Expand the country's territory? It's all the data inside. It's too realistic. A strange look appeared on Su Ji's face. It's no use for you to be so high and happy. I'll kick them out for you anyway. Those who want to colonize the land should save it. My current Magus world can't handle this. Those who want to use the flow of time for scientific research should also get lost. Now that you've completed your task of acting as a giant god, it's almost time for you to leave. However, you'll have to give me some benefits. Spore Evolution's sandbox game. The notification had already appeared. Following that, the 13 core players who controlled the muscles quickly strode to the designated location. They wanted to step into the world channel and leave the novice village, but another notification came. The creature's energy is too strong to pass through the world channel. What? Everyone was stunned. It was not like they had not read novels before. Gods who were too powerful could not descend to the dimension. The creatures we evolved are invincible and strong, and we can be considered gods. Our god creation plan has succeeded. But this god is too strong, what if we can't pass through? Countless people felt a headache. However, someone soon proposed another idea. We are strong as a whole, but we have to split up. We can take apart the parts, smuggle them into the other world, and then reassemble them. 6666. That's a great idea. Instantly, the giant began to break apart. Su Ji came to the entrance of the courtyard and sat back on his throne. He shook his head and said, "How can it be that the creature is too strong? It's just that you guys are too big, and the little white water pipe can't pass through." No matter what, they still quickly began to separate. After a long time, they finally lined up and entered the sandbox world. After a long walk in the darkness, a huge light gradually appeared in front of him. They continued forward and finally arrived at a large, extremely lush forest. Warning, please fully integrate your identity as a native of this world. Any information that is not of this world will be erased. What a beautiful scenery! Quick, everyone assemble it. Head, hair, bones. Hurry! Medusa should be able to rule the world again. Watch us, the giant evil god of the alternate dimension, break through the dimension, descend to the sorcerer world, help Lord Empress Ermin, beat up Medusa, and then ask for Ermin's signature. I've already thought of a cool pose after winning. I've already learned more than 10 of JoJo's seductive poses. More than 100 players were eager to try. They were very excited and began to quickly assemble. The 7 people hiding among them were shocked and quickly tested the time flow. I went out for a while. The flow of time is real. It's too terrifying. They were secretly mixed among the players and could no longer live stream with the outside world. Although they could hand over their research topics to the research institutes outside when they encountered difficulties, they could only rely on their own abilities most of the time. Fortunately, they were all special agents, and their individual abilities were extremely strong, enough to survive the various early crises of the other world. At this time, they were still hiding very deeply, planning to disguise themselves as ordinary players and follow the thoughts of these players. They would start a war with Medusa and observe all kinds of data in secret. Furthermore, they still did not know who the real spy was in the 13 round table meetings and which country he came from. They wanted to find out the other party's background. This was a werewolf massacre. On the other side, Su Ji sat in the yard and took a bite of an apple. Those 7 chosen ones thought that the players were nothing to be afraid of and that one of them would definitely emerge as the final winner. That person would gain control of the evil god and rule over the other world. They're all scheming against each other. In fact, there's an even more sinister person hiding in the dark. Perhaps this person is the main character who will open up the next new era. At this moment, in the game sandbox, they've finally entered. A strange black-red brick-shaped female player with a mouth full of sharp teeth looked at the disappearing world channel. Ha! Men! All of them want to help the righteous and kind Ermin and indulge in her beauty, but I'm different. The 28-year-old Pan Yuxian, the girl who had proposed the Rubik's Cube thesis, not only did the player's giant god succeed, but the Rubik's Cube creatures on her side also succeeded. There was an exquisite poster in her room, but it was not the beautiful Ermin, but Charlotte. As an unsociable genius who specialized in traveling alone, in her opinion, Charlotte was more beautiful. This kind of beauty that contained evil and darkness was more in line with her aesthetic. In the beginning, everyone thought that Charlotte was evil. However, during the escape journey, during the battle at the final waterfall, Charlotte and Ermin's life and death battle, they learned why Charlotte wanted to unseal the Great Lord of Death. That year, Charlotte, Ermin, and Lucy were best friends. They went out on a mission to a wizard academy, but because of their mistake, Lucy died. Ermin and Charlotte held Lucy's body and went crazy. After that, Charlotte betrayed the academy and decided to join the Rose Savior Society. She then unsealed Medusa, the Emperor of Death. That was because Medusa had an evil forbidden spell that could resurrect the dead, which could resurrect Lucy. She wanted to master this taboo, and just like the Edward brothers, she wanted to resurrect the person she loved the most. This is the tragedy of the 3 of them. Charlotte was not wrong. She would rather be cursed just to cast infinite reading and return to a world with Lucy, where the 3 of them can laugh and laugh together. She lowered her head and looked at the Rubik's Cube monsters that she had evolved into. Why must justice win? Evil must fail? Must evil really be evil? I think that Charlotte, who is clearly a more intelligent and peerless genius, should have succeeded. Charlotte, I feel bad for you. You lost the final battle at Ermin's waterfall during your escape. They clearly had an absolute advantage, but they lost to the help of those cunning players. Since it's a simulation game, I have to choose my own camp in life. Want to save Charlotte, who is locked up in the Carson prison on Prison Island, become her friend, help her defeat Ermin again, and revive Lucy. Charlotte, no one helped you last time, so you lost to Ermin who helped her cheat. This time, I'm here to help you as the opponent of those 173 idiotic players. I'll help you defeat Ermin. She looked at the posters of Charlotte in the room and silently put on her VR glasses. We're on 2 sides, each side. You guys stand on Ermin's side. And I'll stand on Charlotte's side. I'm going to take on 173 of you all by myself. An announcement appeared. Notice, congratulations to player just beat him up for evolving the creature Rubik's Cube. It possesses great potential and has been awarded an achievement. However, in the sandbox game, no one heard this message anymore. 173 players had already left the novice village, and there were only 7 people left. Other than her who was still on the sandbox, the others had things to do in real life and had not entered the game. If they had the time to enter the game, they would have participated in the God Creation project long ago. 3 options appeared in front of her. 1. Keep the Rubik's Cube species as the initial born race. 2. Obtain a permanent spot in the sandbox game. 3. Start a second life. No one knows that I'm going in as well. I'm going to sneak in behind you. She chose the 3rd option without any hesitation and silently walked into the world passage. So what if they are evil gods? Pan Yuxian smiled brightly, I know your weaknesses very well. I hid in the dark and watched you evolve and be born. I made heads and bones. I even know more about your body structure than most of you. I'll sneak in and pretend to be a native of the sorcerer world. I'll help Charlotte beat up the horrible evil gods who invaded the other world and seal you up. Return peace to the Magus world. Peace? Wouldn't it be a nuclear strike? Su Ji was a little speechless. As expected, the power of fangirls was strong. This female player was too cheap and wretched, secretly doing things behind everyone's back. A group of people in a certain evil god, as well as the 7 chosen ones, were still fighting among themselves. They did not know that they had suffered an undeserved disaster and were about to be ruthlessly set up by someone else. This was a counter-attack from a Charlotte fan. Chapter 92, Pandora's Box. Su Ji rechecked Pan Yuxian's information. High IQ, antisocial, and even a slight anti-human tendency. Although he is a genius in reality and is worshipped by people, he has unknown secrets behind his back and has a hobby of liking sad villains. Su Ji took a sip of tea and said, "She's the kind of person who doesn't consciously bring herself to be on the side of the protagonist when she watches TV shows and movies. Instead, she will bring herself to be on the side of the villain. She's the kind of person who will cheer for the sad villain who has dreams." Li Shengzhong was Guang Wei's hung. However, this one was definitely different. He was more extreme in his heart. This one was determined to become a bright and beautiful villain who rippled in the spring breeze. A young girl's dream. Su Ji took a bite of the apple. "Do you want to be the next Medusa?" At this moment, Pan Yuxian secretly waited. She hid in the World Channel and watched as the idiotic players reformed into Thulhu and strode away. Only then did she secretly come out with her Rubik's Cube. She was a square black-red brick. An iron brick creature was harder to move than a round slime. Slimes also had their own stronghold, which could hammer the ground and jump. Her race was made up of rectangular dark red bricks. However, none of this was a problem for her. She had already considered this when she was evolving. Very quickly, she had her group of people bite the corners of the bricks in front of her and turn into a brick gluttonous snake. The bricks shook their heads and slithered quickly. She glanced at the giant in front of her, then sneaked a glance in another direction. "I've seen the map. I'm going to the Carlson prison on Prison Island and rescue Charlotte, who's imprisoned and has her wizard cultivation imprisoned." As she slithered, she muttered, "Since my shape is a black square box, then, my native name in this world shall be Pandora." Pandora's box. It contains disaster, bad luck, deception, plague, distorted fear, and the most evil of the world. Those who open the magic box will have terrifying power. She couldn't help but whisper, "Charlotte, I'm here to wait for you to open my Pandora's box. I want to share this power with you." Year 805 of the Kingdom of Babylon. 100 days after the alchemy monarch's ritual, disharmonious voices were heard from all the academies and wizard sects. They did not recognize Ermin as the next monarch. After all, every monarch and emperor was born from a bloody battle. But soon, in less than 3 days, Ermin put on her alchemy body and revealed her level 7 epic strength, suppressing all the disharmonious voices. However, on this day, Galgong Alchemy Island trembled violently, and the sea water churned rapidly. "I've returned." A woman in a sorcerer's robe walked out and strolled across the sky toward the Kingdom of Babylon. She was a terrifying existence from the ancient Dark Age. In the legends of hundreds of years, she was a forbidden monster that made children cry. She was a mythical figure that everyone talked about. After losing the suppression of the Alchemy Emperor, she finally reappeared. Flower of Death. The clouds in the sky stirred, and a black rose covered the sky, its shadow covering the entire capital of Babylon. Medusa, the Emperor of Death. Ermin's face was solemn as she stepped out to accept the challenge. Her wave sorcery used vibrations to control sound waves. It was strange and hard to guard against. When she put on the alchemy armor that the alchemy monarch had made for her, she was able to resist this terrifying epic expert with her weak epic realm cultivation. However, after a long battle, he was still defeated. "Grantham, there's a good disciple who injured me. I won't kill you, but I'll take control of the Rose Kingdom on the mountaintop again." Medusa spat out a mouthful of blood and looked surprised. However, she turned around and left. "Just like Lilith, you will be in charge of the Kingdom of Babylon again and provide me with men regularly." Medusa's temper was still the same as before. She had always allowed her opponents to grow, because she needed a strong opponent. It was just like the Alchemy Emperor who had given her the pressure of death and made her break through to the epic realm. She still needed someone to give her pressure and break through the limits of human beings to become a demigod. "I've lost," Ermin smiled bitterly. On this day, the Dark Age descended once again. In just 30 years, Medusa had regained control of the Rose Kingdom and restored the rule of the evil witches. Some evil witches who had violated the 3 commandments of witches, struggled on whilst at death's door, were wanted, and constantly hunted men, took to the streets in public. On this day, Medusa was still sitting in the palace with her eyes slightly closed. Back then, I focused on power, pride, and arrogance. But now, I only want to become a god, break through, and achieve true immortality. I also know clearly that the curtain has fallen on us evil witches. I'm just putting pressure on Ermin now. Ermin, you're not strong enough yet. Can you really take that step and give me the opportunity to break through? Medusa took a deep breath. It wasn't that she didn't ask about the expansion pack for the 3rd bloodline, but Ermin told her that it was gone. He clearly knew that she was about to be born, so how could he have left it for her? Besides, all the forbidden potions had been used up at that time. The alchemy emperor had wasted the remaining phoenix blood on 7 little witches with poor qualifications. The last one was given to his disciple, Ermin. The forbidden potions for becoming gods need phoenix blood as a catalyst. However, after hundreds of years, the phoenix has gradually left its infancy and surpassed the myth of the past. It has entered the realm of a demigod, and no one in this world is its match. That's why the alchemy emperor wanted to obtain the phoenix blood again after his second life, but he was severely injured by the demigod phoenix. Medusa frowned and whispered, "To become a god, one must first kill a god? However, I don't necessarily have to walk his path and use potions to improve my life level. If I walk his path, wouldn't it prove that I'm inferior to him?" Medusa was still an extremely proud woman. Since he, the alchemy emperor, can open up a path to godhood, why can't I? At this moment, a piece of news came from outside. West of the Balkik Mountains, near the desert, a Rose Witch's alchemy room was attacked for no reason. "We've lost contact with them." Medusa did not think much of it. It was probably the rebellion of the traditional witches, so she sent someone to investigate. A few more hours passed. The rank 4 magus who went to investigate seemed to have seen something terrifying. He went crazy and ran out. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose all bled and died. It was a tragic death. Instant death? What terrifying thing did they see? Interesting, this is really interesting. Emperor Medusa sat on the throne, frowning slightly. She tapped her fingertips gently, and the witch ministers below did not dare to make a sound. Another day passed. A level 6 legendary evil witch went to investigate, but she still went crazy in an instant. She was discovered by a witch passing by and brought back to the Rose Palace. She was the first person to come back alive. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were erratic, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying and unknown. She had gone completely crazy. No injuries, no traces of battle. Ma Bai is a rank 6 legendary wizard, one of the strongest existences in the world. How could he suddenly go crazy? Even a level 6 legendary witch. What did she see? In the Rose Palace, all the witches and ministers were frightened, and unprecedented tension and fear spread. The most ancient and strongest emotion of mankind was fear, and the most ancient and strongest fear was the fear of the unknown. The darkness hidden in the depths of the abyss was something that people wanted to hide from. It was something that no one was willing to face. It was also why it had a powerful force that attracted everyone to explore. Fear was unfortunate, but it was also romantic. We must investigate. Wizards are seekers of knowledge who seek the truth and the rules. Countless witches were both afraid and excited about the unknown. Witch Ma Bear has gone crazy. We don't know if she can be saved. Medusa took a deep breath. However, I can see what she has been through by reading her memory. Medusa's palm gently touched her forehead, and a hazy memory slowly emerged. It was a mountain forest. The witch was investigating, and in a flash, she saw a terrifying, vague creature, towering into the clouds. At that moment, her mind collapsed. She could not understand a life form of this level, and countless foreign languages poured into her mind. Then, the legendary witch went crazy. He only took a glance at it. Had he gone crazy? Pfft! Medusa's face turned pale when she saw this scene through her memory. She had never felt such fear and shock before. It was the fear of death. She bit her lip and suddenly woke up. Emperor Medusa! The people around him cried out nervously. Even though it was just through his memory, there was a backlash. "I'm fine," she said. Medusa slowly returned to her throne, a hint of fear on her face. I couldn't even see its shape in that memory. What did it look like? A ball of black mist? A pool of dark green mud? He couldn't look at it directly. It was indescribable, and humans were unable to observe its existence. Because the moment you see it, your brain won't be able to take it and will collapse. Was it an unknown creature that could not be observed, heard, or understood? Medusa muttered to herself for a moment, recalling the terrifying, chaotic, twisted, and dark foreign language that she had just heard. It was as if some ancient evil and dark existence had whispered in her ear like a demon. Wow, someone's here again. A beauty. Yungzi. How are you, beautiful lady? Why did you vomit blood like crazy as soon as you came up? Why did you look like you were on the verge of a mental breakdown and run away like crazy when you saw us? Did we talk too much? I guess it's because we were too ugly. It's all the fault of the racer of Mount Herena's twisted aesthetic. Brothers, I'm tired. How long will it take for us to reach the desert? Do we have to go to the desert to kill the Phoenix boss and get its blood as a meeting gift for Ermin? Pfft! Medusa could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood when she heard the chaotic sounds. What the hell was this thing? Was this its special characteristic? She showed a deep sense of fear. What kind of chaotic thinking is this? This creature is a natural disaster. It's constantly sending out this kind of chaotic language. Is it some kind of spiritual spell? Chapter 93, in order to maintain the balance of the version, cut it first. To Medusa, it was an unknown evil creature. However, with her rich experience in studying sorcery, she could see some clues in an instant. This kind of chaotic creature doesn't actively emit spiritual sorcery, but a passive biological form. Its existence makes it impossible for people to look directly at it or listen to its voice. Medusa's expression changed several times. But, does such a terrifying creature really exist? The level of life form that was difficult to understand. Could he already be a god? Furthermore, he should be the extremely evil god of chaos. The witches around them started to panic. What kind of terrifying creature was this? Furthermore, he was now walking on their land? This was a moving natural disaster. Medusa took a deep breath. Although we cannot look directly at its body and cannot see what it is, based on its movement speed, its body should be extremely large, comparable to a giant mountain range. The witches in that area had no time to escape. Order. The wizards in that area put on blindfolds and ear covers. At the same time, use sorcery to shield your sight and hearing, and restrain your mental strength. Don't probe outside, so as to avoid coming into contact with the evil god and causing a mental breakdown. Lord Medusa, will this really work? Someone could not help but ask. Furthermore, if we lose our sight and hearing, wouldn't we be at the mercy of others? I don't know if it'll work. Medusa shook her head and smiled bitterly. Such a method should be able to guard against its passive ability to kill. However, just guarding against its passive ability is enough to tie us down. If this terrifying mobile natural disaster really wants to kill, then there is nothing we can do. Soon, the witches in that area began to implement the plan. The players continued to walk and began to encounter a group of aimless witches. They put on blindfolds and stuffed their ears, as if they were blind and deaf. Ugly rejection. Oh my god, my self-esteem has been seriously damaged. Shi Niangpi. We're already so ugly that it's hard to look at us, right? Are you covering your eyes and not listening to our voices? Be careful, they are all blind now. Let's not trample them to death. Those few who saw us were so ugly that they instantly collapsed and died. We're already very guilty. It's all the fault of the racer of Mount Herena. Quickly come out and get beaten online. Rose Palace. Medusa heard the news that she would be fine if her vision and hearing were blocked. Sure enough, to them, we humans are insignificant existences. They don't care about us at all. The deaths of the others are not intentional at all. They just happened to see his existence by accident, hear his voice, and instantly collapse to death. And this unknown creature's target isn't us at all. It's the young god of fire, the Phoenix. It has descended upon our Magus world to kill a god. Medusa's hair stood on end at this thought. However, the direction it was heading in was undoubtedly the Nefertis Desert, the direction of the half-orc kingdom, where the Phoenix lived. Medusa's expression changed. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this evil god that had suddenly appeared was the opponent of the gods in the land of gods, Achilles? Why did it come to kill the young god of Phoenix? No. Medusa stood up and paced back and forth, becoming more and more anxious. No matter what, she was still a person of this world. Even though the inborn gods were only legends, and no one had ever seen them in person. However, if the god of fire Phoenix were to die, it could lead to something terrifying. Even the world was shaken by this. The evil god has descended to the mortal world. I must try to communicate with the gods in the sky. She could not help but get up and head to the kingdom of Babylon. The Babylon kingdom. Seeing Medusa approaching, Ermin instantly became vigilant. Disciple of the alchemy emperor, I don't have time for you. I'm going to see the great god of wisdom, Hermes, and pray to the great god to answer my doubts. Medusa said coldly. The gods in the sky won't care about tyrants, Ermin said immediately. You can't communicate with the sky. Medusa, however, ignored her. Instead, he went directly to the Temple of Wisdom and prayed devoutly in front of the statue of the God of Wisdom. O great God of Wisdom, there is an indescribable evil god who has broken through the dimension and descended. He is now heading to the great desert to attack the young god of fire. What? A god has descended to the human world? Ermin was so shocked that she stood straight. On this land, other than the god of creation from ancient Babylonian mythology, the god of the world-ending flood, there had never been a true god that descended to the mortal world. Even Mercury, the legendary god of wisdom, had only been a substitute. No one had ever seen the true body of a god, and no one knew how terrifying the power of a god was. What is a true god like? Ermin couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. Gods, do not look at their bodies, do not listen to their voices. Medusa recalled the terrifying contact that subverted common sense when she thought of this. That mysterious level of life that transcended all could not help but tremble. Medusa mentioned some of the characteristics, which made Ermin, an epic wizard, extremely afraid. It turns out that gods are such terrifying existences. Mercury, the god of wisdom, is very kind, said Ermin in a low voice. We have never seen his real body. It's not that he doesn't want to come in his real body, but that he has a god's body that mortals can't look at. You can't listen to its voice. Su Ji touched his nose and laughed. That's a good idea, I like it. He had finally perfected the world of wizards. There had been no gods appearing before, and he had taken advantage of the tiger's might and fabricated the land of all living beings, the gods in the sky, and was in a terrible state. Everyone just thought that gods must be very powerful, but they didn't have any real feeling. Now, an evil god had finally appeared, and this allowed them to completely understand how terrifying the gods were. It was impossible to surpass them, which indirectly proved that I wasn't bragging. My mysterious god of wisdom is also so powerful. Since Medusa has come to the temple to beg me, it's time to perfect the world view and give them a movie and a CG animation. Su Ji laughed. We'll have to make the natural land of all gods, Achilles, show its face. However, we haven't started building it yet, so we'll have to replace it with drones to put up a show. Su Ji sat on the edge of the door in the courtyard and looked at a black DJI drone next to him. He was already prepared. Just relying on Pan Yu Xian was not enough to cause trouble, at least in the short term, they were not a match for her. Su Ji cupped his chin in his hands and thought, under the same level, the combined creature of 4 heaven-defying genetic talents is basically invincible. Although they are not demigods yet, and have not even integrated the first gene, their combat power can no longer be measured by ordinary levels. They are already comparable to the evil god with the combat power of a demigod. He's the public enemy of the entire world. He's still too strong the moment he entered. Currently, no one can break through to the demigod realm and fight him. In fact, when they fuse with the first gene, they'll be even more invincible. We must weaken him and affect the balance of this version. We have to lower this evil god's strength. Medusa and Ermin needed to experience terrifying pressure to break through, but it was not the kind of pressure that could kill them with a single slap. The difference was too great. Let's scatter them first. The limbs of the evil gods are scattered all over the Magus world, and their strength will be greatly weakened. After that, your flesh and blood will be pulled out by yourselves and slowly reassembled. That will be the beginning of your life in the other world. Su Ji, the mastermind behind the scenes, had already made arrangements for them. The Nefertus Desert. The phoenix let out a shrill cry. Blood stained the desert and it quickly flew away. We won. It's so sad. When the phoenix was in the epic realm, it was already drained of its blood by the alchemy emperor with epic combat power. After a few hundred years, it finally entered the demigod realm. The alchemy emperor couldn't beat it and couldn't take its blood, but before it could take a breath, it was our turn to appear again and continue to drain its blood. Ha ha ha. This young god of fire was inseparable from the blood supply throughout his life. Brothers with arms, it's starting to change shape. Quickly turn it into a bowl and store its blood. Don't waste it. The greeting gift is done. Let's go to the kingdom of Babylon and meet our idol, Ermin, to get an autograph. In front of the wisdom god temple. In Medusa and Ermin's shock, the two of them completely forgot about their hostility. After all, it was very likely that an evil god had broken through the dimensions and space and descended into their world to kill the young god of Phoenix. Shu'Allah! Suddenly, there was a light in the wisdom god temple, and a strange black bird landed with a holy light. I have heard your prayers. A gentle voice was heard, and the strange black bird slowly walked out with the white holy light. The evil god has descended upon our world. Great god of wisdom, what is going on? Medusa was excited, and she quickly asked. The black crow looked at the two of them and whispered, "Mortals, do you think that our world is unique?" Shua. This sentence caused them to tremble in an instant, and their minds went blank. The gods in the heavens have always been resisting the invasion of other worlds. We are also invading other worlds. Not only have they suffered great losses, but we have also suffered heavy casualties. There are not many who can fight. After all, our world is a new world created by the Creator not long ago. It's too weak, otherwise, I wouldn't have descended upon Babylon and bestowed upon the people on earth the triple knowledge of truth and civilization. As for the young god of Phoenix, he is the son of Ares and Enyo, the two gods who died in battle. I didn't expect an evil god from another world to descend and kill him in his cradle. The god of fire will be our future combat power. After hearing this terrifying news, the two of them were completely stunned. The gods in the sky had suffered countless casualties, but there were not many left. Our world has only been created not long ago, and there are other extraordinary worlds other than our world? The god of wisdom spoke again. Now, the god of Phoenix has been severely injured by an evil god in the great desert and has barely escaped. That evil god is rushing towards the kingdom of Babylon. He is ready to slaughter all the wizards in this land. They're on their way. Ermin's heart trembled. They want to slaughter our 3 wizard kingdoms? The players were speechless. There's a bastard here who's trying to frame us. We are not the kind of Burning Legion expedition that will destroy worlds. We are friendly and emissaries of peace. We clearly have no intention of killing the Phoenix. We are only here to collect our blood. Now, we are only here to use the Phoenix blood as a meeting gift, to get an autograph, and to help Ermin deal with Medusa. You're defaming us in front of our idol, Ermin. Ermin, Medusa, you must deal with this evil god so that this world will not be destroyed. The voice of the god of wisdom rang out. I'm still fighting in the sky and can't descend. I can only deal a fatal blow to the evil god. You guys take the opportunity to use sorcery to tear him apart and scatter his limbs all over the world. Ermin and Medusa quickly nodded at this moment. More than 10 days later. Ta ta ta. The ground was shaking. A terrifyingly massive figure that blotted out the skies and covered the sun appeared. His 60,000-foot body pierced through the clouds and strode towards the capital of the Papillion kingdom. Countless trees were trampled and broken. Ha ha ha, I'm going to meet my idol. Thinking about it, I'm still a little excited. What cool pose should I make later? They walked excitedly towards the capital, but saw Medusa and Ermin standing on the city wall in the distance, waiting for them. They had already blocked their sight and hearing, preventing them from looking directly at or hearing their voices. Boom! Boom! In the vast blue sky, a shadow suddenly flickered. A floating island was floating between the clouds. It was the DJI drone that had been added with light effects. The giants looked up and saw this miracle. Instantly, there was a commotion and they started whispering to each other. Haruko loves learning, a floating continent, could it be that the land of the gods has come out of the eye of the wind? Xiao Nao Kiao went down the mountain. We've made too big a move and attracted the native gods. They're going to destroy us. They really think we're intruders. The racer of Mount Harana replied, what are you afraid of? Brothers, kill it. The phoenix couldn't even take one of our hands. We're already gods. Don't be scared, hit him. After beating up the god of Phoenix, they were already bloated to the point that they couldn't take it anymore. They quickly bent down, lifted a small mountain, and suddenly smashed it into the sky. Boom! The stone flew up. The land of gods, which was glowing in the sky, shifted nimbly and dodged the attack. Su Ji sat in the yard and looked at the image on the drone's screen. He was also in shock. These guys are still sneaky. They launched a sneak attack without saying a word. The DJI drone I just bought cost $12,000. I almost got smashed down by you guys. Su Ji sat at the entrance of the courtyard and took a bite of the apple to calm himself down. If he were to deal with the indigenous people of the sorcerer's world, such as Gilgamesh, the three witches, and Medusa, Su Ji might have to go through a lot of trouble. He would have to control the individual destruction through the intelligent subbrain of the hive. And NBSP, however, this evil god from another world was easy to deal with these people. Su Ji sat on the chair and took another bite of the apple. He remotely controlled the drone and used the small speaker on it to eat as he said. I am Mercury, the god of wisdom, a mere evil god from another world. I broke the dimensional channel and descended into this world, but it turns out that this is all there is to it. Most of them didn't understand the native language, but among the 173 players, there were a few who had learned the foreign world's native language. They quickly translated it for them, and the players were instantly excited. What god of wisdom? That's all you've got, what's the point of saying such harsh words? If you have the guts, come down and fight us. That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that we haven't learned sorcery and can only throw stones, we would have been flying. Get down. I've never been afraid of a fight in school. Fortunately, their foreign world's language wasn't understood by the natives. Otherwise, they would be a disgrace to this evil god. Fine, I'll show you what a real divine art is. Boom! In the land of gods in the sky, hazy light surged, and a loud and majestic voice penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the earth. In the courtyard, Su Ji put down the apple in his hand after he had said those harsh words. You still dare to rebel? He laughed and shook his head. You players are getting more and more arrogant. You don't know how powerful the native gods of the other world and the land of gods in the sky are. Then, I'll show you the price of defying a god. Under the shocked and puzzled gazes of the players in the capital of Babylon, Su Ji quietly spat out 5 words in his heart. Great disconnection technique. In the next second, holy light suddenly flashed. The world was dead silent, and the wind and clouds were still. All the players' screens instantly went black. Boom! The entire giant evil god lost control, and its body exploded, cracked, and collapsed. His skin, bones, flesh, and blood peeled off layer by layer, sending dust into the air. Countless players went offline and quickly posted on the forum. Our screen suddenly went black. Is there a bug in the game? He asked. Holy shit! He was angry. He was angry. They dragged a lousy planner out to offer sacrifices to the heavens. It's impossible for a game bug to cause him to go offline. There has never been a bug in this game. Mercury, the god of wisdom, must have used some kind of terrifying divine spell to create a black screen, just like when we were unconscious slimes. So it wasn't a bug that forced him to go offline. I thought the lousy game producers were messing with us. What a terrifying divine art! As expected of Mercury, the god of wisdom. We should have been knocked unconscious in one move. Boom! 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 The terrifying scene of the collapse was like the end of the world, a flood, and a tsunami. A 60,000-foot giant collapsed like a building block made of stone. It was also at this moment, at the moment of collapse, that the people of Babylon dared to open their eyes and see the true form of this vast evil god from another world that pierced through the clouds, one that could not be looked at directly, and one could not hear its voice. Chapter 94, Dismantling Thulhu. The evil god could not be looked at directly or heard. And NBSP, before this, they had sealed off their 5 senses. But when they heard the earth shaking, they immediately understood that the evil god was about to be defeated. They opened their eyes and finally saw the evil god's face. I can finally look at it directly. Let me see what kind of life structure it has. This is. To the horror of countless witches, they saw an extremely vast giant that covered the sky. It was not far from the god of creation described in ancient Babylonian mythology. However, at this moment, it collapsed and was destroyed like a tsunami. When we closed our eyes and blocked our five senses, what happened? Ermin could not help but whisper, the god of wisdom, in just a few breaths. You're just a student of Grantham. How could you have come into contact with the realm of God? Medusa's eyes were filled with mockery and fanaticism. What kind of forbidden divine art is this? It was unbelievable. He did not feel any magic fluctuations, but it was only one attack. We can't look at it directly, we can't listen to its voice, and we will have a mental breakdown when we look at it, but it has already died and disintegrated. The witch ministers standing at the foot of the city wall looked at the rolling and collapsing mountain giants, their minds blank. At this moment, Su Ji used the drone in the sky to transmit a voice through the small speaker that made people's minds go blank. Do you think that this evil god is really dead with just one attack? Its body is reforming. Reorganization? Ermin stood up straight when she heard that. How is that possible? He's already dead, but his body can still regenerate? However, the truth had proven everything. Although every part of the evil god's tissues and organs had gone offline and were scattered all over the ground, they were still instinctively wriggling and jumping on the ground in a bright red color, giving people a creepy sense of horror. It was already so broken, but every organ was still alive, and every part of it was in chaos, sending out thoughts. Evil. Chaos. Distorted. This earth-shattering pile of minced meat was too terrifying. It's hard to understand. This is simply inconceivable. We wizards are a group of people who explore the truth and knowledge. However, the life structure of this creature in front of us, its various compositions, has simply overturned all of our knowledge of life. In this world, no one had ever seen such a terrifying life form. This unknown life form gave them a huge shock. Su Ji continued, I can't pay too much attention to the situation here, so I won't make a move again. You guys work together across the country and quickly use the wind-type forbidden spell to break up the broken remains of this evil god and blow it all over the world to prevent it from quickly reassembling. Scatter it? The witches looked at each other. A moment later, Medusa and Ermin looked at each other, and their expressions were extremely serious. We can't wait any longer. They were no longer hostile to each other. If they were left alone, they would be easily destroyed. We have to work together with 2 epic-level combatants. With the world-level wonder giant Adolf, we will have 3 epic-level powerhouses and countless legends. Boom! 10 minutes later, countless magi joined forces and flew into the air at the same time. An extremely terrifying pressure instantly bloomed, and all kinds of colorful lights circulated. An extremely terrifying spiritual pressure also filled the entire world. Invisible storm. Wind barrier. The terrifying storm surged wildly, making it hard for people to breathe. All kinds of sorcerer academies, sorcerer sects, and their own unique and strongest forbidden sorcery turned into a terrifying hurricane that blew in all directions. The broken corpse of the evil god was instantly scattered, turning into a huge white blade tornado that soared into the sky and blew all over the world. Everyone's magic power had been exhausted in these hurricanes from all directions, and they could only gasp for breath. They raised their heads. The god is already returning. In the sky, the land of the gods, which was emitting bright light, was getting further and further away in the clouds. It was returning to the eye of the storm, the Dagons, and leaving their kingdom. But the whisper of the god of wisdom suddenly fell to the ground. This type of Thulhu evil god is the most ancient existence with great power. It cannot be named, cannot be looked at directly, and cannot be heard. It has once ruled over many old worlds. He broke through the dimension and descended, causing his strength to be less than 1/10 of his original strength, before I instantly defeated him. At this moment, it had been scattered all over the world, sleeping soundly in a death-like dream. However, the flesh and blood will still gather on their own and form pieces of the flesh continent of Arlai. In the end, they will merge with each other and reform the body. At that time, Thulhu will wake up from its old sleep. Its true body at its peak, which is countless times stronger than it is now, will be completely awakened and bring catastrophe to the world. What? Under everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, the land of gods in the sky gradually moved further away. The descent of the evil god on this day was destined to be recorded in the history of the world for eternity. The trajectory of the entire Magus era in the future would usher in a shocking change because of this moment. Millions of years later, when people blew away the dust, opened the dust-covered pages, and flipped through the thick and heavy spear of the flourishing witch that bore a long history, the opening scene of the Age of Gods was clearly recorded in it. Year 836 of the Kingdom of Babylon, the evil god of Thulhu descended, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The god of wisdom led the land of gods and defeated it. The bodies of the evil gods were scattered all over the world, ready to make a move. At the entrance of the courtyard, Su Ji sat in his chair and continued to take a bite of the apple. After a while, he saw the Daejeong drone returning. Right now, he is only 1/10 of what he was at his peak. That is true. After all, this evil god has just come in and has not integrated a second gene. He is still immortal. He cannot fly or use his mind power. He had said that if they were able to regather, they would definitely return with full strength. There was nothing wrong with that. This was because these cells that were scattered all over the world, with their wretched nature, would definitely secretly cultivate and fuse with a second gene to become stronger individually. When they gathered together and reorganized again, there would definitely be a qualitative change and they would be indescribably strong. In fact, if we weren't in the hinterlands, I would have used my high-power industrial fan to blow away these ant cells. I wouldn't have asked them to do it. This can be considered as perfecting the world view. This cutscene in the movie has shown them the power of the god of wisdom and the land of gods in the sky. After he was done with his work, Su Ji stood up leisurely and put away the DJI drone. Then, he returned to the kitchen in the house and started cooking. In the Spore Evolution game forum, a post instantly blew up everyone. Shocking! The group of players had just left the novice village when they were instantly disconnected. Was it a moral decay? Or is it a distortion of human nature? Originally, it had only been less than 10 minutes since the players had entered the game sandpit. In the eyes of the people outside, it was only the time it took to go to the toilet. This was equivalent to entering for a while and coming out immediately. Furthermore, all of them came out and were posting like crazy. It's fine if one of them went offline, but all of them came out. I'm afraid we'll be wiped out in an instant. Countless netizens started to get a little excited and quickly asked what had happened. Chapter 95, The Crazy Forum. We just entered, and now we're all offline. In the forum, everyone was instantly curious. After all, a casual sandbox game like Spore Evolution had already become a game with a phenomenal level of popularity. Not to mention outsiders, at the very least, all the players in the gaming circle were paying attention to it and discussing it enthusiastically. After all, there were infinite possibilities. Then, as the netizens went through it, they found out the whole truth in a post that described the whole process. Is this really the flow of time? We've only gone to the toilet once, and half a month has passed in your world. You guys are too amazing. He had challenged the god of creation before, and now he was challenging a native god? In the end, he was instantly defeated? Awesome. Sound breaking. Ha 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 ha. He didn't change. A pig's cry from laughter. When countless people heard this, they collectively disconnected. They felt that it was too tragic, but they couldn't help but gloat. At that moment, countless posts were screaming in the forum. Those who were crazily demanding the racer of Mount Harana were crying as they listed his 7 deadly sins. Before this, he led us to fight bosses and challenged the god of creation to wipe us out. Angry. They made us so ugly. The young ladies were scared out of their wits. It was all the fault of the racer of Mount Harana. Angry. And now, he's even bringing us to pick up rocks and throw them at the land of gods. Do you think you're like a gorilla in a disaster movie that destroys an airplane? As a result, we died instantly, and it was so natural. The gods in the sky must have put our bodies on the barbecue grill and sprinkled cumin on them. Angry. Racer of Mount Harana, come out and get beaten up. Shooting for 10 minutes. Angry. Countless people began to condemn the racer of Mount Harana. Now that he had disconnected, there were countless people frantically trying to restart the game, but they still couldn't enter the game. The screen was still black. Did he just die like that? However, at this moment, a logical analysis post appeared. It was from that big shot who was a free student. Learning for nothing. Hello, everyone. I'm learning for nothing. Don't panic, everyone. I don't think we'll die. Let me make a calm analysis and reasoning post. First of all, the natives fainted the moment they saw us. I don't think it's the fault of the racer of Mount Harana. It's probably because the creatures we evolved are too twisted and chaotic, with powerful spiritual energy, even more evil than the evil eyes. It's a result of biological characteristics. Secondly, although we have lost, that foreign world's native god doesn't know our body structure and can't kill us completely. He even thinks that we are already dead and left us alone. He doesn't know that we can be reborn from a drop of blood. As you all know, we are made up of 173 kings. Our 173 small points are like the acupuncture points all over the body, distributed on the various nodes of the body. They are very small. Our core king may not die. It is likely that only the races outside will die. Furthermore, in the structure of the giant that we have evolved, we have made a hard bone carapace and 173 spiny bone pills to specially cover our 173 vital acupuncture points. Everyone, you don't have to worry too much. A reliable big shot had finally appeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Shwe by shwe, that bone armor protection pill is the toughest part of our body. However, it can't guarantee the survival of all 173 of us. It's possible that a small number of us will die and quit the game. Instantly, everyone wailed and screamed, saying that this kind of thing would never happen to them. Then, if someone quit the game, doesn't that mean that they lost a part of their organs and you guys are disabled? Someone asked. Shwebai, that won't happen. I don't think anyone will quit the game. Even if someone did, only the king died. The species he left behind must still be around, but they've become wild. They can continue to reproduce and are still part of our bodies. They just don't have their own thoughts. I understand now. In other words, players like Bone Armor and Skin can go offline as they wish. They won't be able to move anyway. If they die, so be it. It won't affect the overall situation. In fact, it's better if they die, lest these bastards start a rebellion all day. The 13 muscled players controlling the giant's movements are the most important. However, even if something happens, the 13 muscled players won't die. As long as the other muscled players take control of the giant's body, it'll be fine. After the analysis, everyone was relieved. Everyone discussed nervously for a few minutes. Suddenly, a player shouted, "We can come online, everyone. You can't imagine what happened to us. I can't see anyone else." Everyone quickly asked what had happened. Some players were also anxious and logged in. After a short 10 seconds, they came out again and exchanged information. I can also go online. I've realized that we're very terrifying creatures. We clearly didn't evolve organs like eyes, but our spiritual power is strong, and we can even sense the outside environment. I'm here in the forest, where are you? I was hanging on the edge of the cliff. I was on the roof. What happened? Where are the rest of you? Brothers, when I woke up, I found that my skin had been made into a page of an animal hide book. A blonde Western woman was sitting on the wooden table by the window and writing on me with a quill pen. Black questions.jpg. The skin on top, you're still fine. Do you know where I am? We're both skin organization players, but I'm in the desert now. This piece of skin of mine is dying from the heat and is almost dehydrated from walking for half a day. I'm going to die soon. Is there any cloud player who can help me find a way out of this desperate situation? I have to counterattack like the alchemy emperor, wailing. Ha ha ha. It was too flashy upstairs. Making a pig's cry, I'm more ordinary, I sank to the bottom of the sea. There are so many fish around. I went in and found that one of my feathers was in a bird's nest on a tree when I woke up. It was used to build a nest, and there was a pile of yellow sheetie on its head. These damn birds don't like cleanliness at all. Crying. The higher UPS are all comparing who's more miserable, but is there anyone more miserable than me? Let's compete in misery and hurt each other. My bone was picked up by a dog-type beast and licked it madly. I ran away, but the beast was stunned for a few seconds. It probably had never seen a bone that could run before. Then, it picked me up and licked me. I was covered in saliva. Help! Ha ha ha! Everyone could not help but laugh. Those above, why can all of you walk? I'm just a bone, I can't move, I can only silently lie in the forest, trembling. Ha ha ha, there's an honest man here. Everyone, come and bully him. Previously, the big shots took the lead in evolving, but they didn't secretly leave a backup plan. They evolved moving organs and were ready to run away at any time. Did you learn evolution for nothing? You guys are gloating too much. The honest man above, where are you? Tell me the location, I'll see if it's close. I'll go save you. An angry roar from a player with bones. We are scattered all over the world. Everyone discussed in the forum and came to this creepy conclusion. Chapter 96, The Map Design of the Land of the Gods. The gods of the other world actually dismembered us. Even though they were making a ruckus, they were not fools. The few minutes of them being disconnected and cursing at the racer of Mount Harana was equivalent to a few weeks in the sorcerer world. After being unconscious for so long, it was likely that he had been killed, and his limbs were scattered somewhere in the sorcerer world. It wasn't strange for all sorts of situations to occur. As expected of Hermes, the god of wisdom who taught the truth to the people of the earth in ancient times. He's so powerful that he wiped us out with one move. What super move? I'm already a fangirl, I'm super handsome. Worship.jpg. He's indeed cool. Mercury, who's standing in the land of gods above the clouds in the sky, the moment his divine might descended on the ground, it reminded me of the time when we were in a dungeon. A group of people from our guild pushed the Lich King and was wiped out by a big move. He was so domineering. It seems that our equipment is not enough, and our levels are too low. Could this god also have a sad background story? The late king's son, sacrificing himself to become a god, pulling out Frostmourne, determined to become the man of Naruto, to protect this world. This villain boss has a very charming personality. Next time, let's get his autograph too. The group of people were obviously killed by the god of wisdom, but they were not irreconcilable. One by one, they were discussing on the forum that he was so cool when he killed them, and even wanted to ask for autographs. Player, this god, the way you killed us last time was so cool. Please sign. God was speechless. What kind of strange creature was this? It was hard to understand. By the way, this big move that instantly wiped us out was too strange. Brothers, did anyone see his skill channeling bar, shaking before casting? No, the screen suddenly went black. An instant cast skill? Then do you guys think that this skill of his has a cooldown time or a cooldown time? There should be. If there's no swing before casting, it means that it can't be interrupted. If there's no cooldown for the skill, how can we fight? They began to become serious and seriously sum up their experiences. As an experienced player in the online game, every time they were wiped out in a dungeon, they would definitely get some useful information, such as the order of the boss skill's release, how much health was left, when it would enter the berserk state and activate the second transformation. If the god of creation couldn't be beaten, then the native gods of the other world were probably just powerful creatures. They might not be afraid of him. It should be the final boss in this world. He had to take the opportunity to study how to fight this boss. It was okay to be annihilated, but they had to take revenge. You have to know that our god creation plan was a great Thulhu evil god, the ruler of the old days, the one who unified all things, such a high and mighty giant god existence, but he was in such a miserable state. We are evil gods. The moment they entered the Magus world, they were dismembered and scattered all over the place. They were made into pages of books, turned into nests, and used as bones by giant beasts to grind their teeth. Look at how awesome Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hand is. We're so embarrassing. Wailing. Embarrassing? Su Ji was speechless. Even if you two aren't embarrassed, you two are just about the same. As soon as Li Shengjiang entered the game, his own species was in the other world. They were reduced to selling X goods and were kept in captivity for 10 rose coins each. As for you, the moment you enter, you'll be scattered. Some of you will be used as bones to grind your teeth, some will be made into bird nests on the spot, some will be made into pages of books, and some will be forced to survive in the desert. As a group of Bone Ash hardcore players, they were very experienced in dealing with a team wipe. While everyone was reporting on the forum, someone quickly organized a head count to see if anyone had died. Report. Report. Fortunately, although everyone was living in misery, no one quit the game. Fortunately, the gods in the sky don't know the characteristics of our structure. All 173 core cells are still here. As long as the king is still here, each of them can reproduce and regroup. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief. Even though this ending was hard to accept, it was still better than death. In fact, it was only natural that the cores were still there. Su Ji was not really attacking them. He had only made them go offline and instantly fall apart, so there was definitely no damage. He then had the witches blow away the body tissues. The racer of Mount Harana, who had been quivering in fear due to everyone's insults and did not dare to say a single word in the forum, could not help but exclaim, "Come on! We're here to collect the 173 Dragon Balls scattered all over the world and save the world." The crowd had not reacted yet. The racer of Mount Harana said, "Everyone, please listen to me. We will rise again. We will regroup from all over the world and beat Mercury, the god of wisdom. Even if he is a god, we will kill him. The river flows 30 years east, 30 years west, don't bully the young for being poor. Everyone, read after me. We, the evil god organization, are not afraid of a battle. We, the evil god organization, are not afraid of a battle. We, the evil god organization, are not afraid of a battle." Very quickly, a group of people fell into the trap of the racer of Mount Harana. They instantly forgot about the crusade against him and even started chanting slogans to him, their blood boiling with passion. Many people couldn't help but complain. "Those above, you guys want to board the racer of Mount Harana's car again? There was poison in his car. You guys are still not repenting. There are too many fools, not even enough scammers, laugh. It's useless to change the topic. I'm going to kill him anyway." Angry. The forum was very lively. As long as they didn't die, they could accept anything. This game was too hardcore, and they were already used to it. At this time, the discussion forum was several times more heated than when Li Shengzhong was assassinated in his later years. This kind of fantasy adventure was simply too exciting and cool. The evil god's limbs were dismembered, and the players were scattered all over the place. Their skin, bones, and hair were all suffering different fates. The main mission was very clear, which was to combine them together and recover their bodies. Some started from bird nests. Some started from the bottom of the sea. Some of them started from a book. Some started in the desert. Su Ji made some simple dishes in the kitchen and came to the table to eat. He looked at the forum and secretly observed the enemy camp. He could not help but have a strange expression on his face. What a bunch of idiots! They're already in such a terrible state, and yet they're still having so much fun. It's like they're making fun out of their suffering. I like you guys. Su Ji sat in his room and briefly browsed through the forum. After eating and drinking his fill, he went to wash the dishes. He didn't pay any more attention to them. After washing the dishes, he began his own business. It's not a good thing to pretend to be the land of all gods. It's time to put on the map design of the wizard world and the Sky Island. In fact, I set up the genetic lock back then to limit their tiny size. Now, we can completely open our genetic constraints and evolve a normal-sized, or even a large-sized bird, and use it as a Sky Island. However, Su Ji felt that since they were walking the evolutionary path of microscopic creatures, they should not destroy it. They should find a solution from this evolutionary system. Furthermore, they had also found a solution and developed a new biological structure, a combined biological model that broke the limit of body size. In fact, the creatures that were gathered in such a way were countless times stronger than ordinary creatures of the same size. Since they can create a giant god and a meat fish, I might be able to do the same and create a meat continent creature, and then evolve wings or even a propeller to fly. They used a wooden ship as a base template. How about I use a drone as a template? Su Ji thought of his own DJI drone, but he shook his head. A structure that was too precise might not necessarily succeed. The difficulty level was too high. He was very clear about his own worth of evolutionary knowledge. Furthermore, it was too expensive. He could not bear to part with this drone. He was extravagant. He had spent tens of thousands on an electric fan. He was currently a poor man. Now, there were two ways to fly the island in the sky. The first type was wings of creatures that appeared on both sides of the island. This type of floating island was essentially a huge bird. The first type was a giant aircraft structure that walked through the Babylonian sky garden, or a helicopter with a propeller. Chapter 97, The Birth of the Pet in the Orchard. But very quickly, Su Ji realized that he had been overthinking things. There was no evolutionary blueprint for the aircraft structure. Even if he had such thoughts, he didn't have such profound evolutionary knowledge, nor did he have a team behind the scenes to help design the evolutionary path. I can only take the path of flying birds and evolve into a bird. I'll first fly and then talk. Suji returned to the storeroom and fumbled around for a while. After searching for a long time, he could only find a wash basin. This shape is not good. He found another round wooden board. It's too thin. How can it be considered an empty island? Suji had ransacked the place but could not find a suitable Sky Island template. Was he supposed to make his own template, like those idiotic players? He scratched his head. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as an idea flashed through his mind. Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube was made of living iron. It was a kind of building material, like bricks. With a thought, he said, with these iron blocks like the Rubik's Cube as the basic units, the giant god creature that is formed by combining the strengths of the two major creatures may be the strongest existence. Suji could not help but think about the possibilities. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible and promising. No, I can do better. There's still a lot of room for evolution for this piece of metal. I can totally evolve it into a kind of rectangular Lego block with circular grooves and locks. It can be fastened together piece by piece and be more convenient to assemble into a living creature. Suji thought of the building blocks he had played with when he was a child. There were all kinds of colorful plastic cubes with grooves on them that could be built together. There were Lego buildings, Lego figurines, Lego planes, Lego cars, Lego boats. He could create any shape. At present, this iron creature was a smooth rectangular block, so it was not difficult to evolve a buckle groove on it. Although Suji did not have strong evolutionary knowledge, he could still easily change the shape and structure of some living creatures. It was very simple to evolve a circular groove buckle. It was like the cultivation of square watermelons. As long as there was a mold to limit the growth, it would be fine. Intelligent subbrain, extract the gene strands of the Rubik's Cube creature from the gene bank and start reproducing. Suji said. The intelligent subbrain said in a mechanical voice. Adjusting the gene chain. Inserting spores. It's reproducing. Soon, the Rubik's Cube creatures evolved and grew up. Suji made a few Lego molds with a drop of glue from the crystal. He grabbed a few Rubik's Cubes and put them in. They reproduced generation after generation. They grew up in molds, and their shapes were limited by the mold for their outer shells. Gradually, after countless generations of evolution, even if the mold was removed, the smooth rectangular blocks still had circular buckle grooves. The Rubik's Cube mutant has succeeded. Suji's eyebrows twitched. The insectan nest mind is naming a new species, giant god cell construction template. The intelligent subbrain said in a mechanical voice. Naming successful. Do you wish to record it into the Geno library? Record it. Suji looked at the table, which was covered with black and red rectangular super small Lego blocks that were smaller than ants, and suddenly laughed. The Lego blocks I used to play with when I was young have reappeared here. With this original template creature, I can create not only floating islands but also giant gods of convergence easily. Furthermore, this giant god might be even stronger than the players in version 2.0. This was a Rubik's Cube. Light bone goo, lightweight, high-hardness biological iron block. It was a species that a certain big shot in biology had painstakingly researched and developed. I'll use these Lego bricks to build a cool island in the sky. Suji sat on a chair, and the table in front of him was filled with super small red and black Lego blocks. He picked up the silver tweezers and fastened them to the small blocks one by one, as if they were the square buildings of my world, building them together. In the end, giant islands built from small blocks were born. It was the size of a basin. It cost Suji more than 17,000 biological building blocks. The fusion creature is done. Now, put it into the small sandbox and evolve it according to the flying bird. Suji cupped his cheeks in his hands. It's a godsend. There's no one in the sandbox game now, so we can just develop an empty island in it. In fact, there were still a few players who did not participate in this plan. They had urgent matters to attend to in real life, but Suji had directly cut off their access to the game's sandbox just in case they happened to come online and see the creator doing something. It's starting to evolve. It's another brand new giant meat spore, just like the meat fish before. But how do I evolve it into a bird? Su Ji secretly posted on the internet. Everyone who scolded me took notes. Big shots, can anyone tell me how a unicellular organism can walk on land and become a flying bird? Countless cloud players instantly participated in this topic. According to the evolutionary path in history, the birth of birds is to first climb out of the ocean. You can try this evolution path. Su Ji began to act. His requirements were not high. As long as he could transform a giant spore into a bird, any bird would do. No matter what shape it was, as long as it could fly, it would be enough. After that, he failed. It was tragic. In the past, they could easily evolve into deformed birds, but now, they could not do it deliberately. He had always been using the evolution by fate method, and it all depended on fate. It was also mainly because he didn't study evolutionary knowledge crazily, which led to him being far inferior to the hardcore players in the game. He failed several times and had to rebuild the building blocks a few times before he could create a flying island. This floating island was red and black in color. It had an irregular circular shape and a pair of huge wings on both sides. Voila! This strange bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Su Ji looked up and silently watched the strange bird the size of a basin fly above the orchard, circling back and forth like an eagle. This bird can not only be considered my #1 bodyguard in front of the land of God, Achilles. They can fly everywhere, patrol the vicinity of the orchard, and protect me. Come down. Su Ji stood at the entrance of the courtyard and raised his hand gently. Whoosh! The land of the gods, Achilles, gently landed on the back of Su Ji's hand. It was like a tamed eagle, spreading its wings that emitted a metallic luster and exuding a powerful aura. Su Ji stroked its broad back. It had a hard metallic texture. He handed it an apple and said, "Be good. From now on, you'll be my little pet in the orchard." Caw caw caw. The disc-sized creature of the island lowered its head and finished the apple in an instant. This type of fusion creature was actually a group of creatures gathered together. They were separated, with hair, skin, and bones. Each creature actually had its own mouth, so how could it eat? Was everyone supposed to split up and eat together on the ground? Actually, there was no need to break them up. The players had already considered this point, and they only needed to eat with their mouths. They had evolved an esophagus, which meant that they ate food from their mouth. Like a funnel, food would spread through the body through a dense spiderweb pipe. The food would even seep out of the skin and be transported into the mouth of every tissue. They had indeed considered the rationality of every evolutionary survival, and it was a very precise biological structure. Intelligent subbrain, find out the genetic characteristics of this fusion creature. Su Ji thought about it. The attributes were as follows. Land of the gods, Achilles. Genetic characteristics, spike shell, body change, rebirth from a drop of blood, longevity. Unlimited growth, potential unknown. Huh? He actually changed his genetic talent? Su Ji was slightly stunned. Chapter 98, The Initial Idea of the Second Subsidiary Sandbox. If one were to ask why Thulhu was so terrifying, it was undoubtedly his genetic talent - indescribable fear. One could not look directly at it or listen to its voice. In layman's terms, this was a passive skill of death aura. Any creature with a lower realm than him would be killed instantly. However, this convergence creature in front of him had lost this ability. Su Ji looked at the genetic talent. Spiky shell. The tough outer shell of the exoskeleton goo has outstanding defensive power. It can reflect most material damage and offset a portion of mental damage. It should be caused by the hard structure of the Rubik's Cube. It seems to be not bad. Su Ji thought for a moment. Coupled with its undying nature, it's simply the toughest disguise and the most vicious beating. It carried its own armor and counterattacked madly. Moreover, after killing it with great difficulty, it recovered in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 physical genetic talents were body change, blood rebirth, and everlasting life. This was not a joke. How disgusting. I'm just lying here and getting beaten up. You beat yourself to death instead. Su Ji thought for a moment and asked the insectine nest mind, why is there no indescribable fear? A mechanical voice came from the insectine nest mind. Previously, it was composed of 173 different species, but now it's the same species. The spiritual fluctuations of the same species are more or less the same, and there's no chaotic consciousness. Su Ji thought about it for a moment and immediately understood. Although they also underwent organ division and each of their organs had their own role, they were still the same race Rubik's Cube in the end. They were like a group of black ants, white ants, and flying ants, a branch of the same race. Su Ji raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It's like the same person. The cells in the body are differentiated into bones, skin, flesh, and blood. Although the shape of the organs is different everywhere, at the end of the day, they are all cells that have been differentiated from the same source." It was only natural that he didn't feel any indescribable fear. Although this creature was also in its individual form, it was more like a real living creature in comparison. It's considered a success. Now, I can mass-produce demigod creatures. Isn't that awesome? Su Ji laughed. Do you want to make a few more? A demigod army? He looked at his room and smiled. Why don't we change them all? If the tables, chairs, beds, and lamps were all life forms, they were all demigods. A twisted, mysterious, and terrifying room. This was the high-class style that the god of creation should have. Just thinking about it made him reach the peak of his life. However, at this moment, the sub-brain reminded him, I don't recommend creating too many of these cannon fodder creatures. Cannon fodder? Su Ji was stunned. This was a demigod. Yes, the Insecta Nest Mind said. The previous Insecta Queen was more adept at assembly line operations in this area. She produced androids in batches. These demigod creatures were the cannon fodder used by the Insecta Queen to conquer other civilizations. At this time, it is not recommended to cultivate too much. The energy cannot afford it. Are you saying that I'm too weak to afford to feed them? Su Ji thought about it for a moment when he heard that. In fact, there was no difference whether he created one or countless of them. They were all there. If he was really a super foodie who needed a lot of energy to maintain his body functions, he really could not create too many. He had no more money. The Insecta Nest Mind continued. Although this creature has unlimited potential and growth, quality is more important than quantity. I suggest that you spend a large amount of resources to only cultivate one. What resources do you need? Su Ji could not help but ask. Cultivation resources, Nest Queen, the sub-brain said. You're planning to integrate every cell and the second evil eye gene into it to walk the path of cultivation, right? Su Ji nodded. He had the same thoughts as the players. Every organ of his had been integrated with the evil eye's genes, and every organ could cultivate on its own. That was the most powerful. So, 17,321 units are equivalent to 17,321 wizards, which is equivalent to an army that can conquer countless civilizations. How many resources do you need for training? Su Ji broke out in a cold sweat. It was a super bottomless pit. The Insecta Nest Mind continued, in that case, let's take a step back. Even if we don't use any resources to assist them, it's impossible for them to slowly cultivate on their own. After all, they don't have self-awareness and can't cultivate. We need the Insecta Queen to control their bodies one by one and cultivate them one by one. 17,321 wizards can't train on their own, and you want me to control them to train? Su Ji felt like his head was about to explode. That's impossible, okay? Su Ji already found it tiring to train alone, so how could he control 17,000 wizards to train? It's not impossible. It's just a long project. The Insecta Nest Mind replied. Also, when they become level 4 sorcerers, they will be able to break away from the lower-level creatures and develop their own intelligence. They will then be able to continue their cultivation. I'll train each of them to become a rank 4 magus in their place? Are you kidding me? It's a total of 17,000. I've boiled 10,000 livers, but it's still impossible. Su Ji was helpless. I'm only a rank 1 magus right now, and rank 4 magi are still far away. The further it went, the more it increased by several times. Even a genius like Li Shengzhong, the alchemy emperor of a generation and a level 1 wizard, took a month. It took him a year to reach rank 2. 7 years and he was only a rank 3 wizard. It took him 20 years to become a rank 4 wizard. I'm controlling them one by one, and over 17,000 magi have to start training from scratch, and each of them will take over 20 years? Su Ji immediately cut off his thoughts of creating another one. The training was too terrifying. He could not fill it up no matter what. However, its consumption was terrifying, and its potential was indeed terrifying. It could grow almost infinitely. This kind of war machine, a terrifying superior life form, could not be measured by the realm of a single life form. Just imagine, a group of creatures that were not even rank 1 magi, when grouped together, would have the combat power of a demigod. What if they were all rank 1 magi? His combat strength was probably comparable to that of a level 8 mythical creature. What about the second and third levels? What if every single one of them was at the 6th rank of legendary or the 7th rank of epic? More than 17,000 combined life forms. It was unimaginable. However, 17,000 magi all cultivating to that level was simply a fantasy. He could only think about it for now. When you talk about this kind of dirty and tiring cultivation method, I think of some workers in an orchard. Su Ji's eyebrows twitched slightly. Should we open a new second subsidiary sandbox, a wizard training simulator? He suddenly had an idea. Let the players control these 17,000 Rubik's Cube cells and train them into wizards? Perhaps the advertisement lines should be like this. Wizard Training Simulator, the best choice for leisure players. I'll let you experience the thrill of becoming a wizard. Step by step, you'll cultivate and become stronger. It seemed feasible. Su Ji cupped his cheeks in his hands. But this is too boring. It's just too hardcore to simply let people sit cross-legged and meditate. I guess no matter how stupid they are, they'll find it boring and have no game experience at all. As for how to open it to the public and how to come up with a new sandbox, he had to think about it carefully and think of a way to lure them into the pit. If he could succeed, the little pet in his orchard would have endless potential. Let's take a look at the situation here first. Su Ji set aside the matters here for the time being and looked back at the world of the giant sandbox. He began his daily secret observation and reconnaissance of the enemy camp. The forum was extremely lively. This was because many people had started to live there and come into contact with some natives. They had learned some things. Soon, a popular post was pushed to the front page. Shocking, great discovery, a dark history that no one knows about. Alchemy Emperor X Commercial Life. Chapter 99, The Blasphemy of the Demons Book. Su Ji clicked on the post and found that Li Shenjiang's dark history had been dug up by someone, and it was in great detail. After all, this was inevitable. As long as others were inside and learned about the history of the Dark Witch era, they would find out about the tragic experience of the slime. Ha ha ha. 10 rose coins were extremely cheap. Laughing to tears. The great king of Babylon, Lilith, once said, the appearance of the slime race had saved the endangered men of Babylon. This kind of structure was born for the existence of evil witches. Highlight. I can't take it anymore, my stomach is cramping from laughing. I'm still eating, I have no grudges with you, why did you post to plot against me? Angry. There were different opinions, and as they discussed, they laughed uncontrollably and were very happy. After all, everyone felt that this was very strange. It turned out that the legend of the sorcerer world, known as the most powerful great lord in history, showed an extremely glorious side to the public, but also had such a sad dark history. However, she felt more at ease. We weren't the only ones who were in such a miserable state when we came in. It turns out that the big shots were also like this. The moment they came in, they were also abused by the natives of the other world. After a short discussion, they quickly put on their VR glasses and entered the game. Because a few minutes outside was equivalent to a few days inside. In the blink of an eye, he could die inside. However, a few days later, people started to die. My king is dead. I brought my esophagus species to breed in the forest, but I was accidentally trampled to death by a giant beast that passed by. Many of the big shots in the forum are in more dire straits than I am. Do you all die faster than me? It was the first time someone had died, so there was no doubt that the atmosphere was boiling. This was a hardcore game. Some people had guessed that they would die and quit the game one after another. Some people even boldly predicted that most people would not live for more than 3 years, but they did not expect it to be so fast. Pay again and chop his hands off, ha ha ha, I'm not dead yet. I've achieved a mutually beneficial symbiosis. The hair that I built in this bird's nest has now become mutually beneficial with that bird. It's rooted on its head and has become its ahog. My mental power can barely influence other birds, intimidate other creatures, and hunt for it. This one had already announced that he had led his group to reproduce, and they had all become the ahog on the bird's head. Screenshots. Screenshots. A very curious bird appeared. On the top of the bird's head, there were messy black human hair. It was extremely strange, and the distribution of the black hair was also very strange. It had a Mediterranean hairstyle, and there was a round bald head in the middle of the bird's head, surrounded by a circle of exuberant black hair. Pay more and chop off my hands, hee, how about it? The hairstyle I designed is not bad, right? This Mediterranean hairstyle is so coquettish. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my flowers? Detestable. 666. The big boss has become a mind controller on top of his head and is coexisting with the bird. Magus world, feel the fear of the evil gods. Even if you kill me and dismember me, my scattered organs will demonize all kinds of creatures. For example, they will infect the demonized forest creature in front of us, the Mediterranean silly bird. Serious. Someone else also spoke. Screenshots. Screenshots. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game. Did you see the picture? I'm the bone that the dog-like beast is holding in its mouth. It's responsible for providing me with food, and I'm responsible for reproducing the bones for it to chew on. Countless people laughed. What coexistence, you're being kept in captivity as food. The real version, Beauty and the Beast. Laugh. Let go of that beauty and let me lick her. Funny face. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game. What are you all doing? It's hard to live, you bastards. When the dead player saw this, tears streamed down his face. So even those who were in worse conditions than me didn't die. Why am I the only one to die? Why am I such an unlucky African? The king was coincidentally trampled to death when he passed by. In fact, there was no way to survive by relying on one's own strength. The smarter people all thought of a mutually beneficial relationship. After all, it was difficult for the scattered organs to survive independently. They could only think of ways to parasitize and rely on other creatures. By the way, the dead player, tell us your location. We'll go and collect your wild population, in case they go extinct and we lose a part of our organ composition. Also, Schweb Eggsue and the other big shots said, with 13 muscled players and 13 points as the core, we began to reorganize around the world, forming 13 teams and finally coming together. This was the best way. This was because muscles were the bridge that bound the various organs together. Otherwise, their various organs would just be a pile of loose sand. On the other side, Little Brain Tiger went down the mountain and lay on the bookshelf. As an animal skin book, it looked at the blonde girl in the room and muttered to itself, as scattered organs, it is indeed difficult for us to survive independently now. We can only parasitize other creatures, they live in symbiosis with birds and giant beasts, but it's more difficult for me to live in symbiosis with humans, because I don't understand the native language. This family was very wealthy. They had their own courtyard, manor, and property. He also had a rough understanding of her family's situation. This blonde beauty, Linda, did not have the qualifications to become a wizard. She was educated and was just an ordinary person who loved to study. However, her sister was studying at a wizard academy and was a level 3 wizard. I must have been stuck to the skin of my race and was blown here. In the end, when this blonde beauty Linda saw the animal skins on the ground, she deftly bound me and my race into a book made of animal skin. Suddenly, the blonde beauty came to the bookcase and took down the book Little Brain Scare Off the Mountain. She went to the table and opened it, starting to read the book. The blonde beauty frowned as she flipped through the book. Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like there are a few more pages in this book, and it's like it's alive? Ever since she picked up the book, strange things had happened in Linda's house. There was no food in the kitchen. Even when she woke up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, she would always see shadows moving around. It was as if something terrifying was happening in their home. It was strange, deep, and unknown. Furthermore, every piece of animal skin in this book was a little too thick. It even had a warm and moist feeling to it. There was even a gap on every piece of animal skin. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was shaped like a ferocious mouth. In fact, as the food in the house continued to decrease, a few more pages appeared in the book out of thin air. What happened at home? An indescribable fear, as if countless tentacles were reaching out from the darkness, surrounded Linda, making her hair stand on end. It's time to lay our cards on the table. I don't understand the native language, and it's too slow to look up the dictionary. Fortunately, I asked the netizens outside for help. Let me think about it. The 13 common communication phrases the netizens gave me. The pronunciation of the greeting, hello, I don't have any bad intentions. As soon as Xiao Neaho left the mountain, the words at the tip of his tongue turned into a sentence. Beauty, shall we go on a date? Linda, who was flipping open the book, suddenly stopped. She was so scared that her mind went blank. She took a few steps back and screamed, ah! The book can actually speak. She almost broke down and shouted, such filthy language. Could it be that the evil god that was killed by a god is still alive? A few days ago, the evil god that had descended to the earth was killed by the god of wisdom near the capital of Babylon. Countless people had heard about it, but to the ordinary girl Linda, it was like a rumor that had happened far away, a major event that affected the world, and it couldn't enter her ordinary life of reading. The books could speak. Linda swore to Mercury, the god of wisdom, that she had never seen such a strange and terrifying scene in her life. Don't be nervous, don't be agitated. Linda took a deep breath and quickly consoled herself. Since it didn't kill her, it might not have any evil intentions. I could totally listen to this terrifying and evil book and what I plan to do. Seeing Linda screaming in fear, Little Brain was also anxious. Both sides were nervous. He quickly took a deep breath. It seems that I still scared her. At this time, I should comfort her. I remember the netizens saying friendly words. The meaning of the following sentence is, please don't worry, I'm friendly. He opened his mouth to speak, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, they turned into a sentence. Beautiful girl, please stroke my body gently. Please write on my body. Ah! The golden-haired beauty screamed. What kind of strange and twisted scene was this? The pages of a book actually had their own consciousness, and they kept saying such lewd words. As expected of an extremely disgusting and twisted evil god, full of dark emotions. This book definitely had evil intentions. It was too evil. It seems that I was too abrupt. No one can accept the words of a book. Little Brain was still anxious after the scare. Seeing that Linda was so frightened, he quickly recalled a sentence that the netizens had given him to comfort her and express their goodwill, can I have the honor of being torn from this book by you and used to clean up your mess? Ah! The golden-haired beauty broke down completely and cried in fear. Abnormal. Why was he screaming so miserably? Little Brain Tiger down the mountain was completely anxious. I'm very friendly. I'm a good person. He quickly controlled his king and the species of the pages to jump around. A black book walked over with devilish steps and said many friendly words. Beauty, can I drink your bathwater? He walked closer and closer. Then, can I have the honor of being made into animal skin clothes for you to wear? He continued forward. Please lick every page of my book seriously and kiss my lips. Linda was even more scared, she stepped back and was forced into a corner. This was... what a terrifying creature! Distortion, filth, darkness, evil. This is a book of darkness that records evil. I'm going to die. The golden-haired beauty, Linda, went crazy, broke down, and fainted instantly. He fainted? It seems that my book can suddenly speak. Even for a blonde beauty who knows her character, it's still difficult to accept. The little brain went down the mountain, but it was still thinking very innocently, but my friendly and kind attitude, those 13 kind greetings, she should be able to feel it, right? I'm not a bad person. Chapter 100, Undercurrent Surging. Little Brain Tiger went down the mountain and waited quietly for Linda to wake up. After more than 10 minutes, Linda slowly woke up, and found a book was protecting her. When the book saw that he had woken up, he was instantly happy. He said worriedly. Can I touch your butt? Ah! Linda passed out again. After waking up this time, Linda had already accepted her fate. She was prepared to silently endure the humiliation, but she realized that she had not been violated. Although the language of this evil book was extremely lewd and filthy, it did not have any practical actions. She had gradually realized that she was safe. Although he's a book of darkness full of evil, he's a useless person. He can only talk and joke all day. On the other side of the forest. Illumination. It's blind, hurry up. Dark eavesdrop. Spring's tentacle. A few rank 1 witches were sweating profusely. They held their staffs and cast low-level spells one after another. After countless flashes of light, a 6-meter-tall small giant beast collapsed. We've succeeded. Our teacher will reward us. A group of young witches cheered and quickly came over to the giant beast's body to collect materials. Do you think we have a chance in the exchange competition between the 3 great wizard kingdoms in 5 years if we keep working hard? There's no way we can hold another one, right? Now, the era of the evil dark witches has come again, and it is called the Post-Rose Dark Age by the Academy's teachers. Emperor Medusa rules the world, and now, the Rose Kingdom at the top of the mountain is the leader. A moment later, they turned around and left happily. After more than 10 minutes, skinless, red tentacle-like, disgusting, twisted, and muscular snakes came out of the tree holes. They slithered silently and entered the bodies of the small giant beasts through the wounds on their skin. I've finally succeeded in obtaining a body. A voice rang out faintly. It was a very pure Chinese pronunciation. Huala! An extremely terrifying scene suddenly appeared. A dead giant beast stood up and came back to life. Desecrating corpses and controlling the dead were simply breaking the taboo. Even Medusa, the Emperor of Death, could not do such an incredible thing, but it had appeared before their eyes. If the little witches had seen it, they would have been shocked and incredulous. I'm leading my muscle group to control this dead behemoth. It's not too bad. Boom! 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 This giant beast actually started to swing its fist on the spot, looking very powerful. In the other world, I can perfectly execute the 8-pole collapse, a martial art passed down in my family. This body is not bad. At first, his movements were extremely slow, but his body quickly adapted and became more agile. Soon, he was able to run and jump through the forest, and his spiritual mind was as agile as an ape. A dragon was considered one of the strongest soldiers and special agents in the army. His marksmanship and assassination skills were not the best, and he was not even in the top 30. However, the reason why he did not choose anyone else was that his martial arts were the best. He was the inheritor of the traditional ancient martial arts of China, which had thousands of years of martial arts culture. Yes, in this era, firearms had led to martial arts and combat techniques being supplemented. He had been ignored for a long time, but this time, he was selected for this special mission. In the beginning, the higher UPS had assigned him to carry out a secret mission that was said to affect the fate of the entire country. He had been serious, and it might have been a mission with a slim chance of survival. He had to sneak into an enemy country, assassinate an important figure, or obtain information from a secret research institute. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his life for the country. However, when he found out that his mission was to play a casual online game and he won the game, he was stunned. Top secret mission that could affect the fate of a country. And he was actually allowed to play games? He had read web novels in his free time. Some popular web novels had such a setting. The beginning of those online gaming novels was about a depressed, retired Special Forces soldier who had been ignored by the army for years. He suddenly received a confidential mission from the country and played an online game. This game, for various reasons, had affected the fate of all the major countries on Earth. Then, the main character, Long Aotian, obtained a hidden profession at the beginning of the game. He continued to encounter adventures, madly leveled up, built guilds, cities, stole bosses, and beat up players from other countries. Finally, he reached the peak of his life in both reality and the game. Don't think that I've never read online gaming novels. Why is the opening plot exactly the same? Long Ji was speechless. And it happened to me? Although he was complaining, he knew that he was not the real protagonist. As a special agent, he had fought with super foreign special agents all year round and knew how terrifying they were. Let me guess, the strongest fighters are none other than those few people. Bell from the United States is known as the Explosive Dragon, who is known to be able to fight against crocodiles with his bare hands. Who are you hiding among these 13 people? In today's world where firearms are so advanced, we've all been covered in dust. This time, we're the last inheritors of ancient martial arts from all over the world. Let's have a real competition in this world. And don't think I don't know what you're doing. Was the death of the player who was stomped to death by the giant beast really a coincidence? He continued to whisper. In the screenshot of the player's death, the behemoth that trampled him to death had a lifeless gaze and was stiff all over. It was clearly a dead behemoth, just like my current situation. Someone was secretly controlling it. You guys have already begun collecting the scattered evil god parts. The first player to quit the game had appeared. It was obvious that the others were acting in the dark, killing many innocent players. The few people hidden among them were collecting body parts from all over the world in order to become stronger. They also planned to kill the other 12 people in the round table conference to become the only muscle structure that would completely rule over the body of the Thulhu evil god. That would be the final victor. His voice turned cold. They're fabricating accidents of players' deaths when they quit the game. Before the ordinary players find out, they're trying to kill them as much as possible. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to find them if they all hide. A storm is coming. The entire game's structure will change drastically. He thought for a moment, then strode out. I started later than them. My luck is too bad. I only managed to get a giant beast's body now. This world does have native extraordinary powers. My 6-meter-tall body is still too weak, but the giant beast knows martial arts, and no one can stop it. I'm 6 meters tall, and I'm confident that I can take on a 10-meter-tall giant beast. Then, I can change to the body of a giant beast. 10 meters, 20 meters, one by one, and the bigger it gets. When I transform into a giant beast that is 50 to 60 meters long, I should be able to sneak attack a small town. With my zombie body, I'm already a giant beast corpse. Normal rank 2 or 3 wizards shouldn't be my match. I can break into the streets and enter the wizard potion shop there, grab a portion of Blood of Evil Eye, as well as various stabilizing potions, and pass the wizard qualification ceremony. I'll have wizard qualifications. He had a clear goal. He believed that the others were also thinking of ways to get potions in this area and become wizards. This battle was clearly undercurrent-like. It has appeared. He strode forward, and in the lush forest in front of him, he suddenly saw a grey giant beast that was more than 10 meters long. Its eyes flickered with a violent scarlet light, and it half squatted down and made an ancient martial arts starting gesture.